escaped her kind teachings this morning because she's a part of the team that is checking on the Sova family lead. Rowan opens one of the ancient books in front of him and gestures to the symbol on the page. The writing isn't a language I understand, but the symbol looks like a family crest. Instead of an animal though, it's a plant. I've been as thorough as I can with the collection of books I have, but there was in fact one family line that had the ability to bypass magics. Rowan frowns at the yellowed page. Their name is hard for me to pronounce, but it translates to roughly to nightshade. My heart sinks even though Katerina's existence attests it was possible all along. So whoever is doing this, may have a nightshade working for them. Rowan's scholarly expression flattens. It's unlikely. They were systematically exterminated a few centuries ago. They pissed off the royal court. The kill order is still active for any stragglers, which by this time is mostly humans who manifest that ability. I control my face. It's a good thing Katerina never went digging for family, and that she has Kalos protection. But it's possible, I say. Connors has been good with taking Ben's position in checking my assumptions through this process and interjects. If that's the case, and this family is so rare, that's one person at most who would be invading these people's homes and subduing them without anyone being the wiser. I frown. Some of families taken had upward of 4 adults. One person would have to be very well equipped. Makes it more unlikely. Is it possible we've gone the W-Tong direction with thinking this is a fey magic thing? Andrew of the expressive face asks. This is the first time he's loosened from his awkward stance since Ben left this morning. I hum, considering. My mind did get stuck on fey magic because I know what Katerina can do. You don't think fey are involved? Andrew shakes his head. We know they are, especially with tracking the Sova family. But it sounds like fey magic is finicky in the fey realm, let alone here. Rowan shrugs in agreement. The fey can make spelled objects, similar to witches' charms. Those are more stable, but it would be a considerably expense. Not to mention that it would utilize a spell that no one has ever made before. And if we don't know how the charm functions, we wouldn't be able to counter it. Another dead end, but I mull the details around in my head. Andrew continues past Rowan's doubtful expression, casting a wider net. What if it's not that they are bypassing the wards, what then? Could a witch spell do this? Or even glamour? Would a ward work if someone is in disguise? A ward works based on intention. A disguise wouldn't work against it? Can fey magic commingle with a ward and rewrite it? I ask Rowan, who shakes his head. I considered that when you approached me. I spoke to my brother about this project. He's a ward master, and he confirmed what I suspected. Fey magic and the way we draw wards here have no chance of commingling. Wards are too meticulous of a magic. And your brother knows not to spread this around? Connors asks. Rowan's lips twitch. He's not a talkative one. Your brother can craft wards and be fey? I ask. No. Rowan scratches his head. Sorry, we're half-siblings. His mother is a witch. I sigh. Witch wards do not play well with anything. Even crafting charms to boost them requires a lot of skill. One misplaced line on a ward, and the whole intention can change. I think on that, and we brainstorm some more, Andrew throwing in interesting questions since he's not very well versed in magic, but it all leads us back to the fact that we don't have enough information. I wipe my hand down my face. If I don't know how they are getting past wards, I can't make a counter. I've tried to craft a charm that can block fey magic, but it's not going well. I wave a hand at the wire on the tabletop. Maybe just a ward booster would work. Connors winces. I know those are possible to make, and that would make people feel safer. I shake my head. But it wouldn't be real safety. Not if he's bypassing wards altogether. The Sova family already had one of my charms on their ward. The appearance of safety is as important as actually securing the territory, Connor says. I bite my lip, not wanting to admit defeat. I'll admit I was naive when I proclaimed to Stonyheart my intention, but it feels right no matter how impossible it seems. I want to give people legitimate safety, not our best approximate guess. I'll think on it. I glare at the useless metal. I just wish I had something more solid. Sometimes what we are able to do is all we can do, Andrew says, sounding as dejected as I feel. A malaise settles over the room, and we return to our tasks. Rowan trying to add energy with his readying bustle, and my bodyguards taking turns checking the boundaries of the bookshop. I nearly chew through my lip while failing another attempt that fizzles and leaves a scorch mark on Rowan's table before coming to the conclusion that I'm done for the day. Trying to weave something into existence in which we don't know if it's possible is exhausting. The frustration itself of failing while knowing that I'm operating sightlessly, and that if we had just one or two more details, things would surely fall into place, is an angrier chum than indigestion. I scowl at my materials as I pack them up, and Andrew fidgets. He seems like he wants to say something, but with my I don't know if I want to talk to anyone. Especially a Leonid. Though, that's unfair since he's younger than I am and wasn't involved in Lorenzo's actions toward my mother. And he was helpful today. Get over yourself, Stella. People are counting on you to create security and peace. I take a breath and focus on the teen. Are you okay? I ask. He freezes like he wasn't looking for an opening. My lips twitch, and he shakes himself a little bit. Yes. He breaks off and looks uncomfortable. I wanted to apologize. I blink. For what? Your prodding led us to realize that we're trying to solve a problem without knowing exactly what it is. Your wedding night. Andrew winces. My brother and I are the reason your things weren't in the suite. Ah. My stomach sinks. I want to claim that with everything that happened, I'd forgotten about the issue that had led me to pull Ben into this fray. But I hadn't got the chasm of that night, with contemplating the reasons someone would do such a thing, even suspecting Stonyheart may have set it up for a moment, only for it to be the act of a couple of teenagers. It's a phantom pain rearing up unexpectedly. Because it did hurt to suspect it to be the Leonids, but it's worse now to get confirmation that I am unwelcome. The nature of my birth continues. Lorenzo rejected me, so how can I really be surprised that others would do the same? Ariel asserts that I'm some hoped-for sign, but does anyone else really think that? I close my eyes and try to release the old wounds telling me that I'm not enough. Because reading that action as rejection is bullshit. I know it's bullshit, and I'm going to prove them all wrong. Why? I ask. Because now that he's Tom off the poorly healed scars, I want to know. My brother does stupid pranks. He'd already. Andrew's cheeks flush, and it's as if the hurt in my chest is his pain as well. I don't have any excuse. I'm so sorry. A prank by a teenager. There's no reason for it to scratch at raw places in my soul. I am lady of this territory and have a responsibility to all the people here to look at situation with clear eyes. I pull myself up to my frill height, and Andrew by instinct, tilts his bowed head and bares his neck. You helped him start trouble, I say. He winces. He's rash at the best of times, and I was afraid what Stonyheart would do to him if he were caught. You're not responsible for his actions. He doesn't immediately agree. Has he always been the responsible one? Finally, Andrew clears his throat. I have been. All my life. My father decreed it, but you're right. He's not here anymore. I blink, remembering that his father is Frank. I don't know anything about what his home life was like with what we know about Lorenzo. I don't continue for a moment, watching Andrew's anxiety rise and his need to fidget almost overtake him. With a determined breath, the worst of my feelings surrounding the situation drain. I will be the leader Lorenzo should have been. Thank you for apologizing, I say. Andrew's shoulders drop in relief. I can deny the results of that night. The prank may have stung, but it's also the reason I summoned Ben into this whole mess. And I'm not sorry for that. Rumi, that Silas is going to have my head for this, right? I ask as I clean the cut on Fiona's forehead. The bruising under her skin is already starting to lighten with her healing abilities. Luckily, she'd only received a glancing blow. Fiona glares. I'm pretty sure you're the boss of him. He'll live. I huff. Shows what you know. He's not going to care, she mutters. Now I laugh. It's a short one, frill of disbelief. The situation that we are in is not a light-hearted one, even if it was successful. Just do me a favor and keep out of his sight until that cut heals, I say, and Fiona sticks out her tongue. The council is going to hang you out to dry for meddling in a territory that's not yours. The lion shifter currently under the heel of one of my people spits. He's probably a Leonid, if distantly related to Stella. The council does hate when territory leaders overreach. It can threaten war between territories, and that would be very inconvenient for them. But why they thought I wouldn't chase down and retrieve my own people in a different territory is beyond me. The other man involved is Faye. He's iridescent with pointed ears, but he's not as talkative. Neither of them has given up any information. We know that 2 is too small to be the entirety of the operation, but they were easy enough to overpower once Fiona distracted them. After narrowing down the location to within a 10-mile radius, the tracking witches were able to use the children's clothing to bring us to this rundown apartment building only a few blocks away from the Fae Gate in Lobos City. Now, why do you think I'll bring an issue as inconsequential as this to the council? I ask, amused when both of the men's faces whiten. Probably because they know well enough that it's easy to make people disappear when you don't involve pesky things like governing bodies. But we aren't in your jurisdiction, the shifter whispers, like that matters. Fiona snorts. The dog doesn't, IMO won't hurt him. I glance over at the 2 children my guards are inspecting for injuries. The girl can't be older than 13 and the boy looks to be 6. Celeste and Timothy Sova were being kept in the equivalent of a magic blocking kennel. The girl takes after her sire in mothers with white blonde hair and fair enough skin that the bruise on her cheek is vibrant. I've already sent a message to Ben asking if he'll teleport them back to the territory, not wanting them to have to be forced in small quarters for the hours it will take to return home. The boy giggles at something one of guards says, but it does nothing to dispel the shadows in the girl's eyes. I would prefer what occurred today to hurt Lobo. He's either guilty of colluding with my enemies or negligence. ITSK, keeping the anger from my voice. We have a set of cozy cells for you. No need to involve anyone else in this. The door swings open, and an air settles over the space, my people still. Only one person in this territory would have the authority to ask the tracking witches to stand down and allow them to pass. A couple of wolf shifters enter, their yellow eyes flashing before they part, and the man of the hour enters. His stance isn't aggressive, and I narrow my eyes. Stony heart. Lobo nods in acknowledgement. I received complaints about the noise. Noise tends to happen when retrieving children taken from my territory. I keep my tone cool. Lobo glances at the scene before him. The perpetrators with hands bound behind their backs and the children my people are standing in front of, before shrugging. Get them out of my territory. I have no wish to be party to their actions. Their parents were taken through the gate, I grit out. If it's too much of a hassle to watch out for all the people in your territory, I'll gladly take it off your hands. Lobo's glare holds no heat to it. Careful, gargoyle. Have a care with your allies, wolf. Lobo's mouth twitches. I have no allies. His yellow eyes are tired. There's a familiar sorrow there that causes a sick sensation in my gut. I'd spoken to Stella just this morning of the catastrophe that the loss of love is for someone who has people depending on them. To see evidence of it now is eerie. I'll return if you can't find the will to live enough to do what's right, I say, and ignore Fiona's arched brow. I catch the flash of relief on Lobo's face before he muffles it around his personal guards. Or whatever the wolf lost may indeed pull him down along with. But that isn't my problem. I'll endeavour to stay off your schedule, Lobo says before tumming on his heel and leaving. His wolf shifters are slower to leave, casting looks at each other before following their leader. Don't you have enough problems? Fiona asks, poking my stomach. The council won't allow you to try to claim his territory. I have no desire to take on his pack, I muse, though I wouldn't hesitate to do just that if this continues to be a problem. Perhaps they will intervene before he self-destructs. You think it's negligence? Fiona asks. I only nod. Sorrow like that holds a particular stench similar to decay. One moment the space next to me is empty, and the next it holds Ben. He may be scentless, but the sight of him causes a ripple of warmth in my chest. That ripple doesn't hit everyone the same because my guards pull weapons and shout in surprise. Ben raises his hands, his eyes widening and his form blinks semi-transparent for a moment before I call out an order that has the room easing with muttered curses. Sorry. Ben solidifies, not needing to leave because of a threat. I came as soon as I received your message. I thought you would need to get more details to find us, I say. His lips twitch with something that's not quite a smile or a wince. It seems not. He doesn't explain further, and I shrug. The demon takes in the room, his eyes hardening on the cage. The energy of him hums along my skin, but he doesn't outwardly react. Are those the children? Ben asks. Yes. Thank you for agreeing to transport them. Of course. Ben frowns as if he hasn't told me multiple times that I'm not the boss of him. Though, I didn't doubt he'd be willing to help. There's an integrity that's similar to how he holds on to responsibility with single-minded determination, but it serves this situation. Our arrangement began with Stella's need of him but has quickly evolved. He's the only one I implicitly trust with my mate. And it's occurring to me now in the presence of subdued enemies, I'm as concerned for his well-being as I am with Stella's. Did that happen? We won't need your assistance with the prisoners, I say to keep myself from further appreciating this demon's character. Ben stares hard at the men on the ground as if running through his mental Rolodex to see if he recognizes them before he shakes his head at our benefactor has something special planned for you. The Fey One snarls at me. I smile, but Ben stiffens before lowering himself with a deadly grace, his eyes showing his demonic nature. The Fey flinches and squirms under the guard's knee. And just which Fey Lord is your benefactor? Ben asks. We're all dying to know. The Fey glares with such hate at my demon that I can barely stand it. Ben? I set a hand on his shoulder and not bothering to remove it when the guard kneeling on the Fey takes note. My instincts want everyone to know that this demon is mine. Ben stands, his frustration chewing under my hand. You'll wish you were dead, the Fey One says, his eyes bumming on me. I squeeze Ben's shoulder when he tenses, wanting to impart a calm with my touch that neither of us has. I'm sure you'll be able to regale us with all the details, I say, nodding to the guard to remove the prisoners. They do after smacking a silencing charm on the men. No need to invite the likes of Lobo back here. Focus on the kids, I murmur. Ben glares at me. You risk too much coming here, putting a target on your back. Out of all the targets our enemies could select, I'd rather it be me. If they have a special treat in mind, I'm sure we'll be able to get them to talk. I smirk, a part of me wanting to instigate Ben further. I didn't think he'd feel so protective. Instead, he takes a couple of steps back and takes a breath, hiding his worry from me and the world. Where do you want me to take them? To the penthouse for now. We don't have the accommodations set up, but I'd rather we kept them close with the territory being the way it is. Here is Stella. At the Rowans. She and her guards are probably heading back soon. Good. Can you keep an eye on them until we get back? I ask, nodding to the kids. Ben shrugs. Sure. I'll let Silas know. Maybe he can get someone who knows what they are doing to question them. I frown, not wanting to pressure the boy and girl if we could help it. See if they are open to talking about it first. I don't want us needing to rely on what they witnessed. I have a meeting with the Harpies later. They apparently have allies past the gates, and with the Sovers being Siren, they are under Harpy representation. Ben's face softens. Good thinking. He takes a few steps toward the kids before hesitating and turning. Be safe, Stony Heart. I'll try, I murmur, but he's already across the room, trying to put space between us. Ben to ignore the memory of what it feels like to be inside of Stella with Stony Heart's hard body pressed against mine all day, avoiding the hot shame of teleporting from that moment on the piano to the bed they share, hungry for the flavor of them before breaking. It's distracting to wonder if Stony Heart noticed that the bedding had been changed, had any clue why. Hopefully he wouldn't guess that I went straight from the conservatory to fucking their sheets, mouthing the fabric pathetically in search of their mix of scents. The memory throbs inside me so clearly, I could find Stony Heart with my eyes closed and feel Stella just as clearly. They both devastate me. Something I'd have to ponder on if I weren't so blessedly busy trying to entertain two kids. Do you want something to eat? To watch? I ask. I think there's a theatre room somewhere in here. The girl, Celeste, shrugs. Timothy had been cheerful with the guard, but now seems unsure of his surroundings and clings to his sister's leg. The expression on his face hurts my heart, but I focus on what I'm good at, providing solutions. It takes some creativity, but sometime later we're settled enough. Celeste helps Timothy wash up and the front desk sends up new clothing for them. Somehow, Silas procures a culling page and pencils before disappearing to make calls to figure out what we're going to do with two kids. The mystery of how quickly he had these items on hand is solved when I look over Timothy's shoulder at the design as he focuses on stained in the lines of the giant exclamation point. I'd glanced up at Silas before he left, he'd shrugged and muttered, Francesca. I wouldn't have assumed the cat shifter enjoyed culling books, but I'm grateful. Since Timothy can't read yet, he doesn't know he's culling in a giant bubble. Let it have a fucking great day. The culling page pulls a tiny smile from Celeste, so I'm counting it as a win even though she denied any form of entertainment we offered her, preferring to watch her brother color. Or maybe unwilling to allow him out of her sight. Don't you need to ask us what happened, she whispers, her blonde brows furrowing before her eyes flare. Or have you guys given up trying to find our moms? We don't want to pressure you. I nod toward Timothy at the coffee table, who hums as he colors. He's not paying attention to our conversation, and that makes this easier. You and your brother have been through a lot. Are you okay talking about it? Are they going to find them? Her words are shaky as she ignores my question. I sit back. Even though we are champing at the bit to gain as much information as we possibly can, I refuse to push her past what she's comfortable talking about. This is something that must be done at their pace. Stony Heart is working on it, I say. I may be wary of the gargoyle, but I have every confidence that he is devoted to protecting the people in his territory. Even if it involves traveling to the Fey Plane, an option that makes me itchy with how risky that would be for him. She doesn't look at all assured, and it hurts that I know the real concern in her question. Are her mothers even still alive? I clear my throat and recall what I know about Siren. You're kinda prized for your singing ability. There's a good chance he'll find them. Celeste blinks a couple of times before she nods. Okay. I want Dad, Timothy interjects, staring at the end of his colored pencil. His lower lip trembles. Dad is away, Celeste says, sounding tired. I blink. You guys have a dad. The teenager gives me a droll look. That is how babies are made. I whip my phone out to message Silas. There had been no mention of a father figure. Siren, like harpies, are only female. They select breeding partners outside of their kind, with the girl children taking after their mother and the boy children, the selected male. Harpies culturally don't include the fathers in their family structures, but sirens are such a small population that I don't know what their tradition is. Since there were only the two mothers on the lease, we'd been assuming the father was out of the picture. What is his name? We can contact him, I say. Celeste looks cautiously optimistic. His name is Chorin Black, but you probably won't be able to get a hold of him. I move to start messaging contacts, not wanting to disappoint her. I'll summon him, Timothy proudly announces. It won't work. Celeste tries to explain as she rolls her eyes. Our dad is a demon. Like you. He travels to the demon plane for work. He's not supposed to be back for another couple of weeks, and anyway, Tim is too young to summon. I'm not. Timmy frowns hard like he's concentrating. The air wavers for a moment, but nothing happens. I roll my shoulders. The boy is still too young to tap into much power. I hadn't identified him as a demon until his attempt, but there was a fire associated with the energy that has me mentally sorting through the various contacts I have on the demon plane. Celeste's shoulders drop in disappointment. See. I open my mouth to reassure Celeste, but Timmy pulls a piece of jewelry from his jeans pocket and holds it up proudly. I freeze. I'm old enough to get this, aren't I? He says. What is that? I ask, measured even though excitement sparks at the intricate design. The group who came in the night each had one around their neck, Celeste says with a shrug. He must have grabbed it before they locked us up. The spark turns into a flame. That looks like a charm, and I happen to know a witch who would be very interested in seeing it. If it's something that can affect wards, this might be exactly what Stella needs to make a counter-charm. May I have that? I ask Timmy, who frowns at first, so I continue. It would help us find out about the people who took you and keep other people in the territory safe. Timmy thinks hard for a moment before handing over the item. I want to help. Thank you, I say, suddenly humbled. The kid just was rescued from a cage and still has the room to be generous. I want to help too, Celeste says softly, her shoulders stiffening as she straightens. I nod, sensing that she's ready to talk. How many intruders would you say there were? I'm not sure. Maybe 6. Her brows crease, but her eyes have the same sort of pride that Timmy's do, even if there are shadows. I try to keep my questions short, not wanting to frustrate her if she can't answer specifics. Can you tell me what happened? Her breathing increases, and I'm humbled all over again when she pushes through the panic and starts talking. We were watching movies and Mama B got up to get more popcorn since we were about halfway through. Another deep breath, and she swallows. It happened so fast. The door flew open, and all these people wearing black were there. They slapped a null collar on Mom first. I screamed. Celeste's eyes are wide in question. All her flashing anger and caution are lost to the innocence on her face. I screamed so loud, but no one came. I unclench my jaw and breathe through the rage. They may have treated the area with a spell that muffled the noise. It's something I have to believe. Otherwise, the concept that she would cry out and not be helped by any of her neighbors makes me want to raze this territory to the ground and walk away. Celeste bites her lips and accepts my answer easily enough, falling back into silence. If she were an adult, I'd push to get more. I'd ask specifics about what the group was wearing, how they were moving, when they separated her mothers from her and Timmy, but she's not an adult. She's barely a teenager. Stonyheart is right to not want to need their intel. Children should be protected, and it's not worth interrogating them if he can get more information from elsewhere. Did anything seem unusual to you, other than that piece they wore? She shakes her head. They covered their faces. Dumb and Dumber removed their masks later, but they didn't talk about much that made sense except something about how the devil would get his due. Napping, when I finally get in touch with the demon father of the kids. She'd come home frustrated and exhausted from her attempts at charm making, but still determined to help the kids feel at home. I'd had her make popcorn, and we'd put on some animated classic. Celeste had been hesitant, but her and Timmy relaxed to the bright colors and music, and a part of my chest warmed at the idea of at least trying to rewrite this experience so it wouldn't blend in with that terrible night. "Your dad is on his way," I whisper. Celeste perks up immediately. "Really?" Her expression of excitement makes my heart all fuzzy. "Yeah," I say. "A friend of a friend was able to get in touch with him and tell him what happened. He should actually be here in a few minutes." Celeste smiles and moves to poke Timmy but huffs a laugh at his sleeping form. "The kid really has been through it." She tums back to me. "Thank you for being honest about if they'll find our moms." I frown. Of course. Some people think that just because we're kids, we don't understand, so they don't even bother trying to explain. I swallow. I know she understands too much about the danger of our world. I was only a little younger than her when Kalos took me in. Maybe it's why I feel so protective over these two. On my deep breath in, Stella wakes with a mumble. I kiss her forehead in thoughtless affection, before remembering that I shouldn't be doing something like that in front of others, but the kids aren't paying attention to me. A voice calls through the penthouse. "Celeste?" "Timmy." Timmy startles awake. "Dad." Celeste pulls him up with her. "Dad." They run out of the room. Their excitement has something warm catching in my throat. "Good news, I'm guessing," Stella says, blinking sleepily. "We were able to find their dad." She focuses on me. "You were able to find their dad. Good job, Ben. They've been through enough. I didn't want to force them to stay with strangers." "You're good with them kids?" I shrug, uncomfortable. Maybe I can just relate to wanting the world to make sense. And for good to triumph over evil. My lips twitch. Everyone wants that. Unless the devil is involved. Then we would definitely want him to win. I pull her to her feet. I want to make sure they are taken care of. We find Silas and the happy family in the penthouse entryway. Taurine Black looks exactly as a demon should, human. We are beings of energy, and especially for those born on this plane, the human form is what is common. He's a mountain of a man and probably terrifying if he weren't on his miss clutching his children as if they may disappear. "I'm so sorry," he murmurs, kissing their hair. "I was so worried when I heard." My throat swells at the scene. "Do you have any word on their mothers?" he asks. "They were taken though a Faygate, but we have a team looking for your mates," Silas says. Taurine shakes his head. "We aren't mates, but they are my friends. Carrie and Beth are in a relationship together. I was just supposed to be a sperm donor." He looks down at his kids, who obviously know this story, with chagrin. "But I got a little attached without meaning to. Thankfully Carrie and Beth don't mind. Demons bond naturally," Tim recites. Taurine nods, swinging his son's arm. "That we do, buddy." I blink at the reminder. I almost never spend time around demons, and it can be easy to forget that part of our natures. I've never been a concern since I haven't created any organic bonds before. You're a co-parent? I ask, not wanting to dwell on thoughts of bonds. As often as their mothers and work will allow me to be, Torin answers. I have the paperwork to prove it if I need. I want to get these two home. Where's home? I ask while Silas nods for the papers. There's a strange tightness in my throat at the idea of kids leaving. It's silly. Of course he's going to take them home. That's the whole reason we contacted. I keep an apartment in this territory where we stay when I get time with them, he explains. There's stress to his mouth, like he's worried we won't let him claim his children. Will you allow a guard to go with you? Silas asks. Torin lets the question sink in before nodding. He understands the unspoken reasons. None of us want to state the risk in front of the kids that whoever was responsible for their abduction could target them again if they think the kids saw something incriminating. I'd welcome extra eyes from the devil, Torin says. Silas nods. Very good. It feels like no time passes at all before Torin leaves and takes the kids with him. I wave, morose that I may never see them again. Have a fucking great day. Timmy calls back, and I wince. Stellar and swollen heat beats through my body as I surface from a dream of tangled bodies and teasing fangs. I don't know what time it is, but it's still dark. I blow out a breath, still half asleep and trying to push against the covers, but they don't move. Other details come into focus. A heavy forearm rests against the skin of my stomach, my sleep shirt pushed up, and a clawed hand grips my bare breast. There's a finnace against my back that gives an unguarded masculine sigh. It's an oddly reassuring position, if a little warm for my tastes, except for the bare cock rocking against my ass. The skin off his thighs brushes mine, the kilt he wears is bunched at my lower back. My shorts are damp, and his sticky precum smooths each glide of his hardness against the thin fabric. There must be something weak in my biology for this gargoyle, because even in sleep, I am primed. Every point of contact makes me needy in a way that I've been trying to avoid with him. He wants me to beg. He wants my surrender, but I didn't think he'd try to get it this way. Stony heart. I ask softly. My husband's mouth opens against my neck, his tongue sliding as his lips suck over the mating mark he left on me. The sensuous glide has my lashes falling, and I shudder on an inhale. If I were any more awake, I'd castigate myself for rolling my hips back to get more contact. In the dark of morning, I can forget that he'll never give in to the part of him that is just as entranced with me as I am with him. I can forget that the boundaries in his heart are clear in the sand. His movements are uncoordinated, and his chest rumbles in pleasure as he grinds himself against my body. That's odd. He's usually so exacting with each touch, and my eyes pop open. He's asleep. Fuck, I whisper, torn between waking his grumpy ass up or just waiting for whatever dream he's having to end and falling back asleep to avoid the awkwardness. I squirm in his hold. Maybe if I try to escape, he'll wake up enough to roll over, but the strategy proves to be flawed when his cock slips up one of the loose leg holes of my shorts and brushes my pussy. I freeze. A little horrified but a lot turned on. The fucker isn't even awake, and I'm already halfway to orgasm. So sweet, he mumbles. Stellar elderflower, you will wake this gargoyle up right now. I try to lecture myself, but my body doesn't respond. My brain can say that there are rules concerning this gargoyle, but my bones want him. Our battle of wills has left me bruised and needy. Greedy, even though he'd gifted Ben the intimacy of fucking me the other night. And I'm so wet. Like the ripest peach just brimming over with juice. On his next rock, the head of him breaks through my folds, hitting against my swollen clit. I breathe a moan, and his hand squeezes my breast harder before the rocking of his hips halts. He stops sucking on my skin and kisses it instead. "Wife," he says. His voice is deep and gruff and suddenly very awake. I swallow, and my cheeks bum in humiliation, but I don't fry and pretend I'm asleep. I suspect he'd know I was lying, and I'm not a coward. "Husband?" He sighs and inhales against my neck. "Apologies. Your scent is acting like a magnet to me." I frown even as my lashes flutter at the brush of his breath against the fine hairs there. Really? It can't be a terribly strong magnet since I sure haven't experienced waking up with him like this before. Maybe it's because we've been far more intimate than at the beginning. "You're fertile. My instincts are sensitive to you," he says. I stiffen. Fertile. The thoughts of creating an heir that have circulated in my mind, and I assumed had quieted, come fighting to the surface. Instead of delving more into that, I stick to facts. "But I have a charm to prevent pregnancy. Your body goes through the same cycle even as the charm keeps you from conceiving." He's right. I do have periods. It makes sense that I would have times of being extra enticing to go along with them. He hasn't yet pulled away. His cock rests against me, collecting my essence, and waiting for the moment to slide inside. "For being sorry, you haven't stopped," I say. "Do you want me to stop, Firefly?" Stony Heart doesn't move with any hurry as the pads of his fingers skim over the mound of my breast. His nose tickles the back of my ear. I swallow, making sure to stay still even as everything inside me craves to push back, to ask for more. My wetness is a goddamn mess, seeping and soaking his ruddy cock. My core trembles in need. Do I want him to stop? I distract myself with Snook. I've been meaning to ask who inspired that nickname first. Me or the building? Stony Heart makes a disgruntled sound and starts to pull away. "Don't stop," I say, unable to bear the thought of being left like this. His satisfaction echoes in his chest. "Then beg me for it." My exhale is sharp and my curse silent. Fuck this guy. I arch my back to slide his cock inside of me, but he's too quick and draws his hips away, and I whimper. He releases my breast in the same breath, gripping my hip instead. "Don't make me deny you, wife," he growls, and the wave of arousal at the sound threatens to pull me under. This game is what we both need. It doesn't feel like a game. It feels like pulling away now would be the same as having strips of skin taken from me, or chunks of heart. Submission is such a small price in comparison. "Please, Rumi." My voice breaks along with my will. "I need you." Something whip-like but strong V-maps around my shorts and pulls them down. His tail. My thoughts stutter when his skin presses against mine, and the crown of him slides through my folds. I only have time to gasp before he goes from teasing me to adjusting his position to thrust inside me. I moan. There's so much of my arousal smeared between my thighs, but the stretch is sharp before giving way to the thundering swell of being full forward slash. He slides slightly from me to allow my body to slicken him some before driving forward again. "Fuck," I whisper for the second time this night. He feels giant entering me like this. His cock is sizable, but with his grip on my hips and the angle I can only accept him. "You take me so well," he growls. More, I demand and yelp when he smacks my ass. "All in good time. Take the fucking I give you like the good wife you." I stiffen, wanting to fight him, but when he rolls his hips against me, the slow stretch devours my defiance. Without that shield, I'm naked, the part of me that aches to give Stony Heart everything left bare. I give in. Stony Heart makes a rough sound in triumph as my body relaxes. Each thrust of his body goes deeper, hits the spot inside my body better until the flare of his snot kisses my pussy lips. I whimper as the contact wakes something necessary in me. I work to ease my body more, to accept that part of him, but he pulls back and thrusts, smacking his IMO against me. I cry out and tighten around him. Our demon is right. You feel like heaven. Stony Heart groans into my eye. I would have assumed that my mind would barely be able to grasp the thought of Ben right now, but the sentiment stays, spreading through my veins with the deceptive comfort of warm alcohol and searing reality of electricity. What would he do if he were here? Would he be jealous? Or would he be as turned on as I had been when I watched Stony Heart order Ben around with a vicious kiss? The warm and sizzle of pleasure ebbs higher and higher like cresting waves. I want to be filled by this gargoyle. I need to discard everything until he can reside so deep in my soul and body neither of us can fight the draw. You're not. I gasp. I need it. My words say one thing, but my body does another. I'm clawing away from him as if to escape. His cock slips from me, making a mess of the sheets as instincts have me fleeing. Think you can handle that, Firefly? He shifts and grips my hips hard. I splay out on my stomach as his weight pins me down from behind. His conquering cock thrusts back into me as he snarls. I cry out, but don't stop trying to move, wanting to rock back to take more and forward to force him to claim me like an animal would his mate at the same time. Being filled to the brim with me, he hisses. He tightens the grip on my hips as if he's going to hold me in place while sinking forward. I stretch around the hardness of his knot, and that's all it takes to break me. I clench the sheets and cry out in release, expecting the stretch to rocket me higher, for that thickness of his to push me past capacity and lock inside of me. Pleasure rips through me like a wildfire, quick but starving to die off, searching for the next grove to devour. But there's no greater swell. He doesn't sink deeper. Instead, I lose the pressure of his knot only for it to be replaced with his fist squeezing around it. He grunts and heat fills my body. We gasp together, his chest warm against my back is a comfort, but doesn't quiet the sudden dissonance of the moment. This wasn't the way it was supposed to be. He massages the place on my hip where he probably left bruises, the stroke of his hand on my skin helps. The trembling of my body quiets even as confusion roars. I barely have my bearings before he slides from my body, leaving me sopping and empty. I turn, and the bed creaks as he sits up and throws his legs over the opposite edge of the bed. The glow of a phone screen is harsh in the dark. You didn't knot me, I say. My words are like fingers trying to claw into this gargoyle who swings from someone my soul recognizes into a stranger in the span of a breath. Disappointment that I can barely understand holds tight around my heart. A knot comes with more than just my seed filling your pretty cunt, he says, facing away from me. It has the power to influence emotions. And you don't want those types of emotions for me, I say. I idly wonder if the sinking sensation in my stomach will ever bottom out or if it will always feel like it's falling into the abyss between us. Stony Heart doesn't reply to that. He stands, and in the low light I watch him straightening his kilt until it falls the way it should. You're leaving? I ask. Turns out my stomach can sink lower. He grunts in affirmation. I have a lead I need to follow up on. I sit up and blink at my lap, not knowing what I want to do or ask. It gets even more awkward when his cum starts seeping out of me. He really did fill me to the brim, just not the way I thought he was going to. When I swallow enough to speak again, he's come over to my side of the bed like he's going to kiss me goodbye. I tilt my face up, and his talons comb through my hair before he pulls away, sighing. Sleep, Stella. It's early. And somehow, even with how frail I am, I've never felt emptier. Stella, I ask after swallowing my bite of Silas's exceedingly sweet cereal. The lizard man is currently conversing with Francesca at the dining table while Ben shows me something from his place at the counter. My eyes are still a little bleary. I was eventually able to go back to sleep, and in the light of day, what happened with Stony Heart only causes a light ache in my chest. I have more to give than being a sad sap. I have Ben who is holding out a piece of metal that I squint at. I have this territory to care for, even if half the time it's hard to believe that I can make any difference. I have Stony Heart's obsession. He named the damned building after the term of endearment he has for me, whether he ever admits it or not. I don't need his love. Lust will keep the both of us warm, even if he's as cold as his namesake. If only I didn't admire him so much. If only I was less needy. Maybe then I wouldn't want to own his heart. Maybe then I wouldn't cane the piece of labradorite around in my pocket like a good luck charm, because the thoughtfulness of the gift warms me. I need to stop being greedy and get over the way the lack of affection after sex this morning felt like a rejection. Ben places the piece of metal in my hand, and I turn it over with a frown. The hum of it is so weird. Like it's there and then not. The taste on my tongue is like nothing I've sensed before. Timmy stole it off one of the abductors. Celeste says they all wore one. I'm no expert, but I thought you may want to take a look and see if it's what's allowing them past wards. Finally, my sluggish brain catches up. My eyes are wide when I look up, and he grins at me. Holy shit! This is what we needed. Ben. My hand gestures before I take hold of the object with both hands with a little shriek. Oh, FTCK. This could change everything. I throw my arms around him despite the presence of Stony Heart's people and jump in place. Ben laughs and hugs me back. I thought you'd appreciate it. I pull away. NV%, why didn't you show me last night? He becomes stem. You mean when you were dead on your feet from magic exertion? My lips twitched. It wasn't that bad. Ben barely keeps from rolling his eyes. You need to take better care of yourself. You were already drained yesterday. I didn't want to tempt you to push harder. Now you can start fresh. I do have a tendency to pour a little too much energy into my charms. I joke sometimes that I'm a professional napper. Let's go to Rowan's, I say. Exasperation flickers over Ben's expression. Finish eating your breakfast. I groan. You're not supposed to be the one bossing me around. But I shovel more of the cereal in my mouth, munching as quickly as I can without choking. His lips twitch. He keeps the volume of his next words low. I'm just looking out for you until we can both get bossed around. Ben's stellar work, her magic was hypnotizing before, that holds nothing to now. This is her completely in her element, crafting to reach a solution. She's like an unstoppable force of nature. A goddess of chaos prepared to destroy anything in her path to find what she's looking for. Even if it's currently escaping her. She had a long conversation with Rowan's brother, the ward master. I was surprised the man fit in this back room, but they spoke in depth about ward symbols. My understanding of magic crafting could fill a thimble, but it seems like somehow the Fey charm makes one of the symbols in which wards disappear. Makes the ward not see them. It's pretty confusing, but I'm not the one who needs to understand it. Stella is running 100 miles an hour. The ward master left with a harsh grumble about figuring out how to craft a ward without the symbol in question, but Stella isn't waiting for him. 4 prototypes have failed so far, but she doesn't let up. When I stop her to eat lunch, I fear for my balls, but she shoves a protein bar in her mouth and guzzles a bottle of water before disappearing into her task again. Connors is probably the wise one to walk the perimeter and watch the surroundings of the bookshop, but I'm fascinated by my witch. Because she is mine, even if for only a little while. I rub my chest, wondering if I'd give the same designation to a certain gargoyle when I'm distracted by the buzz of my phone, which I silent before Stella can glare at me. She gets testy about distractions when she's like this. I glance at the text message, expecting it to be Kalos, but freeze in surprise that it's Stony Heart. Think of the devil. Stony Heart, does she seem okay? I frown and glance at Stella, thinking of the odd mood she'd been in this morning. Apprehension tickles the hairs on my neck. Something happened? Me, why wouldn't she be? It takes no time for his answer. Stony heart, no reason. Bullshit. I blow out a breath, unsure how much of a right I have to demand a truthful answer. That's incorrect. He's given me the right. How involved me in this? Before I can inform him of that, he sends another text. Stony heart, if you could keep her from the penthouse until 5, it would be appreciated. I have people working on the bedroom. I blink in surprise. Stella's workshop comes to mind. He'd masterfully created that space for her. Is he doing the same with their bedroom? Does he feel guilty? Me, is it a surprise? Stony heart types for a moment before pausing and then starts up again. There's another pause, and my lips tip up when he finally sends the message because it's only 4 words. Stony heart, just keep her busy. So it is a surprise, but the gargoyle doesn't want to treat it like one for some reason. Curiouser and curiouser. I'm wondering in what way he fucked up, but Stony heart isn't going to tell me, and Stella will tear my head from my body if I disrupt her right now with such a question. I sigh, a part of me enjoying this interplay as I go back to watching Our Witch. Stella sits back, stunned. Is this a good fuck or a bad fuck? It sounds different from the other fucks she's recited today. I've come close to interrupting her again just for her to take a break because she's been at this non-stop, but I haven't come to the point of wanting to incur her wrath again for anything less than necessary. I did it. Her grin takes up her whole face. It works. I ask. It works, she shouts. Her happiness is so bright pulls me toward her like I'm some wilted flower, and she's the sun. All day her intensity and presence has wrapped around me, snaring deep hooks in my chest. Her brand of vibrant chaos summoning me as any being of energy would be. It's only now that her attention is on me that I give in to the tug. She throws her arms around my neck, and I don't know who kisses who first, but her plush lips devour mine hard. Stella's emotions overflow as she grasps my shirt with one hand and the back of my neck with the other. The kiss is all radiance and fire. Her joy transitions to need as quickly as the spark of an ember. I fall into her kiss, meeting her outpouring with my own. Relief and hunger whip up in my soul. Her legs V-map around my hips, and I press her into the work table. My cock is heavy, grinding in the cradle of her thighs and zipping sensations up my spine. She moans and breaks the kiss to take a breath. Fuck, she says, and I don't need an interpretation guide for this one. It's all tasty need. There's a sound from the front of the store, and I freeze. We're exposed. Stony heart hasn't gone out of his way to hide our arrangement, but if the news truly gets out, it will cause complications. He also hasn't given me permission to take this pasta kiss without him. I nip her lower lip before pulling away. No, she pants in complaint, and I shush against her lips. Later, love, I say without a thought. Please, she whispers and rocks her hips. I huff a laugh. I'm saving us both from punishment, temptress. Her expression does an odd thing at the reminder that we aren't the only ones in this relationship. Ah, yes, Stony heart fucked up somehow. But she fixes her face quickly. We need to tell him about the charm. Let's go. Now? I ask, looking at my watch. It's almost 5. I send a text to Connors, let him know that we're leaving, and he's in the clear to head back. Maybe if Stony heart had been more forthcoming with his plans, I'd be better at following his orders. Or maybe, even though I'm saving Stella from punishment, I have no wish to save myself. Rumi 1 Oh, the pleasure of such an esteemed visitor. I ask, taking a seat behind the meeting table in the library. Councillor Moon strolls to a shelf of books, looking over the spines. His tied-back long white hair and beard try to age him, but his tall strong body exudes his immortality. He definitely should get rid of the beard. This shelf construction is beautiful. Was it done by the gargoyles I passed on my way in? Moon asks. It was. The Bramblewicks do good work. I make small talk. As a rule, I never interact with gargoyle society, but the Bramblewick clan doesn't count. They are far from the hierarchical xenophobic collection of clans who somehow still manage to breed pure. The Bramblewicks are a bunch of misfits who give humans as much status as gargoyles and are the best at quality construction projects. Being gargoyles means that they understand the importance of a gift, especially when one makes yet another misstep with one's mate. I didn't enjoy the way I left her this morning. There's a miasma clinging to the memory that attempts to taint the pleasure we shared. It's the same darkness that lingering in my heart and caused me discomfort for days after our wedding night. Guilt that wars with craving need. How can I stay in control of myself while fucking my wife? I don't know how to interact with her without wanting to capitulate to everything she wants. Perhaps with time, she won't look to me for softness, but it doesn't stop me from wanting to give it to her now. It doesn't stop the ache when I withhold it. The energy of the room changes, and I roll my shoulders as Curious Shadow wisps Tum into Ben and Stella. Does she always squeeze her eyes shut when he teleports her? Ah, Lady Stella. Moon rises, his tone light. I was hoping you'd be able to be present for my visit. Councillor Moon. Her cheeks were flushed, but they lose colour as soon as she sees him. I wish I could assure her that everything is fine, but his presence is an omen. Moon rarely leaves his massive estate. And Mr. Barnes, I didn't expect you. Moon says. Ben swallows, his face expressionless. Kalos has an interest in the stabilization of this territory. We're offering a helping hand. I barely keep my lips from twitching in amusement. A helping hand indeed. I narrow my eyes at the time before casting a glance at the demon. It's 10 minutes to 5. The Bramblewicks are gone, but if Ben and Stella had gotten here any sooner, the work they did in bedroom wouldn't have been finished. The demon arches his brow in challenge. I focus on our visitor. I'll deal with the insolent masochist later. You were just going to tell me what made you want to leave your castle to visit us, I say to Moon. The councillor's brows rise, perhaps in surprise that I'm not ordering Ben away, but I don't owe him an explanation. I have plans for these two. I suppose we should just get down to it, Moon says. The council has noticed the unrest in your territory. My lips purse, and I readjust in my seat. Stella somehow gets paler. Unrest is expected when a new territory leader takes over, I say. What is this really about? Moon takes a chair with a sigh. It's multilayered. First, rumors of the Sova family have spread. They've been retrieved. I hardly think that's a bad thing, I say with a shrug. Stella looks surprised, and I nod to her. The mothers of children are home where they belong. We were able to get them from the Fey Plane this morning. Relief is stark on her face, but Moon continues. And they were taken in the first place. I narrow my eyes before rolling them. We both know that the incident occurred before I took over, but we also both know that it doesn't matter. Of course, when missing people were whispered about instead of acknowledged, that wasn't a problem. So what is the plan of the council? It sounds like they've already made up their minds. Moon's chin dips. They will run a vote in the territory. A certain portion want the people here to give a vote of no confidence. Ben sucks in a breath. A territory vote is very rare. It's within the council's rights as overseers, but it risks angering other territory leaders. To which they'll sweep in and place their own chosen figurehead, I assume, not showing my anger. Lobo's uncle must not realize that his nephew isn't in a position to take over more territory. Moon nods, unsurprised by that insight. He's the council representative for all creatures who aren't witches or shifters. He has his fingers in many pies, and what would you suggest? Stella asks. Moon shrugs. You need to have the territory put their trust in you. Anticipate foul play. Some representatives will not go about things fairly here, and I expect they will send agents to sow dissension. This is a game of politics. In the face of real problems, like securing the territory from the group trying to traffic our people, it's exhausting. I sigh. All because they don't want to give Kalos his win. Now the immortal being across from me rolls his eyes. Of course. They wish to exert as much power as they possibly can against him. Perhaps even tempt him to violence so they can finally attempt to put him down. They don't realize that it will be the last thing they try to do. Don't disregard your own standing though. I frown. Moon continues, with this territory grab, there are those who see you as getting too powerful for how rare your kind is. You hold too much influence that they can't get their hands on. They'd deserve it if Kalos and I teamed up together and wiped them from the map. But that would be anarchy, and the casualties of war don't hit the strongest, they hit the vulnerable. My eyes rest of Stella's too pale face. I will not endanger those I protect. How long? I ask. You have about a week before they make the vote public, and maybe another week before the votes are cast, Moon says. They are moving quickly. Thank you for the warning. The immortal shrugs. It's good for everyone if when the vote is cast, you come out on top. The other councillors may not see that, but I do. He is used to thinking of things in a much longer window than the others he serves with. It's unfortunate that a faction refuses to listen to him. Moon bids farewell and leaves the room on a somber note. The guard who directed him here meets him in the hall and leads him back to the elevator. It's just the three of us now. Stella begins pacing, like the energy around her needs an outlet. This is only giving truth to our suspicions. It doesn't change anything I say. It changes a lot. The charms aren't enough, Stella breathes. Fuck, I can possibly make them fast enough to provide the level of comfort we need. You figured out how to make the charms? I ask. Last I heard, she was still struggling with the limitations of the magic. She nods distractedly, but pride swells in my chest. She's done the impossible. Is there anything this witch can't do if she puts her mind to it? My eyes meet Ben's, and his grim expression lightens for a moment. We both appreciate how one of a kind she is. My admiration for her increases by the day. Perhaps that is why it's so hard to resist her. What if we conceive an heir? Stella says. I freeze. A stricken look flashes over Ben's features before he reels it back in. She continues, Ariel recommended it. Said the territory was hoping for it. I turn to take her in. Her lips are pressed thin, determination rolling off her in waves. Anyone who didn't know her would think that Stella desires to be a martyr over and over again. Once to many me to save her friend, and now again by offering up her body for the territory. But they'd be wrong. They wouldn't see the fire that exists in my mate. They don't see the woman holding my gaze and wanting to secure this territory in a way that leaves the council frothing. She wants to win. I don't know how she was ever able to hide in the shadows. Her light called to me even then. She was bombed to lead whether she knows it or not. But all those higher thoughts are drowned out by baser instincts. The hunger that I attempt to temper roars to the surface. The guilt from my misstep this morning won't stop me from devouring her lovely sacrifice. I'm only so strong. Be very care, real wife, I say, standing and striding around the table toward her. The sweetness of her scent has been driving me up the wall. I'd never spent much time contemplating the need for an heir. I'd never assumed mating the witch I've been obsessed with would make me want to mount her, but the compulsion is one that buzzes in the back of my mind. Stella's breath catches when I get to a step away and stop. My mouth waters, but this is something that requires clarity. I make my voice soft. Are you saying you want me to put a baby in you? Strategically, an heir would be a boon. Stella's aunt is correct. Along with the charms, it could be enough to tilt the odds in our favor. I'll do my best to tip the scales, of course, but an heir speaks of commitment. It realizes the need of the people here for our mating to be above suspicion. Stella blinks rapidly and glances at Ben, who is motionless, hands clenched at his sides. He doesn't know that we've flicked without his help, but maybe, just maybe, my Queen's Knight will stay if she admits to needing him. It's a concession I'm selfish enough to enjoy for this. The love he has for her is the consolation prize she more than deserves. I grasp her chin. Do you want us to put a baby in you? Her pupils expand, Ben's eyes widen, and he shakes his head. It needs to be yours by blood _ we'll be care real. I cut him off with a careless shrug. Are you saying you wouldn't want to help breed our witch? Ben's mouth drops open, but the flare of desire is there in the reddening of his cheeks. He assumed that this would be the moment he'd be dismissed. Short-sighted demon. His presence allows me to torment her in a way that we will all enjoy. I like the flavor of her anger. And maybe if she busy gnashing her teeth and cursing my name, those wide eyes of hers will stop gouging my heart for what I can't give her. Maybe, with his help, I can put a baby inside her without fanning the dangerous flames inside me that could destroy everything I've ever worked for. Fuck. The forbidden part of my heart that tries to stir around these two throbs at the idea of tying us tighter together. Of filling our witch until my seed takes root. This is a claiming whether either of them considers it to be. They will both be mine, and the rightness of that thought is a checkmate. But I'll still make her work for it. Stella finds her voice, and it burns as hot as her determination. Helps, then yes. The demon in question is still stunned, but his nod is almost imperceptible. My grin is so sharp it hurts. Then let us begin. If Ben Stella don't know if I'm more surprised by the room in front of me or the cascade of events. Ben turns from his place in the middle of our bedroom, having teleported here from the library so Stonyheart and I could be seen by his people entering our room together. He'd led me here with my hand on his elbow like some chivalrous king. Each step caused my heart to beat quicker than the last. It's a relief that he didn't try for small talk while scenarios of what we're about to do flashed through my thoughts. How exactly will Stonyheart involve Ben in this task? The mechanics are simple enough. I'd had him inside of me just this morning, but maybe that's the point. Ben is here to keep this from feeling like what happened earlier. I'm distracted from all the unknowns by the sight of our bedroom. What is this? I ask, but don't expect an answer other than Stonyheart's shrug. The hotel-like bedroom I'd left just this morning is gone. The more I take in the scene, the more details jump out. The biggest difference is the bed. The minimalist headboard has been replaced with a massive hand-carved creation in a warm-toned wood that rises up the wall. It would look heavy, but the carving has delicate openings like lace showcasing a swirling organic design of what looks to be flowers. The number of pillows has multiplied, ranging from soft lavender to deep plum and gamay. The gauzy curtains hanging from a new canopy cements the romantic and moody feeling of the room. I blink, realizing the rest of the furniture has been switched out for plusher-appearing chairs in darker colors. And that's when I see the piano placed against the wall of the sitting area. It's an upright rather than the baby grand we desecrated at my aunt's, but if the expression on Ben's face is anything to go by, it's impressive. Think of it as a courting gift, Stonyheart says before looking uncomfortable and lowering his voice. And perhaps an apology. An apology for what? Ben asks, taking his attention away from the piano. Stonyheart ignores him, but I know. It's for this morning. I can't track this gargoyle's motivations. He detailed that our relationship wouldn't be anything more than what happened between us earlier, but it seems to have settled as well for him as it did for me. But instead of feeling rejected, it left him guilty. I turn away and meander toward the bed, not wanting the memories of being left alone to take from this experience. The headboard is a masterpiece. I trace my fingers over the design, analyzing it. I love it, I say. Stony Heart barely acknowledges my awe-soaked words. Why would he? He's the master of his domain. He knew I would appreciate it, and so he made it happen. My finge mail catches on the loop that makes up the shape of a familiar cluster of blooms. The flowers are forget-me-nots. I glance behind me, meeting my husband's gaze. This is more than providing a piano to tempt the demon. He put the symbol I've used for Ben into our marriage bed. I don't think I've quite believed that Stony Heart was honest with his acceptance of Ben being a permanent part of our relationship, even if he hinted as much. But this is significant. This speaks of a forever type of commitment. Except Ben won't stay. My throat tightens, and I drop my gaze, focusing on why we're in this to begin with. The concems of the territory. The flicking council trying to undo all my hard work. It all leads to the one thing that I've let hang around the periphery of my mind. I just requested to get pregnant. However much the courting gift distracted me from that, the gargoyle stepping closer behind me is not deterred. His hunger presses on my skin and surprises me. I didn't assume this would be something he'd want, but he's always surprising me. A claw catches the chain on my neck, pulling the charm that keeps me from conceiving from my shirt. The metal tickles as it drags against my clammy skin. It's not too late to change your mind, he says, offering a respite. Maybe because I've started to tremble. It's the right course of action, I say, thinking out loud. And you said I'm fertile now. My cycles are erratic. If we wait any longer it will probably be couple months before I am again. I sigh out a breath, catching Ben's parted lips as he watches Stony Heart's careful touch. We don't have time for second guessing, I say to them, as much to myself. But do you want it? Stony Heart rumbles. Probably because my reaction could be taken for either fear or anticipation. I want kids. I just never planned for it to be like this. Or for a gargoyle's growled question about putting a baby in me to make my belly clench. It would be a relief not to have to assure everyone that this is the right decision, but Stony Heart never makes things easy. I want a lot of things. I turn and meet Stony Heart's gaze, breathless at the heat there. The chain and charm connecting us pulls taut. I'll work to make every wish a reality. Spoken like a gargoyle who would give me the world, but we both know his limits. I want you to love me in the same way I'm falling for you. I don't say it aloud, but it reverberates through my soul. I glance at Ben, knowing my wish for him to stay is just as useless. I may not have these men the way I'd want them, but I could have a child and oof of it the council at its own game. Stony Heart would protect us. He may not be a partner in love, but he's a protector to the very core of his soul. And I'm not alone. Ben removes his suit coat and places it on the piano before approaching to lean against the bedpost, his eyes as dark as I've ever seen them. He's still so buttoned up, but his dress shirt stretches across his chest with each fierce breath. His body is strung tight with the seductive energy that's spinning among the three of us. We're doing this. There are no doubts I'm willing to hear. I want it, I say. Stony Heart's nostrils flare, and the chain snaps. I gasp, but the bite of the metal pulling my skin is gone as soon as it begins. He takes a step back and places the broken chain and medallion in his kilt pocket, claiming it. Then you 11 have no problem saying exactly what you're asking for, he says. I blink in surprise. What? My husband's expression is dangerous. The greed there twists something low in my core. Stony Heart arches a brow. Ask us to kindly take advantage of your sweet slickness and breed you. My mouth drops open. You're going to make me beg for this. I'm going to make you do what you enjoy most. And the knowing look he gives me makes me want to snarl. My cheeks bum at his assertion. Asshole. As if this plan isn't exactly what we need. As if I'm not doing him a favor at all. The anger falters as quickly as it flashes because this isn't me doing a favor for him. This is us working together. Yes, a baby will stabilize the territory, but it's also something uniquely mine that he is giving me. But the satisfaction crinkling the corners of his eyes is telling. He's going to want more than just my begging, and I'm going to want to give more. To submit. It's my natural state around him. But it's also a vulnerability. As if reading my mind as much as my body, my husband invades my space, his wings rising, touching me with shadow and nothing else. Instead of haughty lust, his expression is one of understanding even as his words are hard. This is the cost for your request. By the end of this, I will own you whether you agree or not. I rock back on my heels, the words running over my skin like foreplay. Unlike when he mentioned owning me in the town car, I have more clarity. Stony Heart will never discard me. I'm more than an object to him. Just because I don't have his heart, doesn't he mean I don't own him as much as he wants to claim me. The decision is whether I trust him, which I do. And in that trust is understanding. He needs this game, the rules it offers, the distance. I need it too, for different reasons. I don't want to resist this pull anymore. And if I'm diving into the deep end, I want it to be on my terms. I lift my chin, taking in Stony Heart and Ben as I reach behind me and unzip my dress. I tug the fabric free, and their eyes lick down my exposed skin as the dress falls to the floor. The whisper of the cloth over skin has my nipples pressing hard against the lace of my bra. I kick the garment away and catch the shadow of Ben S. Adams' apple as he swallows. His expression bolsters me. He's not watching me strip to my unprotected layer, he's witnessing a celestial phenomenon. Something awe-worthy. And this moment is awe-worthy, damn it. Stony Heart remains frozen in place, neither smug at my actions or ready to take over. He waits, curious and guarded as if I'm a falling star that will rip him to shreds. Now that I've started, I don't want to stop. An energy builds behind my breastbone. I unhook my bra and shrug that off. My wet panties follow even as they try to cling to my inner thighs. My breathing is loud in my ears, and the air over my bare skin causes goosebumps to break out. A pleased purr escapes Stony Heart but cuts off when I kneel. I nearly gasp when my knees sink into the lush rug. The slight burn of the fibers digging into my skin sets off a reaction that has my legs squeezing together. Every sensation is magnified like this. The flare of surprise in the gargoyle's eyes is gratifying, and he doesn't wipe it away. His carefully controlled demeanor is cracking because of me. Because I'm kneeling before him and planning on shattering whatever resistance in this game he's going to play with my next words. Please. My voice starts out hoarse, and I clear my throat past the curious mix of humiliation and need. Fuck a baby into me, Rumi. The silence off-room has me continuing. I need it. Need both of you to use me. The emptiness in my core attests to the truth. Fill me up to the Ben makes a sound and adjusts himself. Stony Heart shifts his footing in front of me like he wants nothing more than to spring. It's in this submissive position that I feel the power I have over him, the reason he's so careful not to give me any purchase past skin deep. I don't resist my compulsion to touch him. His thighs are thick with muscle and hot under my hands. I've felt him before this, but this is the first time I've let myself sink into the experience. When I knelt before him in the town car, it had only been about reclaiming power. This is that, but also something more. I'm given as much as he is, and that makes me notice the finer details. His skin is thicker than a human's, with a rougher texture that takes me by surprise. I glance up at him, but he doesn't move to stop me as I glide my hands higher, under his kilt. The back of my hand brushes the tip of his hard cock before I pull away. His lip lifts as if he's going to give me a verbal correction for stopping, but I quickly unhook his kilt and let it drop. He may be attempting to hide his reactions, but the erection straining toward me can't lie. I keep my eyes on him as I give the head of his cock an open kiss before licking it. It's velvety and hot, and Stony Heart's fists clench near his thighs, ready to grab or demand more of me. I rub my tongue along him again, licking up the bead of precum that forms. The tension amplifies, waiting for a reaction from my gargoyle. I cast my eyes to the side and watch Ben grind his palm down on his own erection, and I regret in this instant having only one mouth and being in a power struggle with Stony Heart. I want these men on either side of me, touching and invading how they wish. But first, I want this gargoyle to break. Stony Heart's claws sink into my hair, and he forces me to take him deeper. It's a relief. I make a greedy sound and suck him further down, falling into the guidance I crave and making me feel powerful even while on my knees. Fuck, Stella, he growls, and I hum in delight at the unguarded sound of it. He fucks my mouth in leisurely strokes, each one allowing me to sink deeper into the role I want. I moan as I'm gifted more of his flavor, nearly on edge of my own release at the idea that he's going to fill me with cum when all is said and done. He presses against the back of my throat. I gag, and my body tightens, almost peaking from the power play alone. That seems to lift the spell I have over him, and he clears his throat. This is a treat, but it's hardly the way to get you pregnant. My cheeks bum even as I want to pout at how composed he sounds now. I slowly let his cock fall from my lips. Whatever you say, sir. His fist in my hair tightens, and his eyes narrow. For some reason, he didn't like that. Or perhaps it's the way I'm rebelliously staring at him, daring him to give me his worst. If I'm giving him my everything, I want reciprocation. Even if he's never going to love me. He pulls me to my feet. The action is so abrupt I nearly stumble, but he doesn't let me fall. Instead, he kisses me. It's a punishing kiss, instructing me not to push him. I open my mouth for him and taste all his conflicting emotions that make for such a unique profile. I'm under his dominance, I'm whole. My heart beats for him and Ben in corresponding thuds. That's the vulnerability that's so hard to visit. But we're trying to make a baby. It's fitting that it can't be as cut and dry as the physicality of it. The kiss breaks, and Stony Heart frowns like he's confused that when we touch there's no subsiding of craving. It just increases. I lean forward and keep my voice low. When it's like this, you feel closer to me than the blood under my skin, no matter how much of a distance you want to keep, I say. That is the cost of this. Stony Heart's frown deepens, and a clearing throat distracts both of us. I should go, Ben says, his cheeks flushed from watching us, but he's drawn the wrong conclusion from our push and pull. This isn't something that's just between the two of us, Stony Heart growls in frustration. The sound seizes something in my chest, and Ben freezes. With his grip on my arms, Stony Heart throws me on the bed. I yelp as I bounce across the comforter. Leave if you must, but my wife has been on the receiving end of both of our generosities without doing the proper work for it. I think it's time that she experiences some delayed satisfaction. Don't you, Bams? Ben jolts at Stony Heart's use of his surname, but it cements my certainty. This gargoyle is holding back with the both of us. I'm so busy decoding him that it takes a moment for the words to sink. I flip the hair out of my face and purse my lips, clinging to some semblance of control even with Stony Heart's manhandling. I'm not one for orgasm denial. You'll suffer through if you want to feel your demon inside of you. To have his cock stretch and prepare you to take me. I frown, but Stony Heart continues. If it gets too much, say Red. His smile is sly and full of fang. But we both know you won't. You don't want to be coddled. It's annoying when he's right. I lift my chin to the two of them and sit up. My toes curl at the sensation of the velvet blanket under my bare ass. You want me to fuck her? Don't you think that's risky with the charm being off? Ben asks, averting his eyes like he's still on the edge of leaving. Stony Heart shrugs like his own body isn't tight with need. Gargoyles are more fertile than demons as a rule. Mischief flashes in his eyes. And you're good at not coming when you're told. Ben shudders at the reminder of the first time his body joined mine, and I bite my lip. Please, Ben, I say. I want him to stay and play this game with us. I want as much of him as he's willing to give. It takes a moment, but Ben nods and unbuttons his shirt in efficient movements. I move to meet him on the edge of the bed. The darkness in his gaze spreads as it runs over my body. He's never seen men nude. The instinct to curl my legs up and hide my bare body from him is second nature, but he catches my ankle, halting me. Don't hide. You're a thing of beauty. Let me see you like this, he says, and I freeze. Ben releases my ankle, stroking the skin there before he finishes removing his shirt. The touch and sight distract me from the insecurity that he'll find me lacking now that he's seen all of me. Or at the very least not worth the drama of being involved with Stony Heart. Fuck. The lines of Ben's body are sharp and strong. My eyes NM down the lines of his chest, until they reach where his pants are still in place. His cock is hard against the material, and I can't stop the soft rock off me hips, trying to appease the liquid desire brimming over. You want her ready to take you? Ben asks Stony Heart, like we're in a business negotiation. And begging to come, Stony Heart adds, nearing within a step of us. Ben grips behind my knees and pulls my thighs wide. I don't think to tense before he's emmeling on the floor at the edge of the bed, bringing his face close to my pussy. I start to argue, needing to be filled, but cut off on a curse when his mouth descends to my wet core. I slam my eyes shut, and my back arches on the bed. The blare of pleasure on my already primed senses is a ragged sound that I echo with my voice. The hot tongue licking through my folds doesn't detract from talon-tipped finger threading through my hair before gripping me. My eyes snap open to Stony Heart's satisfied face. Eyes open, wife. You don't want to miss any of this, he says. The sight of Ben devouring me while Stony Heart watches is almost too much. My lower belly clenches as my hips grind into Ben's face. Ben lashes his tongue deep inside me, and the roiling pressure that gathered when I begged them to put a baby inside of me nearly breaks through. Stony Heart makes a sound, and Ben pulls away. No. I choke and try to grab hold of the demon between my legs, but Stony Heart keeps his grip on my hair, keeping me from doing anything more than writhe. So sensitive. You almost already came, Stony Heart admonishes. I'm gasping when I look up at my husband, eyes wide, ready to beg, but he's having none of my expression. You can take more, he says. Don't shorten now because of your impatience. I whimper at a touch to my inner thigh and glance down. Ben watches me with a teasing gleam in his eyes. His lips kiss the tender skin there, and the extra stimulation is not helping. I hate orgasm denial, but love it. No one but these two would ever push me this far. It makes me want to scream, but to also lay in wait for the promised prize. I think you're both enjoying this too much, I say. I feel Ben's smile against my skin. For as long as I live, I'll never forget how stunning you are right before you come. His words are full of gratitude but make me frown. There's a constant dancing at the back of my mind, but it's forgotten when his mouth engulfs my pussy again. This time, His fingers press inside my body. There's an ache from taking Stony Heart this momming, but that just makes the pleasure sink deeper, sharper. I grab the fist that Stony Heart has in my hair, and my spine bows as the sudden stimulation nearly throws me off the cliff of release again. But Ben is already pulling away, surprise on his face. My cheeks bum at the responsiveness of my body when I'm between the two of them. Stony Heart says in understanding. Best build the penetration slowly. She received a fucking earlier that's made her sensitive. A sound escapes my throat, tight with embarrassment. Instead of appearing offended that I let my husband fuck me, Ben inhales and gives one last deliberate stroke of his over my clit that causes me to tense, but it's not enough to give me the release that I'm aching for. I should probably start to stretch her out with my cock then. It's smoother than my fingers. His voice is hoarse, but the tone is still casual, and that has my toes curling in a mixture, something dark in my stomach that wants them to put me on all fours and use my body to bring theirs to completion. Stony Heart hums in agreement. I stare at the gargoyle above me to distract me from the sound of a belt being undone. His gaze is full of a voracious satisfaction. My body shakes when the air between my thighs warms with Ben's presence. You'll be a good pet and let him fuck you, won't you? Stony Heart asks, his lips curving with his tease as my body tightens. I nod. Yes, sir. The rounded head of a hot cock notches at my opening, and I don't have the self-control to keep looking away. Ben kneels between my open thighs. His eyes are black with his nature and shadows cling to him. I barely have time to admire his ruddy cock before he thrusts inside me. The penetration is thick and smooth, and it's a mindfuck to feel the soreness Stony Heart left inside me brush against the new sensation of the heavy stretch of Ben. Oh, gods, I whisper. Stony Heart's chuckle is raspy. They are not here. The sound spurs our bodies to move like we're his puppets. I moan as Ben's next thrust hits me deeper. The tension on my hair loosens, and Stony Heart leans away when Ben falls forward. His expression is intense and otherworldly, but his touch is familiar even as our bodies have never touched so completely before. His kiss tastes like love, and even though I know he considers it a temporary emotion for him, I'm as hungry for it as he is for me. The illusion that these men are only using me dissolves on Ben's tongue. He'll never be the one who can hide his feelings from me. And this feels like a goodbye. He fucks into my body like he'd rather give up breathing than fucking me, and it's nearly enough to distract me from the sensation that he's taking as much as he can now so he can leave. I gasp as I break the kiss and whisper the words that need to be said. You'll always have a place with us. Stony Heart approaches Ben's back, watching my face and no doubt enjoying the sight of his two toys fucking. He aches his brow at my statement, but only nods in agreement. Not that Ben is paying attention. His gaze is where his cock is wetly forging into my pussy. I grip his hair, not being gentle with pulling his demonic gaze up to meet mine. And repeat the words I should have demanded to exist before we reached this point. Ben. You'll always have a place with us. Ben's expression shifts but shudders before I can divine his reaction, but at least I know he heard me this time. Now when he kisses me, I tell myself that it's different than the goodbye from before, even if my ability to tell has become murky with my own rising need. Ben groans against my mouth, but his thrusts slow. Wish I could fill you like he will. Mark you. My heart pangs. Me too. I glance at Stony Heart, not wanting to offend him, but he only nods, like it makes the most sense in the world for us to want Ben's seed inside me. To want Ben to mark me in a way that would stake some ownership. Fuck, Ben stills inside me, holding his breath. His cock is ridiculously hard, and I imagine he's making a permanent shape against my insides. He's close, but the idea of him leaving this embrace is intolerable. A little more, I say, trying not to rock my hips like my body demands. Please. Ben groans in obvious strife. Stony Heart drags his teeth over Ben's tense shoulder. He must have his front against Ben's back. You can give her another stroke, can't you? I feel like we all watch as Ben slowly thrusts inside me again, going so deep that our bodies are flush. His cock swells, and I imagine what it will feel like for him to come this deep inside me. I'll experience that SCXM. The pressure of hot seed filling me up as deep as it will go. There won't be anything to stop it from flowing into me and taking root. Breeding me. I make a helpless sound. The idea of being claimed so deeply by either of them has the orgasm they've both been teasing me with rushing to the surface, and my pussy clenches around a cursing Ben in a necessary if foolish compulsion to capture him. Ben yanks himself away suddenly, and I sob at the loss. A hot splash of fluid hits my inner thigh and the sheets between us. Fuck, that was close, he gasps, falling on his side beside me. Stony Heart croons, taking Ben's place between my legs. But you performed admirably. See how wet and desperate she is for us. She likes the idea of taking load after the load. He presses the pad of his thumb against my sopping center, rubbing deeper before bringing the excess of my wetness, the proof that these men make me weak, up to my clit and massaging it in soft circles. She's so open. Stony Heart's eyes glint with wanting, and I spread my thighs wider, accepting his words for the fact they are. Ben's attention is locked on where my husband touches me. This is dangerous. But that's part of the fun. Allowing yourself to feel her and holding back while everything you are wants to stay inside her and leave your mark. The denial is a type of pain that makes you hard. The truth of those words is in Ben's swallow. I half expect him to disappear on us, but he doesn't. Instead, he grits his teeth, pulling his gaze from my pussy and NMS his hand up my thigh to where he'd left his mess. Instead of wiping the cum away, he rubs it into the skin. I moan. Stony Heart's laugh is playful. Bet you wish you weren't wearing that scent-blocking charm now. I feel my energy on her, and it's enough. He glares at Stony Heart and something in the gargoyle's expression flickers. I think he's going to tackle the demon to the bed and bestow his own energy on him, but he pulls his attention back, focusing on me again. My skin tingles, but he doesn't give me much time to anticipate. Stony Heart picks me up. We'll let your knight do his duty and comfort you. My mouth opens in question, but he turns me toward Ben and I'm straddling him, my pussy brushing his already hard again cock, and he hisses. A large hand grips the back of my neck and pushes me forward until my hands bracket Ben's face. I press my forehead against Ben's, needing the small consolation while my insides ache with emptiness. He makes a shushing noise I don't understand until Stony Heart pulls my hips up and his giant cock presses against where Ben left me soft and needy. I moan, my lashes fluttering shut at the heated head of my husband pushing into my body. He's already slick with precum and the thought of that has my pussy clasping him in need. Easy does it, wife, Stony Heart grits. If you're too tight I could hurt you. I try to relax, and he sinks deeper. The sensation is breathtaking and freely presses the ache off what he did to me this morning, forcing me to soften more, give more. My lips tremble as the sharp stretch works its way to a duller one. A soft brush on my mouth has me opening my eyes to take in Ben's captive expression. He kisses me again, and I moan into it as Stony Heart retreats and forges forward with an impatient thrust, the smacking sensation of his knot against my pussy the only hint of how the feel of my body is affecting him. Ben's hands go down to brace my thighs for Stony Heart's thrusts, and I'm locked between the two of them in a way that has the interrupted orgasm from earlier rising to the surface and preparing my body for what I need to take with a gush. You're so beautiful, he whispers against my lips, giving me the vocal validation I'm craving since Stony Heart has been silent. I shudder and sink my shoulders lower, giving Stony Heart the better angle. Submitting to the drag of his girthy cock inside of me. Stonyheart growls, and I hold my breath for his composure to crumble, but he remains quiet. It distracts me from the overwhelming feeling of being trapped between them. You're taking him so well, Ben says. He nips my lower lip to bring me back before continuing, he's going to breed you so deeply no one will doubt his possession of you. Fuck, I whimper, tightening around the shaft of the silent gargoyle behind me, but he only thrusts deeper. I growl in frustration and whip my head around to glare at Stonyheart. Are you bored back there? He holds his hips and narrows his eyes. Does it feel like I'm bored? He punches his hips sharply, and I cry out. Feels like you've gone to sleep, I say, even though my voice is high as I dare my husband to really fuck me. He growls, and it takes effort not to roll my eyes to the back of my head with the swell of need that the sound pulls from my body. Excitement flares from the pit of my stomach and travels outward until the skin of my feet tingles. But he's keeping his distance still, and that's unacceptable. If you can breed a baby into me, then perhaps I should find someone else who can, I say. Ben sighs, and I don't know if it's from exasperation with me or Stonyheart. But the next deafening growl from Stonyheart has the two of us moaning. My breasts rub against Ben, and I raise my hips higher in my skull. Then Stonyheart really starts to fuck me. There's no slow roll of hips, this is messy and loud. I cry out, but he doesn't slow. Is my wife getting bored with me and our demons so quickly? Do you need a reminder that you're ours? Stonyheart grinds his knot against my entrance, and I nearly dissolve in whimpers. No, I gasp. My thighs shake, but Ben holds me steady for each impact of the growly gargoyle. It's a surprise his knot hasn't somehow slipped in with the force of his movements. I want you with me. The cock that's rearranged my insides hardens even more, and I breathlessly wail knowing what's coming. He hisses. Now you have me. My husband's cock swells and throbs as he comes. Heat and pressure build deep in my belly, adding to the considerable stretch. His fist grips his knot but presses against my pussy like he's trying to keep that errant part of anatomy from invading me, but can't he stop the temptation of trapping his release inside me through other means. He groans and pulses again, and I moan low in my throat at the unforgiving pressure. Holy fuck, I sob. Ben huffs a laugh. I'd hardly call this holy. I try to laugh, but the hot release filling me starts to spill out. Stonyheart starts to pull away and his seed gushes from me and onto Ben, who's stopped laughing and moans while watching the sight. I can hardly focus on that because with the new emptiness comes a confusing rush of feelings. A gaping loss yawns in my chest, and I make a confused whimper. I need. I try to move my hips, but neither Stonyheart's grip on my hips or Ben's hold on my thighs release me. The sob that had been from satisfaction before rises in my throat with an odd panic and turns into a whine. I'm so fucking empty. It's as if I've become a sucking black hole. The warmth of the moment is gone, and every muscle in my body attempts to curl in on itself. Stella. Ben's voice seems distant from the sensations raging through. I've experienced this sensation before, but it wasn't nearly as world-ending as it is now. You're not, I pant, looking back in desperation at my husband. I need you to, not me. Stonyheart's lips purse, and he shakes his head. My eyes squeeze shut. My throat swells with the thought that no matter how bare and stripped to my soul I am, he still won't risk knotting me. And in the wave of emotion coming down from this high there's only despair. I'm drowning. This is more than the denial of this morning. This is rejection on a soul-deep level. Tears start to gather in my eyes. Ben shushes me, trying to avert the crash of my reaction with soft kisses on my cheeks. At my sob, he changes tactics. The world tumbles as I'm flipped onto my back. Ben's flushed face is determined and takes up all of my vision. Stay with me, love. The tears in my eyes start to pool, but Ben's warm body above mine shifts. I feel the brush of his fingers on my inner thigh before his hard knuckles press against my messy pussy. Oh! Surprise is a flash but disappears into a heavy sensation as his too wide fist grinds against me. My head falls back on a groan, but I keep my gaze on his. Ben rumbles in satisfaction. That's it. Relax for me. It's not a knot, but with each rotation of his wrist he stretches me. I only feel his first two knuckles, but it's enough to give my body the pressure it's begging for. The crushed part of my soul that needed the intimacy of Stony Heart's body being locked inside mine is being fed. Each moment brings soothing mini orgasms flowing over my body and allowing the tension drawing me tight to ease. After a few minutes the worst of it is gone, and embarrassment rushes to the surface. I don't know what happened, I say, my cheeks burning. Talons comb through my hair, and I let my eyes flutter shut to avoid looking at the gargoyle just yet. Just some haywire instincts that I didn't realize would affect you quite so strongly. My apologies, Firefly. You're taking him so well. I peek down my body and moan at the sight of Ben's fist pressing against me. The driving need to want him deeper dissipates. I start to relax just as I register the flush in Ben's cheeks and the clench of his jaw as he watches his fist massage me. There's movement, and Ben makes a surprised sound. Stony Heart wraps his hand around Ben's cock, stroking the demon. Such a good demon doing exactly what she needs, he says. He surely deserves a prize, doesn't he? I nod, floaty and satisfied as Ben's body strings even tighter above me. My hands stroke his face and until the moment he breaks. Stella, he gasps, before crashing his lips down on mine and muffling his shout with our kiss, the splash of his release on my stomach further soothing me for some reason. Maybe because no matter what happens in this bed or outside of it, there's a comforting truth that we're in this together. Bend the white keys of the piano without pressing down. The room is dim with the light of dawn. I should go. I should have left last night after Stony Heart cleaned us up with a washcloth while Stella and I were in a post-orgasm stupor, but Stella's hand had found mine as I was pulling away to leave the bed, and I could no more ignore her whispered pleas for me stay than the beating of my own heart. So, I stayed, and we all showered together. We ordered takeout and discussed nothing more consequential than our favorite movies. The interaction felt needed after the intensity of the sex. Stony Heart had been quiet for much of the odd date, adding a sly quip or suggestive turn of phrase here and there, obviously not used to keeping conversations from becoming work-related, but his touches sang of satisfaction. And those he freely bestowed. The shower had been the most challenging to keep from rising to all the affectionate touches, but by the time we'd pulled up a movie on a tablet in bed together, my skin was humming with delayed need. The urgency of needing to breed Stella had taken a back seat now that Stony Heart had fucked her properly without the presence of the charm, but that didn't stop us from tossing the movie away halfway through to do the dance again. And here I sit in a bedroom that's not mine wearing nothing but boxer briefs in front of a piano that neither of the inhabitants play after spending the night in a married couple's bed. Stella's still asleep, but Stony Heart was gone before I woke. It should have been difficult to sleep with him on the other side of Stella, to have his wing draped over the two of us, but it wasn't. It felt like home. You 11 always have a place with us. Is what Stella had said, but it's not a sentiment I can afford. Even if it feels like with each moment together, the two of them dip their fingers into the inkwell of my heart and leave smudgy fingerprints on my soul. You never did thank me for the piano, Stony Heart says softly from behind, and I start with surprise. I'm truly a terrible bodyguard that I didn't notice him entering from the balcony. It's not mine, I say back just as softly. I tum in my seat and look to the bed. Stella still lays there, sleeping deep. It could be. It's hard to see him in the low light, his features are in shadow with the windows behind him even as he nears, but his nature is clear in his movements. I clear my throat and ignore the statement, moving on to a different thought I've been pondering. You withholding your not from her? I ask. He doesn't confirm it, but he doesn't have to. He turns, and the slight clench of his jaw catching the light is enough. I focus on the keys again. You told me before is applicable here. This is something I need to dig into. When Stonyheart doesn't he say anything, I continue. With the way you watch her when she's not looking, there's no part of you that won't be unscathed by this. I don't know why he's holding back, and part of me doesn't care. Stella deserves better. I'm temporary, but he's her husband. It's not fair for both of us to deny her the mate she needs. Her body cries out for him, and all I can do is offer poor comfort. But I'm realizing that's why he wants me here. To provide comfort. To give Stella a place to stow the feelings of her heart. And I want to give her that while I can. For the woman who deserves everything, I'll give her my all. For now. Maybe I'll even convince a gargoyle to give her the love match she merits by the time their heir is conceived. How did Kalos accomplish the tight hold he has on your loyalty? The rumors around you are rather lacking. Stonyheart doesn't respond to my statement, but I know he's heard it. I roll my eyes at his change of subject. I can only hope he considers my words. Nothing will ever make this gargoyle do something he doesn't want to. It's not like it's a secret. Stonyheart arches a brow. I shrug. I was told that my mother abandoned me when my demonic traits started showing. So I survived by doing odd jobs and from the charity of others. It was one such job that Kalos caught a hold of me. It had actually taken a few run-ins for me to listen to the dragon and trust what he was offering. I had the ability to teleport then as I do now, and there was no way he would have been able to hold me if I didn't want to be held. He offered safety. I clear my throat. He took me under his wing, shared his home and allies. He's the only one I can point to who raised me. And so you owe him your eternal servitude? I glare at the piano. He's my family. He's stopping you from living a full life with the woman you love. Stonyheart leans against the piano, but I don't look up at him funny. I thought the gargoyle she married had more to do with that. I don't deny that I love Stella, but loving someone doesn't solve anything. My duty is to my family. Stonyheart scoffs. Did you hear me contradict her last night? You 11 always have a place with us. I didn't hear you make any offers of your own, I say to distract myself from the memory of those words, but Stonyheart doesn't reply. My curiosity gets the better of me, and I glance at him. He's grinning at me, and the wicked curve of his lips is captivating. That's because you're not ready for that. Frustration at the games he's playing rises at the back of my throat in what would be a silent growl. Are you going to play for us? Stella's sleepy voice startles us both. I hesitate and nearly laugh at myself. The boundaries that I set for myself with these two are strict, but I can't be a hypocrite and hide my vulnerabilities after promising I'd give her my all. Wouldn't it wake the others? I ask, thinking of the other people who live in this penthouse who didn't see me enter this room, but surely have their suspicions. Stella huffs a laugh. I can only hope the walls are more soundproof than that with how vocal you two had me last night. Stonyheart's lips twitch. They are. Though it would be convenient if that Leonid spy heard your pleasures so we can attempt to test the limits. He looks delighted at the challenge. Stella throws one of smaller pillows at him, and he catches it. None of your ideas before coffee, she says. My brows rise, and Stonyheart and I exchange a glance. That wasn't I am stalling, and for some reason Stonyheart is letting me. Perhaps because the last time I refused to play for her, Stella was hurt. She possesses more of that gargoyle than he knows, but I won't hurt her by keeping this part of my soul from them. While I'm here, my heart is hers. And Stonyheart. He can have whatever is left. I play, starting soft with a pretty melody that makes me think of dawn. I'm self-taught and have never performed for anyone. Music is something that is wholly mine, and now I'm sharing it. The process is more anxiety-inducing than I expected. But as the music swells in my chest, the tightness in my throat from these two being my audience begins to fade, and I'm lost to it. To wildflowers and dark stormy nights. The composition starts as a simple tune but morphs into something else. Something dark that intertwines with light and speaks of hope and impending grief in a sweeping melody. I'm interrupted by large hands pulling me from the piano bench and gripping either side of my face. And like the music, I lose myself to Stony Heart's kiss. Fangs scrape my lips, and my chest presses against his harder one as I clutch him to me, skin against skin, heart to heart, and allow him to devour me. There's something to the act that almost feels angry, but I don't know why. It's all tongues and teeth, and I'm completely engrossed. I have to break the kiss to gasp for breath, but he doesn't release the grip he has on my face. What a talented little songbird you turned out to be, he says, and the frustration I see burning on his face confuses me. The sound of rustling sheets has both of us looking toward the bed. Stella's expression is one caught between wonder and lust. Her eyes watery, and her cheeks flushed. That was beautiful, she says, and my cheeks prickle. I don't know for a moment if she means the music or the kiss. Part of me thinks it's a remark about both. Hungry so soon? Stony Heart teases, any hint of the frustration from H before has been wiped away. Stella bites her lips. Her thighs slide together under the sheets as if she needs to release the tension between them, but she winces. Sore? Stony Heart asks, and she hesitates before nodding. But I want more, she says. A little pain is okay. I'm just not as greedy about it as Ben is. The burn in my cheeks spreads to my ears, and Stony Heart TSKS, giving me a waning look to stay put before releasing me to walk to the bed. Without ceremony he pulls the sheet that she has clutched to her breasts away, and my heart skips at the reveal of the expanse of her skin and soft curves. She yelps in surprise as the demanding gargoyle pulls her to lay flat and gestures for her to spread her legs. Stella's breath catches as her thighs fall open without hesitation. I groan from my vantage point but don't move from the spot where her husband left her. Pussy is wet and puffy, but the pink-red color speaks of the arduous use it received last night as we bred her. Your cunt is rather abused, Stony Heart muses and lowers into a kneel, bringing his face close in a way that has me swallowing envy. My mouth waters from the memory of her taste. I've been remiss in caring for you. I'll get some proper healing ointment for the job, but in the meantime, the breath Stella hisses in is a mixture of pain and pleasure as his long tapered tongue licks through her folds. Stony Heart's chest rumbles, and he lifts to hover, a string of saliva descends from his mouth and pools on Stella's waiting pussy. Her face flames red as he brings her hand to cover the mess. Let that soak in and heal what it can. Maybe by the time I'm done with our demon you can bear me a gam. Fuck, I whisper, remembering that gargoyle saliva has healing properties. Well, now I care much less about the pain she breathes. His lips pull into a grin. Patience, Firefly, it doesn't do to be greedy. Not when Ben has been so generous. Both of their gazes land on me, and the bumming desire low in my gut escapes to run rampant through my veins. In a flash, he's on me again. He grips my hair near my scalp, this time to tilt my face how he wants before returning to kissing me. My sound of surprise is drowned out by the thundering of my heart in my ears, and my mouth opens against his. I don't know his intention with these kisses, but I don't care. My arms wrap around his body, and I grind myself against him. The kilt he wears offering friction against the thin fabric of my underwear. I haven't received attention like this from him before. There's always been Stella between us, or quick and angry kisses interspersed with moments of pain. This feels like he's going to take his time with me, and that's the type of terrifying thought that causes the base of my spine to tingle and the rest of my body to become pliant. Claws dig into the space between my shoulder and throat, and I break the kiss with a cry of sharp pain as my skin gives way to blood. The sting makes my eyes water, and I open my mouth, but the complaint in my throat stops at the flicker of something familiar in Stonyheart's pale gaze. I'm sure I'm mistaken about the same glint of possessiveness he gets when Stella isn't looking directed at me, but his words distract me. So obedient this morning. Quite a difference from yesterday. I huff a pained laugh. That's what this is about? Me bringing Stella back to the penthouse earlier than he wished? But a part of me isn't surprised. I wanted his punishment. I can take direction if the motivation is right, I say with false bravado. My eyes don't match my tone and are glued to him, licking the red from the tips of his dark claws. The vibrant color stands out on the purple of his tongue. Eat or blood? He's tasting my very essence like a connoisseur and makes a rumbling hum of pleasure at the flavor. My cock throbs painfully harder. I don't try to fight him when he pulls my head to the side and licks the stinging punctures his claws left. I moan at the warm slide of his tongue over the wounds, the tapered end pressing against one hard enough to make the muscles in my back tense as if to escape before the sting becomes a dull throb, and I gasp in relief. And now you bear my mark, he says, entirely too satisfied. The punctures are where a mating mark would go. I'm about to spiral into confusing thoughts about what that means, but he pulls our bodies together, and the grind of his own erection against mine has my mind emptying. He lifts me, I'm unprepared, already dizzy with arousal. He pushes me away and the world tilts as I fall. The bed catches me, the scent and feel of the sheets against my back already familiar. I glance to the side, and Stella is in reaching distance, looking much more awake and mischievous. Stonyheart pulls my underwear down, and the scrape of the elastic waistband against my cock has me exhaling roughly. Soft hands stroke through my hair, and I look up at Stella. With how she's leaning forward, the rosy tips of her breasts hang tantalizingly close. But the bastard of a devil distracts me. A wet heat covers my cock, and I choke. Stonyheart's mouth is on me. The light drag of fangs over my stiffness has a cold sweat breaking out on the back of my neck, but my body doesn't care about danger or pain. If anything, it delights in both. I look down, and the sight of the gargoyle taking me into his mouth is one that makes the bottom of my stomach drop out. Never would I have thought that he'd do this to me. My hand grabs a grey worm at the next sharp edge that teases my tender skin. Stonyheart arches a challenging brow, but instead of releasing him, I rub my thumb near the base of it, the spot that my research reported is sensitive. His eyes glaze over a little, and I moan at the moment of shared pleasure. The next time he takes me deep, my head falls back. Fuck. His lips stretch into a smile around my shaft. He pulls off me on the next up motion, and I whimper at the loss. His hand continues the action, giving much harder strokes than his mouth allowed. That's it, songbird. Let us both hear you, he says. My next moan is desperate. With a snarl, he rises and pulls me down the bed with my legs on either side of his hips and grips our cocks together. His hand is large enough to encase the both of us, but it's unforgivingly tight. You're the devil, I curse, and he laughs. A sound escapes my tight throat, and I can't help thrusting into the tight ring of his grip. The throb of his cock against mine and the slick of his saliva makes this action almost as intimate as if he were inside me. It's that thought that has my body breaking. My muscles wrench tight, and my back arches. I cry out as liquid fire shoots up my spine. My release splashes against my stomach and chest. The mess of it prolongs the moment like a sweet note. Stonyheart growls in satisfaction, not stopping his hand from stroking our cocks. probably wanting to push me past the brink of painful oversensitivity and filling that empty part of myself that wants the pain to join the warring sensations in my chest. Reality crashes down. I clutch his wrist. You can't come like this. Even though I want him to cover me in his seed. To mark me with his dark energy for days, to accompany the zing awareness that connects the three of us. It would be a waste. I glance at Stella, who is now skulking where she sits, waiting for her husband's next command. Stonyheart's eyes narrow. It'd be a waste to mark you like this, even though I can smell how much you want me to. It needs to be inside her, I grit out, embarrassed that he can scent that. I should get a prize for making my brain work when it's been melted by orgasm instead of dismissing my words. Stonyheart releases me. I'm not disappointed. I'm not. This is how it has to be. Is that where you want me to come, Firefly? He asks Stella, who nods eagerly. With an inherent grace, she sinks her chest down and raises her ass in the air. Her cheek rests on the bed, her eyes are full of tamed chaos. Please. The complete submission of the position and the blissed-out expression on her face makes me want to be the one filling her, but that's not what I'm here for. Stonyheart isn't immune to the display, walking to the other side of the bed to take the position behind her. His cock is so hard it's weeping. Such a pretty little wife with a womb to fill. His hand caresses the curve of her ass before gripping her hip. He only presses in close enough to drag his cock through her wetness. Well, if our demon doesn't want this seed, it should go to good use. The jealousy is quick and silly, so I'm able to breathe through it with the roll of my eyes. Stonyheart is taunting the both of us with his dirty talk, and somehow it makes losing out on this better, like I'm still involved even though this is between the two of them. Stella moans into the sheets, rubbing her cheek against the bed as if to calm herself, but she doesn't have to be patient for long. Stonyheart mounts his wife, and the wet sound of his body cleaving into her makes me gasp and my cock attempt to twitch back to readiness. The appendage is too spent for that, and all I can do is wince at the driving need. He rolls his hips gently at first, testing her soreness, and when she doesn't wince in discomfort, each thrust becomes harder. Stella's little sounds of pleasure egg him on, and the flow of their bodies is artwork. Watching him flick her is the most erotic thing I've ever seen. The only thing that would make this more arousing is if he pressed the swollen knot on his shaft to lock inside her. I want to see her pussy stretch to engulf it. The thought of that has tension growing in my lower belly, and I breathe out in exasperation. These two make me insatiable. Stonyheart smirks at me, probably able to scent how satisfying this is. Perhaps I could stay around long enough after they conceive, when his seed isn't needed, to feel him inside of me like that. Stella's cry of completion and Stonyheart's deep growl reverberates through my chest and yanks at my heart as surely as if we're one. I can only hope the bodily connection and the memories are enough to nurse the gap and hole in my soul they are going to leave when this is done. Stella, I sip my coffee and take in the rare sight before me that I would have missed if I hadn't forgotten my phone. Though a lot of good it does me since I'd forgotten to charge it. Stonyheart and Ben are still asleep, the gargoyle's arm wrapping around the demon. The positioning of the sheet low over their hips cultivates a warmth in my core that should be extinguished by now. This is the second day of waking up with them. Though yesterday they both woke before I did. I'm too energized to stay asleep. I've already been out to eat breakfast and been teased by Fiona about missing the self-defense lessons I'm supposed to be attending every morning. Though she was sure to add that I've obviously been wrestling in the meantime. Even Silas had cracked a smile at that one. The fact that everyone in the penthouse seems to be aware that Stonyheart is trying to knock me up did not cause her comment to make me blush any less. It makes the truth more awkward. I'm pretty sure my fertility window is over. Stonyheart was just as touchy-feely last night, but it wasn't nearly as driven as it has been. I'm doubly grateful that after Ben seduced the both of us with his music yesterday morning, we accomplished leaving the bed, and I got a head start on making the charms against the fey magic. If I can keep the same pace of work, I may be able to make 2 of them a day. Because when I take a moment to breathe and evaluate my magic and my body, I don't sense pregnancy. Maybe it's too soon to tell, but for a witch, it should be obvious the moment conception happens. Our magic is a part of us from our bodies to our souls. If Stony Heart's seed didn't take, and I'm no longer ovulating, the charms are the next course of action. I don't let myself ponder the disappointment. I'm so in my head that I miss Stony Heart's eyes open. You're looking way too smug this morning, Stony Heart says. I have 2 hot men in my bed, I think I deserve to feel smug. I smile and finish my coffee. Ben hums and stretches, waking up. The fact that neither of them spring away from the other is a sign. The distance Stony Heart has been keeping from the 2 of us is diminishing. Maybe when he wakes up more that will change, but it's comforting when his hand flexes on Ben's shoulder before pulling away. With all the sex and teasing of the last couple of days, there's a clarity that I refuse to ignore. We belong together. The 3 of us. I don't know how we can get Ben to stay or if Stony Heart will ever open his heart, but this feels right. Stony Heart crooks a finger at me, and I hesitate. I just did my hair, but the delicious sight of the 2 of them rumpled pulls me forward. He takes my coffee mug and places it on the side table before snatching me by the waist and pulling me into the bed. I shriek, landing with 2 hard bodies on either side of me, but they only laugh. Ben's hands start pulling off my dress. I've already gotten ready for the day, I complain. So ready, Ben says, nipping my ear and making me giggle. Stony Heart puts his mouth over my mating mark, and I sigh in pleasure at the short circuit that Spot has to overriding my good intentions. But we have things to do, and I spread my hands against the gargoyle's chest to push him away and somehow get out of this bed full of hands. Don't you want to reward your demon for his commendable service? He asks. Don't you want for him to finally fill you? His words have me stopping long enough for Ben to get my dress off. He can come inside me. I ask as a roundabout way of asking about how fertile my scent is. I don't want to have the discussion yet that our plan doesn't seem have bomb fruit. The question gets Ben's attention, and he pulls me to straddle him, his hands sliding up my thighs. His cock throbs against my panties, to which my pussy immediately responds, making them stick to me with the flush of desire slickening my folds. I moan as Stony Heart pulls the gusset of my panties aside for Ben's erection to slide against me. Gods, Ben says. Please say yes. I've been dreaming of this. I rock my hips against him, imagining how it would be to be dripping with Ben and Stony Heart's cum at the same time. My nipples are so hard against my bra that they ache. We should at least finish getting me naked for a moment like this. But I can't wait. I notch the head of him to me right as the bedroom door swings open, and the world ends. Stony Heart fuck. Silas's curse hits me like a bucket of cold water. I freeze. Ben's wide eyes meet mine, but there's a thread of determination there. He's not leaving me to deal with the fallout of this. Stony Heart's wings spreads around us, preserving some modesty, but it's clear what's happening, and that it's not just Stony Heart in bed with me. Apologies, my lady, I thought you had started work, but I didn't know where you'd gone. Silas sounds like he's facing away from us. He pauses like he's regretting all his life decisions. We have an issue. I choke out a sound because this moment seems like it's never going to end, and Ben runs a hand through my hair to comfort me. More of an issue than Kalos man being in your bed. Which I'm just so surprised about. Silas's voice is dry and slathered with sarcasm so thick it's audible. Silas Stony Heart growls. My cheeks bum at apparently how obvious our arrangement has been. Silas continues, this can't wait. It's an official petition from the dragon for Stella's presence. Stonyheart sits higher and his wing V maps around my back tighter, pressing Ben and I together. Danger rolls off him in waves. Why? Silas takes a hesitant breath. Stella, your mother has returned. Ben says, leaning against the door jamb of the bathroom. How I fix the damage the two of them did to my hair. An official petition through Kalos was the best way that she'd know to get to see that you're safe and whole. Why not just answer the phone? I ask. Once I connected my phone to a charger, I'd seen the missed calls and texts. My heart hurts at how panicked they sound. I tried to call her back, but she's not answering. He shrugs. Maybe she wants to talk in person? Or maybe she assumes anything you say will be influenced by Stonyheart. She doesn't know him. He says it carefully, and I chew my lip. She doesn't know if he's any different from Lorenzo. I take one more fortifying look into the miner before turning. Let's get this over with. Ben holds out his hand, and I make sure to squeeze my eyes shut so I don't arrive at Kalos nauseous. Stonyheart had agreed that it would be best for Ben to take me alone. We don't want whatever my mother is going to say to get spread around, and Stonyheart trusts Ben to keep me safe. The air whips around us before settling, and I open my eyes. We're standing in front of the imposing door of Kalos' office. I take a steadying breath, and the door swings open, the dragon in question stepping out. Oh good, you're here. Kalos' relief is clear. His nostrils flare, and my cheeks heat. I don't know if I'll ever get used to the lack of privacy when it comes to paranormal beings with heightened senses, but I live in a territory of shifters. I can get over that he knows exactly what we've been doing. And not too worse for wear. At least she can tell how thickly Stonyheart has plastered you with his scent. Kalos Ben warns him but doesn't continue. The dragon raises a brow at the protective gesture. That witch has turned my mate against me and demanded I summon another territory leader's wife through official means. She's a menace. Ben makes a sound. Don't make it sound like you're helpless in the face of one witch. Kalos narrows his gaze. A distraught mother. Do not underestimate that. She was going to kick up a fuss in Stonyheart's territory, and I assume that would go poorly with what Moon has shared with me. Fuck. It would have, I say. I need to see her right now. Where is she? Kalos blows out a breath and turns to lead us away from his office. We move through the mansion that I'm relatively familiar with until we get to the outdoor patio where Katerina has a hand resting on Mom's. Mom looks up at me, and I stop. Hi, I say. The greeting all at once too much and wholly inadequate. I've always been happy that we look so similar and that I didn't take after Lorenzo almost at all, but now that detail is a punch in the face. Her red-rimmed eyes and stark, tempered expression is like peering at my own grief. It takes a moment of reminding myself that I'm safe and everything has worked out for the best to keep my heart from wavering. I nod to Katerina, who gets up and gives me a hug. We'll leave the two Ophia to talk, she says. Ben begins to argue, but Katerina yanks him with her. He lets her after I whisper that it's okay and probably so he doesn't upset the pregnant woman's balance. When we're alone, the tension in the room swells. Her worry against my guilt. Hi. Mom asks, and anger is now center stage. I clear my throat and take Katerina's seat across from her. I didn't want you to find out this way. How would I have found out? I finally reach a place with reception only to receive an email congratulating me on your wedding. Her voice is high, and she purses her lips for a moment as if to calm herself. I frown, momentarily derailed from the emotion by the detail. An email? From whom? The disbelief on her face would be comical any other time. It's important, I press. She narrows her eyes as if to lecture me on what details are actually important, but the surge of her annoyance gives way to exasperation, and she waves her hand with a shrug. One of the council members. MC something or another. I don't know him. Fuck. When Moon warned that a faction of the council would sow dissension, I did not expect it to come from this direction. I thought it was a joke. My daughter would never get married without telling me, to a territory leader no less, and close the business she'd worked so hard on. Not while I'm owing the dangers of that. Her cheeks flush with anger. She'd never send me away for her to do that. That's not how I raised you. I sink lower in my chair, but she's not done. And then Carl told me he worked for Stony Heart. She breaks off and a shattered expression flashes over her face before she reels it in. I can't believe I was so stupid. Didn't Carl blame Silas that she'd come home early? The marriage wasn't a part of the plan. I sent you away to keep you safe, I clarify. Because you meddled where you shouldn't have. Kalos told me. Gee, thanks for throwing me under the bus. I saved my friend and her mate. He's a dragon. He didn't need your sacrifice. I shrug because she's not going to see my side of things in this. I did something risky, and that goes against everything she taught me. I didn't want this for you, she says. I wanted you to be able to live without fear, but I wasn't. I break in. I've forever been in his shadow, waiting for the day that someone took notice of me. This way I was able to dictate my fate and get back at what he did to you. Mom holds up a pointed finger. This isn't about me. This is your own wounded pride. Your revenge was for you. It wasn't just revenge. Kat, it didn't have to be you. Yes, it did. My words snap without meaning to. I was the only one it could be, and despite whatever you think of my revenge, I couldn't sit aside and do nothing. Lorenzo had to be held accountable. She shakes her head and mutters. You and your love of justice. It's a break in the tension between us because it harkens back to arguments I'd made even as a child. But the moment doesn't last. Mom's worry bleeds through. You've shoved yourself back into danger. And for what? Have they convinced you they need an heir yet? Do you really think Frank is going to let the likes of you succeed him? He'll kill you as soon as your guard is dropped. I'm a little too stunned by the heir comment to have an immediate rebuttal, but that doesn't stop her. These people are vipers. You've never had to deal with politics. Mom shakes her head and corrects herself. Ariel isn't mean-spirited, but she's not to be trusted. The territory will always come first. It's eerie to have hidden so much from her, but for her to know more about this life than I did when I embarked on this marriage. She could have been a resource if I'd been open with her. But would she have helped when she'd never support what I've done? What if the child you have isn't a gargoyle, she asks, and I silently choke. What does she know about Ben? There are tears in her eyes, but she ruthlessly wipes them away. If what happened to me happens to you, will your husband be thrilled to raise a witch? I breathe and try not to show the relief on my face. I'm not ashamed of Ben being in our bed, but if even my mother knew, we'd have trouble. I trust Stony Heart, I say. There's no telling if an heir is even possible at this point. A fact that makes me itchy. Her worry dries and anger flashes. Trusting men has never gotten us very far. I shake my head, and even though each issue she raises pokes at my own insecurities, I don't regret what I've done. Even if it has hurt her. I'm sorry, Mom. She continues as if I haven't spoken because my apology doesn't make a difference. And the shifters. They only respond to hierarchy. Do you think they will accept your presence over Frank? Frank Leonard? Brother to a man who sold his own people to pay gambling debts. Ally to whatever Fey Lord is buying said people, and all-around shitty person. She thinks that I can't be a better leader than him. Now I'm angry. How could you, she starts, but I cut in. If she's not willing to listen, this conversation isn't going to do anything other than dig the divide between us deeper. This is my territory, and they are my people, I say. I get it. I hurt you by keeping you in the dark about this because I knew you'd never agree. Mom purses her lips and a little part of me dies to be losing the approval of my biggest champion. I soldier on, and this might be too much for you to take right now, but I can do this. I need to do this. And no naysayers, not even my mother, are going to stop me. Been an oddity in this modern age. It doesn't try to hide itself as anything other than what it is, a place of magic and growing things. The air is humid and what shelves don't house labeled bottles of every shape and size, carry plants. The scent is an unlikely mix of green, sharp citrus, and rot. The ambience is more similar to what law would dictate of a witch's hut in the woods than a shop just a block off Main Street, but perhaps there are spells in place to keep humans out. Or maybe the proprietress doesn't mind regular people getting a taste of magic. After all, no one would believe the potions for sale actually work. Many who are in the know about magic wouldn't suspect that this potion master is the most ingenious I've ever known. She wouldn't want the word to get out. Zena McPhee cares little for having accolades or being in demand, that would leave less time for her research. We aren't open today. The woman's voice that calls from the back lacks any hospitality that someone who runs a store should have. She's much too prickly for that. It's me, I call back, locking the shop door for privacy. Zena leans into sight from the back room, her frown clearing when she sees me. Oh, I didn't expect you, so you said you could have it ready. I'd made my way here as soon as I could, leaving Stella to her workshop with Connors. Her mood had been dark and snappy after the meeting with her mother. She refuses to talk about it. I don't know how to fix the family issue she's having, but I can put my skill of finding solutions to work in the meantime. I'd messaged Stony Heart a warning about Stella's state and a hint about my errand. It's ready. Zena waves me to the back. I just didn't anticipate your urgency. If you were anyone else, I wouldn't hand something over like this so easily. Not even for how much you're charging. I try and tease, entering the back of the shop. The clutter here is immense. It would be one thing if it were only supplies, but I see at least 3 different experiments going under glass. The piece of crusty bread dipped in green is the least offensive, and what looks to be teeth floating in amber the most. Zena only brings experiments to the shop that need constant attention. The cottage she has in the woods is packed with her full collection. I'd only been there once on an errand for Kalos and have no wish to repeat the experience. This potion is a powerful working and rare. Something like this could do some real damage in the Vemong hands, she says, unlocking a small pull drawer in the wall. Of course it's rare. The ingredients in the original potion are nearly impossible to get and heinous in nature, but Zena's focus is on finding working substitutions for things that shouldn't be available on the black market. Her disgust for the lazy solutions, as she calls them, is what made Kalos start working with her in the first place. Her expression is serious when I near. The crow's feet from sun exposure crinkle in concentration as she writes a clear label on the small blue bottle in her grip. Fertility aid, use with caution. What's the caution mean? I ask, frowning. It means there could be side effects. You didn't say anything about side effects. All potions have side effects. Zena glares at me like I'm an idiot. The most common reaction is for the female to feel like they are going into heat. Other side effects have been limited to a few days at most and are more run-of-the-mill, like a runny nose. I swallow, not liking that this isn't nearly as risk-free as I thought. But it will work. She blinks. Again, doubting my intelligence. Of course. And the supplies are ethically sourced. Zena looks like she's going to smack me. Benjamin Barnes, are you really asking me that? There's a moment of chagrin at that, since I'll never know if Benjamin is my full name or not, and Bams was a surname another street kid gave me, but she's right to be frustrated. I've never doubted her. But I've never needed something for someone who's been so important to me before. I have to be sure I say yes. That's why it costs so much. If you want details, I can give details. I swallow, not wanting to IMO such things because potions never have palatable ingredients, but nod. I don't care about the recipient. I love Hex. I keep those last words to myself, but some of the emotion must leak through because Zena loses some of her prickliness. It will work. If conception can happen, it will happen. My substitutions have been tested thoroughly. Mushrooms have been the most helpful substrate for recipes like this one. Zena snorts before continuing. I very much doubt that the lady of the territory wants to ingest pixie flesh, and the lion's mane alternative suffused in blood works far better. This time when my stomach turns, it's not from hearing about mushrooms. I don't IMO what you're implying. Zena eyes me. It's no secret that the two of you are close, and then you call me up asking for a fertility potion? The only other you'd be working for is Kalos, and the gods know the dragon doesn't seem to need help in that. This was the risk of contracting with someone who lives in Leonid territory, but it's unavoidable. Stony Heart and Stella need to conceive outside of her natural fertility cycle, and Xena is the only potion maker I trust with this. This can't get out, I say. Don't insult me. Xena waves her hand. I'm discreet. She stills and the hairs on the back of my neck rise when her sharp green eyes focus on me in consideration. But there are rumors, and they aren't hard to hear. What rumors? I ask, but I can guess, and the lightness in my chest from the last couple of days dims. Loud whispers that the lady of the territory is closer to her bodyguard than her husband. Most aren't saying it in a malicious way. They understand it was an arranged mating. And others? I ask. They are looking to start trouble. I'll say a blessing for the three of you that the potion will take. I don't want to return to the dark days, and Frank taking over would result in that. The three of us. As if it's as simple as that. I drag my hand down my face. My thanks, I say. Xena may reach out as if in comfort, but the shop is a blur as I make my way out. Every moment, every touch since the beginning, I knew this had an end date, but it doesn't make the last grains of sand in the hourglass easier. The ache in my chest is distracting even as I try to ignore it and sightlessly take in the other people on the street. A couple of women who were laughing together stare at me now. Their gazes knowing. I duck my head and find the nearest alleyway to teleport away. When I get there, I fall against the brick wall, gasping. The pain is like nothing I'd ever crave, but this is the end. I don't want to leave them, but my presence is hurting Stella and Stony Heart, and I will not allow that. I'll grant myself one last night with them. That thought allows me to take a breath past the tightness in my body. One night to enjoy them and to be instrumental in solving their problem. One night to say goodbye. Rumi, I lay my chin at Connors when I enter Stella's workshop, and he leaves to stand guard on the outside of the closed door. Stella doesn't register any of it and mutters angrily at the metal she's hunched over. Wife, I greet, but other than a single glance up, she doesn't say anything. How did the conversation with your mother go? Her shoulders come down, but she keeps her gaze on what's she working on. The metal piece would fit in the palm of her hand and has intricate designs around the centerpiece. I don't want to talk about it, she says. I nod, unsurprised. Ben had told me as much. I think you should. The look she casts me is caustic. Excuse me if I don't want to talk about my feelings with you. Her eyes drop back to her work as if ashamed for lashing out, but I'm unbothered. She's right. I'm hardly the one to talk to about emotions, but I can't ignore what is troubling her. My lips twitch, and I bring my hands to rest on the table on either side of her, my breath brushing her fiery hair as she stills. There is only room for one stubborn stoic in this relationship, I say. Stella chuffs a laugh, before falling silent. After a moment, she places the charm she's working on away from her and leans back into me. She doesn't believe I can do this. Her voice is soft. Do what? She shrugs. This. Manage the politics, gain acceptance from the shifters. She doesn't think I can be the leader they need. And that hurts the woman in front of me more than she cares to admit. I frown. She said that specifically. Not all of it, but if my own mother doesn't think I can succeed, stop, I growl without meaning to, but she holds with a sniff. I turn her on the stool to face me. Her brows are furrowed with the insecurities she shrugged off early in this marriage. I tilt her chin up so our eyes meet. Her doubts have nothing to do with your abilities. Elena Elderflower entered into an arranged marriage with Aidengrist Tree leader. The similarities are too much for her to handle, but you are not her. Stella swallows, and I lean forward, brushing a kiss to her lips before continuing, she's afraid, and that fear makes it impossible for her to see the leader you are. Her arms come to wrap around my waist, taking the hug I'm not offering. Thank you, she says. Time will tell if my words make a bigger impact than her mother's worries. Stella clears her throat, looking away. I didn't get pregnant. Moving from one insecurity to another. No, you didn't, I say, because I would scent the change in her if she were. Ben said he had an idea to help with that before he left, but he's been mysterious about it. She bites her lip, and I want to swoop in and steal another taste for myself. What if that doesn't work, she asks, then we continue with the charms and hope for the best. You are not a hope for the best type of creature, she says, placing her hand on my chest. The warmth of it eases a tightness I'd been unaware that was building. I want my wife to be happy. Seeing her in this state is distressing. Our situation isn't dire. The people here recognize the good in you, I assure her. She sighs with a nod, but now that we're facing each other, I can see her weariness. It's in her eyes and the slight tremble of her hand that runs over my chest. A different concern takes the forefront in my mind. You're pushing too hard. I think I could make 4 a day if I can keep pace. That's too many. These are challenging charms, and even at the height of her business when I'd spy on her work, she'd do at most 1 a day. Exhausting yourself will serve no one, I say. It will serve the families who will be safer, and every family helped is a point of goodwill for when the vote occurs. She frowns. It was a council member who told my mom about the marriage and caused her to come home early. They probably wanted her to be loud about it, but she's too familiar with politics to have played into that. That tracks with some other things we've dealt with. I don't expand on that because it helps nothing to unwire her about such details, like the people gossiping about Stella's attachment to Ben. The ones we've apprehended who are spreading that and the more malicious accusation that I'm the one behind the disappearances have been individuals who worked for Lorenzo in the past and are following Frank's orders. There aren't many, but their voices carry. I'm stern with what I say next. None of that changes the fact that you are an asset and can't work yourself into a depleted state. You must be ready to act if the worst happens. If something happens to me, she's the last defense this territory has against people like her uncle. She will be responsible for their safety. I cup her cheek in my palm and stroke her chin in reassurance, melting some of her tension. She sighs. I could use a nap. It's harder than it should be to make myself pull from the circle of her arms, but I do. I wish you a good rest then. A hurt expression passes over her face as she interprets the distance I'm putting between us. It's too easy to want to be the person who can support her heart and ensure her happiness, but the distance is safer. Her next smile is wry, and I know this witch has the power to destroy me even with how hands-off I behave. Sometimes I think this would all be easier if I hated you, she says softly. I've tried my hardest. Every moment I pulled away to hurt her didn't leave me unscathed. Her lips turn up like she's keeping a sweet but sad secret. It wasn't hard enough. My swallow is tight at the truth on her face. She loves me. The words remain unspoken, but it doesn't stop them from stabbing me. A warmth in my chest fights with regret that loving one-sided will cause her pain. I distract myself from the marvel of it by clearing my throat and purring. Maybe you have a masochistic streak yourself. She huffs a laugh. That's surely true. But she doesn't let the joke drop, instead her eyes grow serious, and I want to stop her from saying whatever she's going to, but I cause her enough trouble without being someone who attempts to silence her. This is mine to keep. And I'm not running from it. Not with Ben either. Even when he leaves, I'll tether him to the bed before I let him leave you. She arches a brow, and we both know that no matter my influence, whether he chooses to stay is ultimately not in my power. I'm hoping there's something else that keeps him here, but only time will tell if that scheme pans out. As we all have more moments together, the casual hope for that solution has turned into something bigger that I didn't expect. I don't want him to leave. And it frustrates me that I've become as drawn to him as I am to my wife. Each detail their souls display makes me want to dig deeper and take what I cannot give in return. Be that as it may, she says, I'm not going to hide my feelings or try not to feel them. Then she's a braver soul than I. Stellar eyes a at the feeling of fingers in my hair and blink up at Ben. Hi, I say, hiding my face for a moment in my favorite pillow, embarrassed with how I cut him out earlier. I fell asleep on top of the covers of our very desecrated bed. I'd usually have napped in my workshop, but with Stony Heart's gift of the decor and all the time we've spent together here, it soothes my raw heart. Hey. His smile is soft. Did you have a good nap? It was okay, I say. It would have been better cuddled with either of the men I'm intimate with, but that would be too much of a luxury. Time is it? It's almost dinner time, but I planned something. Stony Heart is meeting us there. I tilt my head in curiosity. We're going out together as the three of us? Before I can interrogate Ben, he moves on. I wanted to offer you something. He hands me a blue vial with a yellowed label. What's this? I ask, even though I can read the words fertility aid just fine. Fully awake now, I sit up. It's a potion. It'll help you get pregnant outside of your natural cycle. Really? The worry and unnamed disappointment that had been keeping my stomach heavy lifts. A giddy rush has me smiling. You don't have to take it, Ben says, unaware of my reaction. There are side effects, but the biggest one the potion master mentioned was that you may feel different, like you're going into heat. My laugh is frill of relief. I think I can stand being horrendously horny to accomplish the goal. I'm going to get pregnant. We won't have to wait months to buy again. I committed to trying to make an heir. I'd been shaky on the decision. But with the days we all spent together and the promise of making something together and the reality that it might not be in the cards at all. One want this. And now I have helped to make it happen. Ben tucks a strand of my hair behind my ear. His expression is soft, and I want to wrap myself in it to keep it close. Thank you. If this works, you've saved us, I say. He blushes. Of course. I told you. My job is to find solutions. I'm sure you won't mind handling me while I'm horrendously horny either, I tease. He waggles his eyebrows. I couldn't leave you in your greatest hour of need. Something passes over his face for a moment that I can't track. Am I seeing things? The moment and the doubt stall our joke, and I clear my throat. You said we're going somewhere. I ask, a little confused. Where would we be able to go and use the potion on the same night? Because I'm itching to put this to use. The sooner I'm pregnant, the sooner the territory becomes more stable. His grin blinds me and is assurance that I imagined the blip before. It's a serpent's. Ben says, his eyes travelling down my dress. I've departed from the classic cut ones I've been wearing for something a little more risk. The black dress clings tight to my curves with a tease of lace accentuating my cleavage. Is this okay? I ask, my hand smoothing down the fabric. It's not too much for where we're going. More than okay. You look like the best dessert. Well, you need to feed me dinner first. Oh, don't you worry. I'm not getting distracted. It wouldn't do for Stonyheart to get there before us. He offers his hand and pulls me into his arms, waiting for me to close my eyes. I do, and take comfort in the feel of him as the world changes around us. The air takes on an echoey humidity. When I open my eyes, we're in a that looks like a lobby of sorts with white mosaic patterned up the walls and ceiling. A man strolls forward from the massive front desk. Oh good, you're here. We really need to reopen the lobby. If you make this a habit, maybe we'll change the wards so you can teleport into a broom closet or something. A man with auburn hair and a slight frame says, his tone teasing. Good to see you too, Lowell, Ben says. Are we at a bathhouse? I whisper halfway in squeal to him. Is it by chance a sexy bathhouse? I'd been terribly jealous at Katerina detailing the date she and Kalos had here, but with everything going on, had completely forgotten. Ben laughs at my hardly contained glee. Don't get too excited. We're staying in a private. I wave my hand. I feel like I get plenty of group sex with the 2 men I currently have. The joy of this place is in the luxury and ambience of it as much as the novelty. The lady has good tastes to get excited. Welcome to the Love Bathhouse, Lowell says with a courtly bow. Ben flashes a frown at Lowell and pulls me closer. If you could show us to our room, I'd appreciate it. The rest of our party hasn't arrived yet, as Lowell shakes his head, smiling at the show of jealousy from the demon beside me. I've seen no scary gargoyles yet. I gave him directions to come in the back way, and the door is keyed to him so the 3 of you will have your privacy. He directs us to follow him down a hallway, and I do, barely catching the sound of a cut-off moan from the public bathing area. Thank you, I say. I'm really excited to be here. Lowell beams at me as we get to the last door down the hall, opening it. And we're very happy to host you. Please do enjoy your night. I enter the room and gape. Lowell must leave because somehow, we're alone with the door securely closed. The mosaic on the walls and floors has all my attention. Deep blues flow in an organic swirling design shot through with silver. The walls look like the most intricate jewelry, with the altar holding thick pillar candles to the side of the door serving as the centerpiece. That's where the spell that gives our consent for the magic cultivated here by sex to be stored is activated. One side of the room has a steaming pool of water set into the floor, and the other is piled with cushions and pillows. There's even a low table with silverware. Stonyheart is bringing dinner, Ben says. He takes the blue vial he stored in his pocket and sets it on the table. You should really eat dinner before drinking that. My lips twitch. You sent a territory leader on a dinner errand? Ben snorts. He demanded it. I think it's a part of his kind's courtship rituals. His cheeks are flushed when I tum toward him, and I'm glad he realizes that Stonyheart is courting him as much as he's courting me. The piano in the bedroom made that clear. Ben, this is amazing. There's something sad in his expression, but he smiles. You deserve only the best. Before I let myself succumb to the instinct to get shy at that, I grab his hand and pull him to the candles. We need to light these before you start being too charming. Am I that tempting? He teases, almost surprised. Does he really not realize? He gives, and I'm struck with the need to do the same because he's essential to me, and he should know it. A flame kindles in my belly as I light one of the long matches and the closest candle. I step in close until our lips brush and hand him the burning match. You tempt every part of me, I say. His eyelids droop, and I nod for him to light a candle. When he does, I brush our lips together again. My body. My hand takes his, and we hold the burning match together. My soul. The middle candle comes to life, and a static crackles in the air with magic, the ceiling of the act. I hold the match up and blow it out before setting it aside and taking his face in my hands. And my heart. Ben looks hypnotized. Stella, I cut him off with a deeper kiss. I'll keep you forever if you let me, I whisper. The sound from his throat is raw, and it lights up my senses as surely as the magic candles do. I take a step back and pull him toward the padded area of the room. When Rumi gets here, he'll add his flame to ours, I say, and Ben follows me, his movements slow and curious, kicking off his shoes when I kick off mine and stepping forward until we're surrounded by soft places to land. I tum to him. In the meantime, the spell will take what we offer. My fingers run under his suit jacket and push it from his shoulders. You're playing a dangerous game, he says. I don't know what you're talking about. Whatever would we do in a sex bathhouse while we wait? I ask, breathless, undoing the buttons of his dress shirt one by one. Are you trying to anger your husband? My smile is slow and sure. He'd never deprive me of a taste. Ben swallows but helps me remove his shirt. A taste. A taste, I confirm, my hands spreading over his bared chest and down the demarcated lines of his abs to the buckle of his belt. I step closer and give an open-mouthed kiss to his throat. He shudders, and I continue my kisses over his collarbone, to the expanse of his chest, each flick of my tongue going lower. He stops me from kneeling, grasping my shoulders. Stella, he says, hoarse. You can have your taste another time. I tilt my head, trying to figure out why he's suddenly showing me the walls he's built around himself when he's been so open with us the last few days. The strap of my dress falls, and he strokes the skin of my shoulder, entranced by the sight. You should really eat dinner beforehand. I don't want you hungry. Is food really what you're hungry for? I ask, pressing my body to his, pouting that he's stopping my fun, but hopeful that he doesn't seem to want to stop completely. If you give me what I'm hungry for, I fear I'd devour you whole. And with that promise, he kisses me. Ben, a wonder, but I haven't been able to focus on anything except the woman in my arms. The woman who rained kisses on me like I'm as special to her as the gargoyle she's married to. Stella's delight is an aphrodisiac, but her lust is nothing short of fuel on a fire. Kissing her is better than feeling the sun on my face after the darkness of night. The tumultuous feelings in my chest, the preemptive despair that tries to catch hold whenever I'm distracted, quiet at the stroke of her tongue. She wanted to taste me, but each moment together is my last chance to enjoy her. I felt a pang of guilt that I stole what may have been her last chance to get her taste off, but tonight I can't be selfless. Tonight is for me, and my greed demands to take every breath, every detail to lock away in my memory. It won't make this easier, but I don't care about easy or efficiency anymore. Not when I'm losing them. I lower us to the mass of pillows, and when my body presses heavy on hers like I can trap this vibrant sensation between us forever, she moans, breaking the kiss. Ben, it's just a taste, love. My words are soft, but my actions are full of hunger as I push her dress up and am met with the sight of her bare pink pussy, the lips shiny with arousal. My mouth waters. Did you forget something? I ask, my restraint leaving me one chiseled chip at a time. Why put on what I know you're going to take off? I curse and dive into heaven. Her flavor explodes across my tongue just like the first time Stonyheart allowed me to touch her. A tangy headiness that I'll always hunger for and goes straight to my cock. The soft skin of her inner thighs surrounds me as she tries to close her legs at the sudden stimulation. I rub my cheeks against the plush captivity as my tongue plays along every heated fold. I lick and suck away her essence only to be rewarded with more. Her gasps and moans are secondary to the vitality and warmth against my lips and tongue. She pulls my hair, and the pain shoots down my spine, making me moan as I suck her clit into my mouth. The cry she makes is high. The orgasm hitting fast, and her pretty pussy drowns me. But it's not enough to take this and tease that it's a taste. I need everything. My cock is so heavy and painfully hard that my pants are off, and I'm rising above the mess I've made of the woman I'd take as my mate if I were able to. Her face is sweaty and flushed. With each gasp, her breasts fight to escape the dress that is mussed and pushed to her waist. The hair that she'd had up in a graceful style has spiraled away and covers the surrounding pillows like she's a reclined angel ready to be debauched. Chaos in a bottle ready to break free. Ben, she starts but breaks off to pant. Her eyes are full of the same need that's throbbing in my core even though she'd just climaxed. It's not enough for her either. The air changes, and I immediately know the source, glancing to the doorway. Stonyheart silently closes and locks the door behind him. His gaze burns in a dare that I can't possibly ignore. This is my last night with them. If I don't push all his buttons now, I'll never be able to. Ben, we can't, she finally says. Her eyes squeezing shut as if seeing my hunger would be too much of a temptation. But that doesn't stop her back from arching when I grind my cock against her slick center. Stonyheart narrows his eyes at me, and I can't stop myself. Just let me in a little bit, I say, leading the woman who owns my heart down the path of destruction. A taste. You said he couldn't deprive us a little taste. She huffs a laugh. You're just begging for punishment. Is that what I'm doing? Is that what I want? Of course it is. Why else would my heart race with adrenaline seeing him lean against the watching us as closely as a painter would if his brushes started to move on their own? All thoughts of Stonyheart cease as I hold Stella's thighs wide and watch the tip of my cock disappear as her body stretches around me, engulfing me. We moan in unison. Just a little more, she begs, surely aiming herself a punishment, but I'm powerless against sinking deeper. She's so tight and hot that I need to fight for her body to accept me, which it does. I pull back, the shine of her wetness on me has my hips tilting more, pressing deeper until I'm all the way inside her. The sound in my throat is cut off by the slow clapping from Stonyheart. Stella straightens with an alarmed gasp, her body clenching and strangling my cock. His hum is resonant and dangerous, causing a warning to curl up my back. Haul the cats away, the mice will play. I start to pull away from Stella as he approaches us. My reluctance fighting my survival instincts. Stay, he orders, and I'm powerless but to comply. You're going to pay for every inch of it, so you might as well enjoy the comfort of my wife's hot cunt. Stella makes a sound that's a mix of heat and apology. He comforts her, running his claws through her hair. We'll all enjoy this. She relaxes, reassured that we didn't hurt him with our play, but I stay coiled tight. His gaze is on mine with a knowing quirk to his lips that makes my body scream at me to start running. But I aimed this punishment. He moves to the side of us, kneeling behind me in a way that does nothing to quiet the warning blasting through my mind. My breath is shaky, and I roll my hips forward. Stonyheart makes a gratified growl, gripping the back of my neck firmly. There's the sound of a whip cutting through air, and a stinging lash hits my ass making me thrust in hard, and Stella and I both cry out. Stony Heart takes some action that I miss as heat spreads from that point and rushes up my SPME. What the soft stroke of something wet slides down my crack, and I moan as it brushes against my asshole. I clench against it, but it disappears and another smack echoes in the room. My cry is quieter and hoarse with the knowledge of what's happening. He's flogging me with his tail. That detail has my balls drawing up, but Stony Heart's other hand comes between my hips and his wife's accepting pussy and squeezes my cock hard. Blinding pain derails the pleasure for a moment rather than adding to it. Stony Heart releases me. Remember, Songbird. I haven't given you leave to come inside her yet. The sound that falls from my lips is pathetic and pained as my cock swells again, but Stony Heart inhales with satisfaction. I push back the need to come, wanting to prolong this as long as possible. That too dexterous tail tip of his slides between my cheeks again, wetter like he's applied more lube. It teases the puckered skin there before sliding inside with ease. Fuck, I choke out. The end of his tail is narrow, but it twirls and coils, stretching me. Isn't this what you're wanting? To thrust into our firefly while I take you from behind? Holy gods, yes. Stony Heart removes his kilt, and the sight of him serves as a late reminder. No. That's too much. I don't think I can take you, I gasp. Don't think then. You made your decision. Demons who don't want to be stretched to their limits don't beg for punishment. There's a click of a bottle opening, and I watch Stony Heart apply lube to his cock in a seductive stroke. I turn away, not wanting to lose courage and start begging for mercy. I fill my senses with the woman under me. Stella's pupils are blown wide, and she rocks her hips with me, watching her husband past my shoulder. The bottle of lubricant gets tossed to a pillow in my line of vision, and I fight the urge to shiver. I dislike having my rules broken, but I'd be lenient because I understand the temptation it is to be inside my wife, Stony Heart says, closing in. I curse the gods as the tail coiling in my ass presses much harder on my prostate. But do you know why I won't be lenient with you? Because you did it wearing this. His claw catches on the bracelet Stella made me at the beginning of all this. I hate not being able to scent you and the mark we leave on you. The tip of the claw disengages the clasp, and the bracelet falls from my wrist for the first time since Stella gave it to me. Stony Heart inhales and makes a satisfied sound. If you're going to fuck my wife, I better be able to scent you on her. You're ours, Songbird. The impact of his words is a meteor to the separation I've held in my mind between me and the two of them. Stony Heart slides his tail from me in a rush. My inhale is sharp but stutters as his tail lashes my ass and the back of my thighs. Blow upon blow strikes me, and I bury my face in Stella's neck to muffle my mewling cries. I'm rocking my hips into Stella without meaning to, whether to escape the hits or present myself better for them, I'm unsure. Eventually, when I'm a babbling mess, it stops. His hands run up my welted skin and my face rises enough to kiss Stella to distract me from how every ounce of pain he gives me is dissolving what I know about myself from the inside out. Stony Heart sighs. Your masochism serves us both, I think. I never thought I wanted to mark a lover like this. The reminder of how he marked my shoulder with his claws is merciless in this situation. The scars are still there. I check the prized claiming every morning. His lubed cock drags against my balls and taint, making them throb. A sound of hesitation escapes my throat, but he smacks my raw ass, and I quiet. I've never done this before, and Stony Heart's cock is likely to rip me in half, but part of me wants that. I want him to break me apart so I can stop worrying about territory conflicts and losing the people closest to me, or even loving people I'm not supposed to. The candles. Stella reminds, but she's breathless. The thought of stopping now is as laughable and shocking as stopping a storm. Stonyheart snarls. They don't get this. This magic belongs to us. And the possessiveness of sentiment hooks deep inside my chest. He pushes forward and splits me in two. Time stands still. But that doesn't stop the pain. That is a sudden rush of white noise in my ears, taking over every sense with blaring abruptness. Relax. Impossible. Breathe. The voice is Stella's. I hiss a breath in an attempt to listen to her. She touches my face lightly and attempt to relax for her. It's difficult with how I'm buried as deep as possible inside her. My entire body is seized for impact, and I can't move against the barrage of Stonyheart penetrating me. Time clicks forward again, and the reality of the details surface in the ocean of sensation of being conquered. I almost choke on my laugh. He barely has the head of his cock inside. You're doing so well. Stonyheart rubs the back of my neck in comfort and slowly the muscles unlock. That's it, he says, and when he presses forward, the shock of the stretch is less. Now there's a deep pressure and the alien sensation of being prodded from the inside out. The intimacy of it stuns me. His heart is beating against my insides. But the tidal wave of newness, the feelings, even the pain, isn't enough to stand against the rising of something ready to pull me under. Pleasure. My groan is guttural, and Stonyheart sighs in what must be relief before sinking deeper, so deep that his knot butts up against the rim of me. He withdraws, I high and follow with my hips, but slow at Stella's body tightening around mine. Stonyheart surges forward and the dual nature of his heavy cock bottoming out and forcing me to do the same inside his wife has my release threatening to break free. I tense enough to keep from coming, but it sharpens the feeling of Stonyheart's invasion. The experience is otherworldly and doesn't end. We move in a rhythm dictated by the devil behind me and my reactions to him. He starts by fucking me slow and deep, but with each bottoming out it gets harder and harder to keep from climaxing. My body must tattle on me because it gets more difficult for Stonyheart to force his way inside. Stella's also nearly to her peak. She gasps and makes sounds with abandon as her husband's actions fuck me into her. Mine Stonyheart moans into my hair. I should be shaking my head, but my body isn't my own. There's no standing against him if he claims me, and would I even want to? Stella moves against me, needing friction at the same time as it's all too much and not enough. Something deep in my chest shines bright under the debris of my doubt, and each jarring moment of this shakes the obstacles of this connection away. I'm gonna come. I don't recognize it's me saying the words until Stonyheart wraps his hand around my throat. Not yet, he says with a threatening growl. Say it. What? I ask. Nothing is making sense right now. The oncoming wave of release, my shaky will, or the blinding sensation building in my chest. You're ours, Stonyheart says. Some self-preservation has my voice halting. About this being the last night? What about doing what's best for these two? I can't possibly be selfish enough to give in just to grasp the brightness that connects the three of us. Please, Ben, Stella begs. Our hearts pulse in time, and my soul refuses to give this up. The word falls from my lips in a croak. Yours. And the world shatters. Everything in my body seizes, and Stella cries out as she accepts my claim and my seed. Stonyheart growls in victory as his cock kicks inside of me, and I'm filled with his heat. We become one. Stella to come inside her, Ben says. It's the first thing he's said since agreeing with Stonyheart that he's ours in the heat of the moment. He's been a little out of it since then. Stonyheart had cleaned the two of us up and ushered us to the soaking pool, take-out boxes and all. He's kept close to Ben, gently stroking his wet hair, which makes the demon's eyes close in soft enjoyment, stopping to make him take bites of food. I watch them with interest as I eat my own beef and broccoli. Every so often Stony Heart's tail wraps around my ankle under the steamy water as if taking comfort that I'm here and not wanting me to feel left out. I don't. The sex had been mind-blowing for me, and I loved the sensation of Ben filling me entirely too much, but for Ben, he seems changed. Some resistance that he had been holding on to had utterly dissolved. Whatever wall had existed, Stony Heart had broken it down with methodical cruelness and is building something new in its place with care. I've never seen Ben so at ease. She isn't fertile, Stony Heart says with a shrug, and there's an air of relief to him that Ben is speaking again. The gargoyle had been covertly scenting him as if checking for distress. Ben hasn't put the scent-blocking charm back on yet. I didn't know it was offending Stony Heart so much, but every time I breathe in Ben's sweet scent, I can be sorry that the gargoyle removed it. Ben gave me a potion to make me fertile again. That was the real plan for tonight, I say, my cheeks heat from more than just the hot water. Stony Heart's brows lift. I haven't taken it yet, I clarify. We were waiting for you. Apparently, I might become ravenous. I snap my chopsticks at him. His lips twitch. W1ICH is so different from your usual state, greedily begging for our cocks and pouting when you don't get your way. Hey! I complain playfully and flick water at him, but it doesn't reach far because I'm being careful to keep the takeout container I'm eating out of balanced. I'm sure we're not supposed to eat in the soaking pool, but it would have taken a stronger-willed person than me to ignore Stony Heart's demands. Stony Heart becomes serious even while he's curling Ben's hair around a finger. That's a valuable potion. Who is the potion master? It's made ethically, and I'm not revealing my source to you. Ben rolls his eyes but pauses. They are discreet, but there's been talk. Stony Heart makes a sound. Yes, the rumors. I've heard them. I'm not concerned. Ben frowns. What rumors? I ask. That I'm too close to you, Ben says. Each word of this conversation adds a little bit more tension back to his posture. I blink, thinking back to our interactions today. The sadness lining his eyes before desire took over. Are you planning on leaving us? Ben hesitates, and my heart falls. Stony Heart scowls. That's unacceptable. The rumors are merely mosquitoes buzzing. The territory would accept you with us given time. He grips Ben's hair, and the demons sighs at the tension. If you must keep your secrets, don the bracelet again. The water here removes sense. Well that's helpful since Ben came inside me without the charm. Ben doesn't say anything until Stony Heart releases his hair. I planned for this to be the last time. So you'll leave us after tonight over whispers. Stony Heart sneers. It would be the best thing for the two of you, but... He looks lost as he trails off, his hand rubbing his chest. I don't know if I can. My shoulders drop in relief. Don't make decisions for us, Stony Heart says, but the anger coiling in him eases. Neither of us mind taking the more challenging path. You'll consider staying then? I ask, not specifying for how long. The idea of him leaving hollows out my chest. With everything happening how it is, I can only focus on one thing at a time. Ben frowns, but his eyes are conflicted. I place the empty food container on the side of the pool and glide my way through the water to the two of them. I sit on his lap and wrap my arms around his neck. Water drips everywhere but the contact has him relaxing. Please, I say, brushing my lips over his in a soft kiss. There's a moment of silence, and my heart beats hard against my ribs until Ben narrows his eyes, deciding something. He turns to Stony Heart. I won't leave based on the rumors in exchange for you to stop holding back. Stony Heart's brow arches. I rather think you appreciated me holding back tonight. Ben's cheeks pinken. I mean, you'll be with us freely. Stella deserves more than what you've given her. If I'm going to consider staying, it won't be for you to be halfway in the relationship. I pull my arms away from his neck, but Ben's hand grips my waist, keeping me on his lap. Is he demanding that Stonyheart give me his love? You won't leave her needy, Ben says. He's not. Ben is bartering for Stonyheart to not me. Really daring him to. I clench on nothing at the idea of finally giving my body what it craves. Stonyheart's eyes narrow at the two of us like I'm to blame for this turn of events. And is that your final decree? The hope falters. He won't do it. He said that it will get emotions involved, and he won't risk that. I already love him, but that's not something he's going to give me. Ben nods, and now I'm losing them both in a way. Stonyheart leans over, ignoring Ben, and lifts my chin. Is that what you want? My lower lip trembles at the truth of how much I want it, but wanting something doesn't make it so. Especially with like roomy Stonyheart, who keeps his emotions in check by force. I want what you're willing to give, I say. And I really want him willing to become more emotionally involved with me. I want him to claim me in the way instincts have demanded before us. He straightens, and I blink to preemptively hide any silly tears. It's a deal then, Stonyheart says. Now I'm blinking in surprise. What? Ben gave his price for staying, Stonyheart starts, and Ben's lips purse because that wasn't his exact verbiage. And I agreed. His pale gaze is as exacting and precise as an autopsy. I'm already naked, but something tells me that he can see just how badly I desire this to end in something other than heartbreak. One thing at a time. Ben has agreed to stay for now. Now finish your dinner, Stonyheart says. You'll both need your strength. If I never have to drink a potion again, it will be too soon. The initial taste wasn't bad, and there's a warning effect that follows the path it slides down my throat until it rests in my stomach, but the accompanying waves of aftertaste have me flinching. Ben sits near me with a glass of water that I sip, trying to make the flavor disappear. He refills it when I finish, and I make a face. It just keeps coming back, I complain. One atrocious flavor will fade only for something else to take its place. I thought the first was bad, like musty dirt coating my tongue, but that was before the later tastes that make me think of different types of slime rose to the forefront. Ben's brows crease in sympathy. I'm so sorry. I didn't consider that possibility. Stonyheart rises from the position he'd taken, relaxing against the pillows across from us after he'd lit his candle with an air of chagrin at his earlier possessiveness. I have something that could help. He goes to the same grocery bags that he brought dinner in and pulls out a small box. He hands it to me, and I read the pretty label. Chocolates. I thought you may get a sweet tooth later. It will either make it worse or better. He shrugs. It's another courting gift, and I blush at the thoughtfulness of it. Thank you. I gag as another aftertaste scatters over my tongue, this one tasting green, but the kind of green that makes one think of swamps, not spinach. I'll take my chances of making it worse. I open the artisan chocolate box and pop one in my mouth at random. The flavor of the chocolate is light and smooth. It coats my tongue with hints of floral and sweet that seems familiar, but I don't know why. Better? Stonyheart asks. I tilt my head, waiting for the potion to strike again, but it doesn't, and I nod in relief. Much better. We share the small box of goodies, and it's only after it's gone that I realize the flavors almost taste like a combination of Ben's and my scent. The knowledge makes a fuzzy warmth grow in my chest, and I lay back, basking in the feeling as it starts spreading through my belly. How long do you think it will take to kick in? I ask. Ben winces. I don't know. I should have asked more questions. Stonyheart's tail strokes along my calf playfully, and Ben seems to be unable to keep his hands to himself, lightly touching my shoulders. His scent is gone again. He'd ignored Stonyheart's glower earlier and put the bracelet back on. The fact that we're all still naked starts to become a larger detail as my eyes trace up Stonyheart's body. I lick my lips as I imagine licking the swirls of ink of his tattoo, and the warmth shifts to a fire in my lower belly. I hum. I think I'm starting to feel it. Ben starts to nibble on my neck. Your temperature does seem to be a little raised. Stonyheart watches us, his gaze heavy like he's touching me. The fact he's more than an arm span away feels like a taunt. I let my legs fall open a little and am gratified when his nostrils flare. Ben runs a hand up my inner thigh and strokes up through my folds. I moan, surprised by how wet I already am. So fucking pretty, Ben says. Wish I could come inside you again. The sound that escapes my throat is needy. But we both know what you really need, Ben says. We've been intimate before, but this is somehow different. There's a sensation in my heart, a wholeness. It's almost as if I feel his affection for me inside myself, and it amplifies my own feelings. It must be the potion. I rock my hips as my body cramps with need. Fuck. Inside me, Ben. Ben glances to Stonyheart first as if in permission, and with the gargoyle's nod, he slides 2 fingers inside me. The pressure releases a cascade of pleasure. A craving crashes through me, and I tighten around his fingers. Fuck, she's so tight I wonder if she'll bruise you or not, Ben says almost as a joke. Stonyheart shifts, and the sight of his cock already hard has the desire ramping up to almost painful levels. I make a sound of distress. I know. Ben cuts me off and curves his fingers, rubbing my G-spot while his thumb presses against my clit. The release is quick, and I arch my back in surprise. I shiver at the rolling waves of pleasure that take the edge off the clawing pain. I bite my lip at the wet sounds as Ben continues to touch me. So sensitive when she's like this. Stonyheart's words are dark with an avarice that is thrumming in my blood. And making it so slick like a good wife, practically gushing. I sigh, but the relief doesn't last, and I'm tightening on Ben's fingers again. More I implore, shaky but too aware of the pulse of need between my legs. Ben hesitates, and the pause causes the next cramp, tightening my body to hurt. I gasp and twist, trying to rock myself to deepen the penetration. I hear movement and realize I've closed my eyes as the wave of heat running through my body starts to take on a painful edge again. Please, please, I beg. Ben moves away from me, removing his fingers. No. I cry, but a large palm presses against my chest to keep me stationary and push me flatter against the pillows as a sob builds. There's a blurry dark shape above me now. You should give her mouth something to do while I take my time. She's never taken a knot, and I don't want to hurt her. Stonyheart is the ominous shape over me, his wings high and his hand over my heart. I swear I feel how pleased he is by my needy squirming. His other hand lifts one leg to more fully bear my needy center. I'm so empty, I say. Not for long, he promises and presses his cock against me. I'm so slick from the potion and probably from Ben's seed earlier, but it still takes a moment for my body to accept him. The fervent sound I make when I give way around him resonates in my chest. The bite of stretch is a welcome friend at this point. You smell delicious, Firefly, Stonyheart says. Maybe we should keep you in this state. Hot and bothered for us, begging for relief. I shouldn't be thrilled at his words. Being like this forever would be painful. But it's the desire that hooks me. The thought of him wanting to do this with me forever. Ben's fingers slide through my hair, his hard length bare next to my cheek, and I open my mouth to accept him. He moans, and the pleasure ricochets through me. The hot velvet skin of his cock against my lips is a delight while being used by the two of them. Stonyheart's movements are slow and rolling as he sinks deeper inside me. I feel him bottoming out, the limit of my body stretching around him, and I haven't even felt the press off his knot yet. One creases my brows, and I let Ben's cock fall from my mouth. It will fit, right? I could have swum. Stonyheart had ground his knot against me before. Just need to work your body up to taking all of me, Stonyheart says, as if he can read my mind instead of only the expressions on my face. On the next thrust, his cock sinks deeper inside me, proving he's right. The dull throb of pressure heralds of greater things to come. So very accepting, Stonyheart says as his thumb starts to stroke slow circles. My body shudders and gives him more. I'll give my mate everything he asks of me. His IMO barely touches the delicate folds of my pussy. I moan in victory. Ben presses his cock to my lips again as if he can't stop himself or to distract me from what's coming. Stonyheart groans as the hard swell of his cock grinds against my pussy. The all-encompassing pressure against my entrance and clit has me moaning deeply around Ben's cock. Fuck, Stella, Ben says, his head tilting back. I'm not going to last if you keep doing that. Stonyheart eases away before pressing forward again. The beginning width of his knot starts to burn, but each careful rock of Stonyheart's hips keeps the sensation manageable as he makes my body softer for him to take. That's it, look at how beautifully you take me, Stonyheart growls. Ben pulls his cock from my mouth to let me do just as Stonyheart orders. The sight of his knot, angry and flushed, disappearing into my body has me tensing without meaning to. The sting of the stretch grows, and I whimper. Easy, Firefly. Almost there, Stonyheart coaxes. His body is tight, the hand he has against my chest flexes like I'm testing his iron control. Ben returns to my mouth, pressing past my gag reflex. I take him, needing something else to focus on other than the sharpening pain even as I try to relax. My tongue strokes the underside of him in hard flicks. Ben curses and groans. His cock pulses, and his release flows over my tongue. He falls away, stealing his hardness from me. Stonyheart wraps his hand around my throat and kisses me deeply. His tongue saving the flavor of Ben, the mix of us. I moan into his mouth and cant my hips up, pressing him deeper. Stonyheart breaks the kiss and growls deep and uncontrolled. My body responds, becoming even more pliant in my need, and his knot slips the rest of the way in on a rush. I can't breathe. The stretch is enormous. And I can't breathe because I'm too busy coming. A full, painful ecstasy races through me like liquid fire. Stonyheart's snarl breaks off on a deep groan. His seed splashes hot against my insides, and I inhale in shock as the pressure of it grows. I'm so filled by him, there's hardly any room for his cum. The heavy feeling grows, but no seed makes it past where his knot is locked just under my pubic bone. Ben kisses my forehead. Breathe, love. Big, slow breaths. You've taken all of him. You can do this. I suck in air, and the chill of it against my lungs starts to douse the runaway wildfire residing deep inside me. The last pulses of release shiver through me, and I finally can start working at getting more oxygen. Stonyheart carefully tumps us to lie on our sides, still locked together. Ben's heated body presses against my clammy one from behind, curling around me. His hand falls to my lower belly. Let his seed do its work. My body must react to that some way because Stonyheart shudders and knocks Ben's hand away. Don't cause trouble. I doubt she wants to be locked together for hours. I snort. Definitely not. I feel like a stretched out rag right now. We all take deep breaths like we've run a marathon. Is it always like that? I ask, still panting. Stonyheart huffs a surprised laugh. I wouldn't know. I've never knotted anyone. I'm surprised into silence at that confession. Stonyheart's knot throbs inside me almost in time to both of our hearts. Ben exhales against my shoulder, his body relaxing against mine like he's fallen asleep. I should do the same. Stonyheart's eyes are closed too. There's no telling if the potion is going to cause another flare of heat before the night is over, but I hesitate to close my eyes. I don't want this moment to end. I trace my finger over the curve of Stonyheart's lips, and he sighs at the touch. The ache in my chest becomes too great, and I mouth my confession against his throat, unable to keep it inside any longer but unwilling to say something unwelcome. I love you. His throat bobs against my lips. He's heard me. He knows. It won't matter, but at least it isn't trapped inside me anymore. Ben-Er's morning when I wake in the mass of pillows of the bathhouse, Stella in my arms. The air is warm and humid enough that we aren't cold, but I'm pretty sure a certain gargoyle had a wing draped over us for the majority of the night. I sit up, frowning at his absence, but ease when I catch sight of Stonyheart sits, dressed and standing guard. We need to get back. I'm expected for a meeting with Silas soon, he says. I nod, still half asleep. Stonyheart hesitates for a moment. We should let her sleep. Take her to our bed first and come back for me. Now I'm fully awake. You'll let me teleport you? Stonyheart only arches a brow as if him trusting that I won't take him somewhere terrible instead of to the Firefly isn't a monumental thing. I don't have to say goodbye to them yet. My throat swells, but I try to ignore it. I dress before picking up a sleeping Stella and her enchanting dress. She's still nude, but the trip to tuck her into our bed at the penthouse is quick. I almost don't castigate myself for starting to think of the bed as belonging to me too. Stonyheart has cleaned up the room when I return. I shiver at the lack of her presence. I rub my chest and frown at the odd overdrawn sensation there. Are you okay? Stonyheart asks. I can make my way back myself if you need. I shake my head. I'm not losing a chance to claim this small part of I'm fine. Just trying to decide how Antarctica is this time of year, I tease. Stonyheart snorts but looks a little uneasy. I'm joking. I hold out my hand. I'll leave that adventure for another time. Stonyheart's grin is wry. You like me around too much for that. He takes my hand, and I swallow, realizing how right he is. I've got to keep you on your toes. I pull him into the in-between, and the shadows run over our skin as I travel to the library of the penthouse. He looks around alarmed. You definitely do that. What is this place? My heart stops. You can see it. The shadows dissipate, and the empty library takes shape around us, but the details of the room don't matter. Yes. Stonyheart frowns. Am I not supposed to? Usually, the trip is instant for the people I teleport. Surprised confusion makes my mind spin. What does this mean? Only those who can travel between planes can see the in-between. Or those they are bonded to. Shock holds that thought, and I stare at Stonyheart. Impossible. But is it? I rub my chest and surely as if waiting for me to take notice of them, the bonds are there. Probably growing slowly with each minute I spent with them until this gargoyle had stripped me of my reservations last night. That memory of euphoria and bright connection. I didn't see the signs, didn't look for them because I've never experienced something like this before. I've soul bonded to two people by accident. But that's too messy for a master tactician. A deeper truth clicks into place. The whole time I knew Stonyheart would have some devious plan to keep me here. Offer me something he thought I couldn't refuse or something like that. I'd been surprised that he hadn't unveiled it when I mentioned leaving last night. It made me wonder if I'd been too suspicious about him. Maybe it was as simple as using my feelings for Stella as leverage. But that hadn't been his plan. You caused this on purpose, I whisper. Something in my voice must shift Stony Heart from his curiosity and the warm way lovers speak to the powerful territory leader who stands before me. I never should have forgotten who he was. What do you mean? He asks. How did you expect to convince me stay? I ask. Tell me the truth. I want to hear it from his own lips. Why? He asks, but my lips purse. He owes me answers. Finally, his eyes narrow, as if gleaning things I'm not ready to tell him. Stony Heart, I prompt. You love her. I say nothing to that. The idea that he'd only been relying on my feelings for Stella sounds so naive now. Had I stopped being suspicious? When he kissed me, called me songbird? He straightens, realizing that I'm not leaving until I dig into this. But that wouldn't have made you stay. You're very good at depriving yourself if you think it's for the best. I want to deny that, but it's true. Unless you grew attached, he says. The confession is unabashed. You expected me to bond with her. Stony Heart tilts his head. It was one possibility in a sea of them. Demons are known to be masters of soul magic. The bonds they form are as organic as breathing. They are some of the few who can even break bonds without it being too damaging. He's not saying anything I haven't heard before, but I didn't know what something like that would feel like. You relied on my ignorance, I say. And that stings. Does he even care about me, or am just another asset he's securing like a politically advantageous wife? I expected you to anticipate that part of your nature. That you didn't. Worked well for me. There's a flash of regret and some relief before cruel satisfaction takes over. Because you'd never break a bond, would you, Ben? Not now that you have one with her. I don't deny the presence of a bond. I can't fathom its existence, let alone decide if I have the constitution break it with how I feel about them. You've miscalculated, Rumi, I say. Because Stony Heart would never assume that I'd bond to both of them. And now I must figure out a way to undo it. I can be bonded to other territory leaders and serve Kalos. Recognized bonds are legal things. The council would require I forfeit my allegiance to Kalos to keep his influence from spreading too far. Exactly the conflict I expected, but one that hurts more than I ever imagined. Because this delicate thing shining in my chest? It's beautiful. The warmth of it fills every lonely cavern in my soul. I've never experienced anything like it. Did you expect me to make leaving easy for you? Stony Heart's stare is as intense as a cat finally catching the mouse he's been playing with. Will you tell her if I decide to dissolve the bond? Or will you let the connection she feels to you blink away? Can one be angry at the devil when he shows his hand? He's just doing what I expected from him at the start. It's my fault I fell under his spell. The snapping frustration tightening my throat. Doesn't he care that he's only doing what's in his nature? Fuck you, I say. Stella, exactly what wakes me at first. It's something different. A disturbance. I stretch, the sheets wrapped around me. Caney Stony Heart's scent. I'm in our bedroom. It gives me pause. The bathhouse wasn't a dream, was it? But as my sleepiness fades, the aches of my body bloom. My smile is full of secret delight as I press a pillow against my face. Last night had been perfect. I sigh, but the off sensation that woke me is still there, begging for attention. I take stock of my magic. Is there some upset occurring around me that my instincts are warning me about? But the bedroom is peaceful, my wards humming sweetly against my senses. I frown and turn my searching inward. It doesn't take long to realize what's different. I gasp, sitting up so fast that the world spins. Low in my belly there's something new. Oh, holy shit. I'm pregnant. Oh shit. My eyes go wide. Panic like I've never. I moan makes it hard to breathe. No, this is a good thing, I tell myself. This is exactly what we wanted, and now it's happened. The people in the territory will feel more secure in our place here. You are welcome here and planned, I say to the tiny disturbance, trying to calm myself when the self-pep talk doesn't cut it. I'm going to be a mom. Fuck, fuck, fuck. What have I done? I laugh at the ridiculousness. It's what have we done? Don't worry, I say to it. I'm going to get my head on straight really soon and stop freaking out. I just need to tap someone else in. I need support. The pain in my heart is sharp when I realize I can't call Mom about this. Not with how we left everything. I told her I can do this. I can't go to her the moment I start flailing. I need Stony Heart to give me a grounding kiss in triumph, and Ben to whisper that I'm going to be great at this because I only got so far as what an heir would mean for the politics of the situation and the idea of having something of my own. I did not really consider that we were bringing a whole other person into this. I take deep breaths and throw on some comfy leggings and a t-shirt instead of the protective shield of a sleek appearance. The people in this penthouse have started to feel like family, and I'm in a hurry. I don't need to don armor up here. The kitchen is empty. Time is it? I shake my head, unwilling to be distracted from my destination. I'm surprised I haven't run into Ben yet, but the best place to find Stony Heart if he's in is the library. Silas waits in front of the closed library doors, his tail twitching in worry. I learned that the soundproofing will stop people from being able to listen to discussions and blocks large noises, but if you lean in close, you can tell when the room is occupied by the soft murmur of speaking. But when I lean in, the voices sound angry. What's going on? I ask. My lady, Silas jumps back. Bams and Stony Heart seem to be in an unscheduled meeting. I'm just waiting until the coast is clear. Silas inhales, and his expression does something I'm not familiar with. Can a lizardman pale? He's doing his best attempt. A foreboding sinks in my chest. Are they fighting? I ask, pushing open the door without waiting for his answer, or considering his shock. Fuck you, Ben says, and it's full of sad venom. What's going on? I ask the room this time, walking to the two of them. They glare at each other, and I shrink a little on the inside, but my news can't wait. My heart is already pulled so tight between wonder and worry that I'm going to explode. I have something to tell you, I say, hopeful I can derail whatever argument they are having and solve my touch of panic all in one go, but Ben's attention drops to my stomach and the expression on his face is shock. Impossible, he whispers. He raises a hand as if feeling or seeing something that I can't. Well, I guess there goes my announcing the news. Confusion scrunches my brow. Does he look so pained? I take a couple of steps forward, wanting to ease his obvious hurt, but Ben stumbles away. I turn to my husband, alarmed, but he's no help. Stony Heart's nostrils flare. Fuck. Did you plan this? Did the both of you set me up? Ben asks. You think I would plan this? Stony Heart asks, his voice nearly a growl. I straightened, and my heart falls into quicksand and the sucking sensation makes me want to curl into a ball. But we did plan this. Ben, I say, reaching out, needing the comfort he's always been able to provide. No, he shouts. I yank my hand back. His voice feels like it slices me to the bone, and it's a wonder to me that the injury isn't physical. His eyes widen, his overwhelm reaching its zenith. I can't do this. And then he's gone in a wisp of shadow. My rejected hand flies to my heart, and I press in on a pained gasp. He didn't actually hurt me, so why does this pain feel real? What just happened? This was the plan. My voice wavers, and I look to Stony Heart for answers. Did we make a terrible mistake? No, we created an air to stabilize the territory. We did it. Congratulations, wife. His tone is as cold as ice, and he looks like he wants to hit something. But the child isn't mine. It takes a moment for me to absorb the words with how caustic they are. What? I said, the child you are carrying is not mine. My brain stalls out at that because of course the baby is Stony Heart's. He's the one that bred me, knotted me even. It takes an embarrassingly long time for the mental math to make sense. Because if it's not Stony Heart's, it's Ben's. My hands cover my mouth in surprise. Fuck. But that's not possible, I say after the first tidal wave of shock. We were careful. Not careful enough, he bites out. The hair stands up on the back of my neck at the castigation. And you're angry at me for this? I ask. Stony Heart's eyes narrow. Excuse me if I don't jump for joy that my wife is carrying another's child. You were just as involved as anyone else. You gave him permission. I'm grasping for logic to throw at him, to shield me from this revelation. Except for that last time. Now I actually want to throw something at him. Don't act like you weren't slinking in the shadows waiting to be able to punish us, I say. There's a light of surprise in Stony Heart's expression. As if I can't tell when this gargoyle enters, it just made what happened last night better. Until now. He shakes his head and turns away, logic not making any headway. It was supposed to be mine. You are supposed to be mine. Rage shakes his words, but I don't cower. If anything, the anger distills the moment. The shocked panic that sent me to my lovers in need of reassurance evaporates with my open frustration. I tighten my fists. Last night I would say I was his, but this morning, he's quickly losing that privilege. I can't belong to someone who would discard me and everything we have so easily. I'm not that kind of masochist. I'm not an object to be owned, I say. The look he shoots me over his shoulder is scathing. We will speak about this later. The growl in his words can't be contained, just like the gargoyle himself. He throws open the balcony doors and, just like that first night not so long ago, leaves. The numbness in my chest has teeth. How did I expect this all to go? I stare out the open balcony lost. I've lost. I lost Ben. I lost Stony Heart. It's just me. Alone. But I'm not alone either. My lady. I finally look up at Silas. His brow is creased in worry. He's probably been trying to catch my attention for a while. I wipe my cheeks, and the tears there are bumming brands of shame. How can I possibly be so heartbrokenly disappointed and angry at the same time? Are you okay? He hesitates. Do you need me to contact a healer? The only reason to see a healer now would be to make the pregnancy go away. It's a simple thing with it being so early, a magic trick. One moment there's a thing in your life that's set to disrupt everything, and the next it's gone. But that's not true in this situation. Even if there was no pregnancy anymore, I can't reach for Stony Heart again. I don't know if I'd trust him with my vulnerabilities. I needed him. I needed them both. And they left. So erasing this pregnancy won't bring back the moments my love felt too big for my chest. It would just be me losing something else. How many more things do I have to lose for this territory? Not this. I may be the only one to care for it right now, but it's mine to care for. I'm fine, I say, my voice stronger than my insides. Silas doesn't offer any arguments about how this makes everything so much more complicated. He only nods. Whatever you need, he says. I break off to swallow the bitter rush of disenchantment. I need to work until late into the evening. That must be the time anyway. The actions of charm making soothe the numbness, but it doesn't quell the anger or frustration. Fucking men. Fucking council. Fucking territory and all the people in it. His presence announces himself. The dark air shivers across my skin, but I ignore it. I am no shirking bride tonight. I'm a coiled snake willing to strike. I don't respond to him entering the room. Connors leaves to wait outside. A talon taps the plate of dinner that's long since gone cold at the far end of my work table. They say you haven't eaten much, he says. My stomach turns at the thought of food and the ridiculous observation. How should he care? I haven't had much of an appetite. Pepper probably suspects about the pregnancy. It's not like this is some secret to keep quiet, even if Connors had delivered the food rather than let the female shifter close. I could hide it. I could possibly make a charm that would remove the scent of Ben from me. The thought of the demon stings, but he's not, who lulled me in with whispers of mutual caretaking only to tum away. Ben always planned to leave. Maybe he'll return, maybe not, but I'm not basing any plans on needing him either way. Hiding that the baby is his indicates that I'm ashamed of it. I'm not. And I find I'm not so quick to want to capitulate to the cries of the mob. If they really think Frank is their best option at the end of everything, maybe they don't deserve to be saved. It's a disingenuous thought, but it's my current state of mind. There's an heir. So what if it's not Stony Heart's? It's mine, and I'm the one with a blood right to this territory. Stella, about the baby. Stony Heart starts as if reading my mind. I'm keeping it, I say, glaring at him and unable to read the flicker in his eyes. And I don't want to talk about it with you, not yet. He nods, so giving and magnanimous in this moment, but not when I actually needed him. You've been busy, he says, gesturing to the partly completed charms around me. With each physical action of shaping the metals and stone, I plan my next moves. I grieved what we had between the three of us, but I'm moving forward now. I know when he sees it because he flinches, and his expression becomes even more remote. The labradorite is the center stone for the newest charms. That gift had been a symbol to me. One I clung to as surely as the silver thumb ring that I wasn't the only one getting too entangled in this. I returned to my workshop with my heart in pieces. I picked up the crystal I'd admired many times, had held on to when his motives were a mystery, and I chiseled it apart. I deceived myself by thinking I could just love him one-sidedly. Dismantling the stone is the first step in building a different relationship. The professional one we were supposed to have. I believe you now, I say, and I can't stop the ache of my words even if tried. About you not being a place for my heart to rest. Stony Heart clears his throat, but if I was expecting him to give me some reasoning or cajoling, I'd be left wanting. Good, he says, but he looks anything but happy. There's a long pause where I act like I'm getting back to work, though I see nothing of the silver in front of me. You should rest. His voice is just as texture with complicated feelings without me seeing him. I'm patrolling tonight, so you'll have the to yourself, he says, as if offering an olive branch the room of moody colors and romantic touches that gave me hope. The bed sheets that smell like us. The memories of Ben at the piano before he vanished. I'd rather sleep on the chair, but I don't say that. I only nod, turning back to my work. Funny how the intricate magic that was such a struggle to master is the only thing that makes sense right now. There's a pang in my chest that would make my breath catch if it were any stronger. It feels foreign, like I'm picking up Stony Heart's emotions instead of my own. But with Ben gone, there's nothing between us except the political gains of the other's presence. Till we meet again, wife, he says, and the words are soft. I only nod as if to myself, and he leaves me again. Maybe there will be a time in the future when his absence doesn't hurt. Ben, that my brooding is the worst in the house, but I do believe you've won that award. What? I shake myself from the circles of thoughts that try to pull me. Kalos' patient expression makes me want to run, but I won't. This is my place. Here in his office with my tablet, solving problems while he leans back in his desk chair. The leather couch under me would be well worn if Maggie didn't employ maids who are thorough in their maintenance. Yet it feels different. Katerina has probably been hanging out here, changing the shape of the couch a small amount so it doesn't feel as comforting with its sameness as usual. Better to be here doing what I do best than struggling with the memories of a certain gargoyle and which I'm bound to. I don't have solutions for that. Avoidance is all I can manage. And I've successfully dived into my job for 2 days, but the look in Kalos' eyes heralds an end to that. What are you doing here, Ben? He asks. What do you mean? This is my home. My throat dries. This is exactly where I belong. Not acting as a useless bodyguard to a different territory leader's wife, not falling in love with the devil, and not connecting the three of us in a web. A certain pregnant witch would disagree, Kalos says before catching himself and snorting. The other pregnant witch. My mate also disagrees, but she's letting me broach the subject with you. Katerina had been cold toward me since I've returned. I assume that Stella has told her something unfavorable but honest. I'm under no illusion that my leaving and subsequent silence hasn't hurt her. She hasn't tried to contact me, but even if she did, I wouldn't respond. It's better this way. I'm distracted from my practiced mantra by a detail Kalos lets slip. Stella is still pregnant. My inhale is painful. Kalos makes a considering noise. I know the child is yours. Stella told my throat is tight when I respond. I didn't know if she was going to keep it. It's a complication with the tensions in the territory and would be in her rights to end it. I'd expected it, prepared myself for it. Kalos shrugs. She seems to intend to. She wanted promises of our alliances to her specifically, whether Stony Heart remains in the picture or not. She's securing her base. If she isn't hiding the parentage of the child, which would be near impossible in a territory of shifters, she's preparing for the upset it will cause. She won't allow herself to be run out of her own territory. Her situation does not match her mother's. An ill-earned pride blooms, and it's a struggle to keep it from touching the bond that hums in my chest. I don't know how much either of them can pick up from the intact thing, but I haven't decided what to do with it yet. So, I'll repeat myself. What are you doing here, Ben? Did she say anything else? I can't help to ask. Kalos arches a brow. No. I'm not exactly someone she'd spill her deepest secrets to. That's true. Their relationship has been touchy since the discovery that Stella is the daughter of Lorenzo Leonid, and Kalos had a poor reaction. If she begged for you to come back, would you? Kalos asks. No, I need to end this bond I have with them and move on. This is where everything makes sense. Stony Heart and Stella have each other, they don't need me. I don't answer him verbally, but I don't have to. Kalos tilts his head. I know how keenly you ache for family. Are you really going to abandon your own blood in another territory? Family doesn't have to do with blood, I say, and it's true, even if the idea that I will have a child that will exist in this world is more than I can comprehend right now. Kalos snorts. That's true. It's the choice of whether we accept the tethers of others. We will see if Stony Heart agrees with you. I can't keep myself from being curious. Do you mean? He hasn't yet publicly claimed the child as his successor. I'm sure that the shifters are having a hard time trying to decide if he's been truly cuckolded and should lose standing in their eyes. I doubt anyone would look at Stony Heart and think his dominance of the situation lacking. My cheeks flush. Kalos shrugs. It doesn't change the fact that there haven't been any official statements, only whispers. I'll do my best if he does choose to reject and try to oust her. He would never. I interject. Stony Heart loves Stella, whether he accepts it or not. He holds a lot of territory. If people start thinking he's weak, that his own wife was unfaithful, and he does nothing about it, things could get dicey. Kalos is saying makes sense, but even with how ruthless Stonyheart can be and has been, I can't imagine he'd reject Stella. He's possessive of her. But he also hears to himself about his own feelings. Who knows what will happen with the territory? They have their own lady out delivering charms of protection herself. Kalos continues with the wave of his hand. That doesn't sound right. Kalos would eat his hoard before allowing Katerina to be so vulnerable. It's a good move on Stella's part to engender goodwill, but Stonyheart had been furious the time we'd gone to the Owl women's place. Would he allow Stella to be so open to attack now? Could there be trouble between them? It would be a simple thing to tap into the bond and see if they are content, but I don't allow myself that. I need to remain separate. My place isn't Benvina husband and wife. Stonyheart won't let anything happen to her, I say. If you say so, Kalos says, his voice softens. I'd hate for anything to happen that you do regret not being there. That sentiment makes my breath catch for a moment. Regret is an impossible subject. I won't abandon my family, I snap. Kalos sighs, and I feel a pang that I've disappointed him. With how capable you've become, I forget how painfully young you are, he says, but it's not disappointment in his gaze. It's understanding. I know a thing or two about not getting attached. Are you planning on dissolving the bonds? I rear back at the question. How did you know? It was a guess. I do know you rather well. I duck my head at how obvious his ploy was and in guilt over what I just acknowledged. It was an accident, I say. That's not unheard of for your kind. Some would say it's even a gift. Kalos would say that. He'd been unable to bond since the deaths of his son and former mate centuries ago. Do you think either of them would be upset by a bond? My blush deepens that he's guessed that I'm bonded not just to Stella, but to Stonyheart as well. It doesn't matter. I don't belong with them. My position is here. Yet, you didn't form bonds to anyone here, platonic or otherwise. I'm hardly a demon, nonsense. Being separated from your heritage doesn't make you any less of a demon. The fact is, they are what instigated the change. And I miss them terribly, but this is the logical conclusion of what we were playing at. Better to have a clean cut now. We're your family, and we want what is best for you. Kalos looks wistful now. And that means facing the fact that you've outgrown us. Anxiety clogs my throat. Are you sending me away? Of course not, but you'll regret staying. You don't understand. They don't need me. I'm ancillary to their relationship. I could be deprived of everything if they so choose. I have no claim, something that became painfully clear when I'd realized I'd fathered Stella's child. Kalos waits, but I have nothing left to say. I won't cause the two that own my heart more trouble than I already have. I'll accept the pain of separation rather than risk them. Kalos rolls his eyes. Stay stubborn then. We'll see what fate has in store for you. The words sound like a threat. Rumi, I instruct Silas as our guests enter the library. I want what is said in this room to spread like wildfire. Maybe we'll get lucky, and that Leonid chef will be delivering food at exactly the right time. We're due some luck. If luck eludes us, my inner circle can spread gossip as well as the rest of them if given leave. Silas stands next to the doorway, giving the esteemed visitors the illusion of privacy. If it were real privacy, I may have given into the urge to strangle the smug look off Councillor McConnell's face, but it wouldn't do to attack someone on the council. Councillor Moon nods in appreciation, probably sensing my restraint. This isn't going to be good. The immortal's lips are pressed thin in annoyance. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? I ask, taking a seat behind the long table. Moon and McConnell do the same across from me. The excited energy coming off the wolf shifter in waves leaves a bad taste in my mouth. McConnell resembles his nephew, but being around Lobo has never given me an instinctual recoil. I'm here as your representative, Moon starts. McConnell approached me about witnessing and validating the terms of what he's going to offer you today. We expected some machinations. A tactic more direct than spreading rumors. That it's coming to pass should be convenient, yet it only leaves me as cold as my marriage bed has been since Ben's departure and my own floundering at the news of Stella's pregnancy. I don't regret many things, but my reaction to the knowledge that the babe isn't mine by blood is one that will stay with me. All the space I give her in the world does not make up for that moment of jealousy. McConnell leans forward, his eyes glinting in the way of someone who thinks they've won. I feel like we've gotten off on the wrong foot. I raise a brow. You've made motions to take from me what is mine. The counsellor shrugs. A consequence of your alliance with Kalos, I assure you. Nothing personal. It felt very personal when we chose to create an heir to circumvent his plans, but I keep the thought to myself, curious as to what he's going to say. It occurs to a portion of the council that Kalos seems to have gotten the better hand in your alliance. This territory is unstable, and the bride you were forced to take. McConnell trails off and shrugs as if we're both in on a joke. A territory leader such as you shouldn't be hemmed in so much. I think we can come to an agreement that benefits the both of us. I tilt my head. I'm listening. McConnell grins like I've done more than give him the rope to hang himself with. We're in the process of building a rather extensive case against the dragon. I catch Moon's eye roll. I know how he stands working with these people. The wolf shifter continues. And it would be easier for us to try him for the death of Lorenzo Leonid if you were to cooperate. And what's in it for me? I ask. Well, you'd be able to dissolve your marriage for one. McConnell laughs, expecting me to join in, before the sound dies on his tongue. What would happen to my wife? The words are neutral, but this wolf shifter has gone from a nuisance to a risk. Stella Elderflower would stand trial with Kalos. She was never an official heir, so the laws of her ascension and what was allowed to happen are a little fuzzy. Your presence was really what made it all go through so seamlessly for them. Without you, they will face the brunt end of the law. I hum and hide my clenched fist below the table. And the territory. McConnell twitches. He doesn't like this part. We could be convinced to side with you should you campaign to take it over. They must need my cooperation greatly to offer such a boon. Without the interference of his faction and snuffing out Frank and Leo Leonid for good, the territory would be stable and mine without a fuss. It's a good deal. I can see why he thinks I'm going to take it. I've been distant from Stella since the conception, even not objecting to her demand to deliver the charms herself. No one save Silas knows that I followed on rooftops to ensure her safety. All the secrecy and coldness because I wanted to see what strategy they were going to bring me. That and my ignorance of how to bridge the gaping wound I opened between my wife and me. I believe Ben could have been reasoned with about the bonding. That he eventually would have realized that the metaphysical thing would grant him and her happiness, stability, but that the revelation occurred right when the knowledge of the pregnancy and the parentage. His feeling overwhelmed is understandable. I will get him back, just as I will set things right with my Firefly. McConnell has shown me his hand, now it's time to play my own. You seem to be under the mistaken impression that I don't care for my wife, I say. The confident look on McConnell's face fades, and I continue, my own satisfaction rising. That I don't love her. The word scrapes against the insides of my chest. Too honest for my liking. She's my mate and the mother of my child. Silence reigns. I've melted the shifter's brain. Eventually he realizes what I've said does not match up with what he expected. You would claim someone else's child, he sputters. Moon ducks his head to hide his smile. The child is mine, I growl with meaning. My heir and the product of my clan. That Ben hasn't made any official moves required to be considered in a clan is of little consequence. I resisted the idea of creating a clan at the beginning, but it's the best way to have everything we want. Allowing my tainted memories to steal that from us is a mistake. The Bramblewicks have a healthy clan. There's no reason why Stella, Ben, and I couldn't be a solid grouping. As long as they forgive me. But, McConnell starts, but my patience for this game is at an end, and I cut him off. So I do take your offer as the greatest insult. I advise that you leave here. I snap my teeth. With haste. You can't speak to me in such a way, McConnell says. Moon? Councillor Moon straightens and stands. Territory leaders and the council exist in a symbiotic relationship. Stonyheart has the right to take issue with what you've offered. The wolf shifter snarls at me. You'll regret siding against me. And you'll regret continuing to pursue or support any plans that target my wife, I say. Are you threatening me? The wolf shifter says as if he didn't just issue his own threat. My smile is sharp. A promise. You would do to have greater care when it comes to me. I have more allies than just Kalos, and the other territory leaders wouldn't enjoy hearing just what you're willing to stoop to for your vendetta. McConnell snarls but marches from the room. Congratulations on your heir, Moon says before he follows his fellow councillor. You just keep making friends left and right, Silas says. I sigh, tired now that the risk to mine has left. I close my eyes and massage the bridge of my nose. It's a gift. Perhaps you should go speak to this wife you've just thrown down the gauntlet for. I start the paperwork for your currently non-existent clan. She was here. I straighten. Left in a hurry, Silas pauses a moment. I think she's sick. That's all it takes for me to move. I may have given her the space she demanded, but that doesn't apply to if she's ill. Stella lost my head on the toilet seat, wanting the awful feeling in my stomach to stop, but appreciating that the vomiting has subsided. I need to stand and wash my mouth out, but I don't want to risk moving. It's much easier to just stay down for the count and try to what I just overheard. There's a knock on the door. Stella. I close my eyes at the sound of Stonyheart's voice. I can't handle this right now. What he said in the library is making my head spin, and I'm already nauseated enough. No, 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 I murmur before raising my voice. I'm fine. I gag on that last word as if my body is rejecting my lie. There's silence, and I think he's left the bedroom. I'd run here for privacy. I'd been feeling queasy, but hearing Stonyheart come to my defense and claim the baby after the upset of the man in the library detailing his plan to have me put on trial, had been too much. The waves of emotion flung me overboard. So vomit. I'm coming in, he says. I move to lift my head so at least I can retain some dignity, but alas, my stomach heaves again, and I throw up. My eyes squeeze shut afterward. Maybe he left? But someone other than me flushes the toilet, and I lay my cheek on the cool seat again, wanting to sob. Go away, I say, but instead of abandoning me like last time, his claws comb through my hair. The soft tickle on my scalp makes my muscles ease without permission, and I can't help sighing in relief. I think I was too hasty in my jealousy, he says. The words are soft with only a hint of amusement in them. Gods above, save me from you and your mood swings. Leave me to do this in peace, I say, but completely without the feeling that should be there. He pulls my hair back softly, holding it in place so the next awful wretch doesn't catch it. I'm hopeful there won't be another one, but with how it's been going, I'm not willing to place bets. I've caused you so much pain, he says instead of reacting to my statement. Far better that it's Ben's fault that you're miserable this time. My laugh echoes disgustingly in the toilet bowl. I guess we're having this conversation now. After a moment when I'm sure that my stomach is stable, I suck in a breath and slowly sit up, wanting to see his face. Did you mean it? I ask. Which part? I swallow. About the baby being yours. I don't dare ask about him saying he loved me. It was probably just an act for the counselors, and I can only take so much misery at one time. Stony Heart heaves a deep sigh. May I hold you? I hesitate. I really need to rinse my mouth out. Stony Heart takes that as permission, and I don't fight him when he gathers me into his arms. He stands and carries me to the sink, filling a glass while I'm cradled to his chest. I take the water and try to rinse out my mouth as elegantly as I can, which is not possible, before sipping some and putting it down. Stony Heart dampens a washcloth and wipes my hot cheeks and forehead. The coolness almost has me moaning before it's gone. Stony Heart lifts me again, and my head falls against his chest. His scent soothes my stomach more than anything has been able to yet. It's so easy to let him care for me. It's probably a weakness, but I've felt so lonely and gross since that first day. Anger doesn't keep you warm at night, and frustration doesn't ease the nausea attempting to climb up my throat all the time. I'm not a big fan of being pregnant so far. He sits on the bed, and a pang tightens my throat. He hasn't answered me yet. People tell me I must have been bomb hungry, he says. And maybe that's a part of it, but I wasn't allowed to own much growing up in the clan that I did with the heritage I have. I want to ask questions, but I don't interrupt. Stony Heart's words vibrate through his chest, both hypnotizing and calming me. It's not an excuse, but it affects me. Makes me greedy in all things. He pauses. Especially when it comes to you. His brow creases in pain. I want to wipe away, but I'm supposed to be angry with him still. I am very sorry that I reacted badly to the knowledge that the child you caney is Ben's. I was jealous, he says. And now you're not. In that moment, it felt like you were being snatched away from me. It took time for me to realize that I was my own worst enemy, and the real reason you turned away was me. You're allowed to be disappointed that it's not yours, I whisper. I'm not sure if I'm disappointed or not myself. I try not to think too much about it. I want the baby, I even want it to be part Ben, but it's scary the idea of caring for something so fragile. I'm not. That it's yours is the most important fact. He hesitates. But will you allow me to claim parentage of the child? To help raise it with you? I stiffen. I don't want to take that from Ben. Even if he doesn't want it. Stony Heart relaxes. I'm sure the demon will come to his senses eventually. Gargoyle clans share the term parent when it comes to those in relationships with multiple mates. We'd both be the father if you wished it. I want that. It sounds like a fantasy. But do you think he's really coming back? He accused us of trapping him. I shake my head, getting upset all over again. He says with a wince. He may have a reason for that. I narrow my eyes. What did you do? I technically didn't do anything. Stony Heart continues, I only put the pieces together for the best possible outcome. I raise my brows, waiting. He huffs. Demons bond naturally. I knew it was a possibility if you two spent a lot of time together and shared deep feelings. So, you were waiting for his nature to do the work for you? And Ben didn't anticipate that? I ask, rubbing my chest. Stony Heart shifts in discomfort. Apparently he isn't very familiar with his demon lineage or the ins and outs of it. Did we bond? I don't ask it out loud because I don't need to. The connection exists, it's so subtle, I'd miss it if I wasn't looking. I'd chalked the distant sensation as a fanciful thing that explains it, I say, thoughtful and sad. Ben would feel trapped, especially if it wasn't something he planned on. But does Stony Heart I know that he's involved? Because I feel him. Felt him when he realized I'd broken apart the Labradorite, when he knew it symbolized something more to me. There are too many questions that neither of us can answer without a certain demoness presence. But Ben left. And despite Stony Heart's confidence, I don't think he's coming back. Rumi Stella, after days of distance and her ire is a gift. It makes me hesitant to let her go, so I don't. We stay in the bed and enjoy the solace of being together. I'm able to get her to stomach a few bites of lunch before coaxing her into taking a nap, her head on my lap. I don't think she's slept in the bed for more than an hour at a time since Ben left. Tiredness gives the skin under her eyes a purple hue. I should have guessed she's been feeling sick. I lean back against the headboard and do work tasks on my phone with one hand and stroke her hair with the other, marveling at the peace. There's a part of us missing, but my starved heart will accept this moment. I'm surprised that she's forgiven me. Perhaps if she was feeling better, it would be more of a struggle, but I won't question my fortune. But Ben was right. She deserves more. She deserves everything. So when she hums and blinks her eyes awake, I give it. You didn't ask, I say. But I meant what I said about my feelings for you. She freezes. The hope on her face confirms that withholding this made me the worst kind of husband and mate. I clear my throat from that discomfort. I love you, Stella. It's not something that I chose, and the world and territory may be damned for it, but it's too late. The feeling in my chest is heavy even as her eyes are soft and bright. Are you still worried that your love is destructive? She asks like she's afraid that this is a dream. I snort. Merely you being mad at me would have been a catastrophe for everyone if I had not convinced myself that eventually I'd get you forgive me. She shakes her head slowly. Arrogant gargoyle. You don't keep the world spinning. My lips twitch, but I grow serious. But many vulnerable people do rely on me. She sits up and takes my hand, placing it on her flat stomach. The gesture gives me pause. The idea of what she carries is hard to fathom when less than a week ago it didn't exist. Stella breaks me from my reverie. If I were to fall, would you leave our child defenseless? Never, I hiss. The reaction is instinctual. Abandon our child? One who is a combination of the two people who burn in my soul? I'm stunned for a moment at the discovery. My heart beats for her no matter how much I tried to keep it out of the equation, but if the worst were to happen, it would keep beating. A part of me would die without her, but I'd never leave our child to suffer as I did. The baby is mine to protect as its mother is mine to love. Stella tilts her head as if privy to my own revelations. I think love is an expansive thing. It only robs us if we close ourselves off. Her hand slides up my neck, thumb rubbing my cheek with affection. You will not crumble even if you have softened for me, and you won't abandon those who need you because in your own way, you love them. Even Silas, she teases. It's the nature of your protective feelings. Those aren't bomb from responsibility. I inhale, not quite believing the sentiment. You put a lot of faith in, you deserve it. Even when you make mistakes. Even when you try and play us all like pieces. Which you shouldn't, by the way, she adds in. Parts of that are hard to swallow, but there is a bright footpath to it. I am not my father. The simplicity of it makes me want to retreat, but I repeat the words as a mantra, needing them to stay. Things would have gone very differently if I'd believed them from the beginning. But perhaps that prior flawed belief was needed. Ben wouldn't have stayed initially if he thought Stella had my heart. And then he wouldn't have become as essential to me as she is. I clear my throat. Thoughts for a different time. Do I also deserve to hear how you feel about me? I ask, longing for the words she spoke silently against my skin like the worst kept secret. Stella's laugh is soft. Oh, now you want to know. I know, I say, pulling her fully onto my lap, enjoying the solid weight of her. It's a precious thing that she's never hidden her emotions from me. You are as generous with your heart as you are wise. But I'm a simple gargoyle who wants to hear the words from your lips. Those pink lips quirk. I love you. I think a part of me always has. No matter how hard you've made it. I snort. I promise I'll care for your heart and our family till my dying days. All of our family, I say with emphasis. Even errant demons who think they know better. Stella gives me a flat look. You can't make Ben love us back. That's what she thinks. Stella, we find a comfortable pattern together. Pressures from the territory plague us, and pregnancy symptoms still suck, but we fall together like puzzle pieces. Stony Heart has to go out to meetings with people in the territory but always comes home early enough to force me not to overwork and to find food items that at least sound appetizing. His hand on my stomach while we fall asleep helps the worst of my anxiety. And feeling gross is easier to handle when a growly gargoyle is holding you. It doesn't make the ache for Ben hurt less, but I can at least focus on getting more charms done, and Stony Heart doesn't even make too much of a fuss about me delivering them. I munch on my cereal, figures that sugary cereal is what settles best right now, and frown at my phone. Stony Heart makes a sound and finishes chewing his armlet that I can't look too closely at, or I won't be able to finish my breakfast. What's bothering you? He asks. My mom wants to meet up. She'll even venture into the territory for it. Which is a surprise because I've never known her to pass the border here after leaving when she was cast out. And you don't want to? He asks. She's probably heard about the pregnancy. I'd be shocked if she hadn't. The official news of the pregnancy and Stony Heart naming the baby his heir had spread through the territory like wildfire. Despite my worries that the parentage would cause upset, I've received very warm congratulations any time I go out. It's not that I don't want to see her, I say. Mom was the first one I wanted to ask for advice when I found out I was pregnant. But she made me doubt. I don't want to go on that emotional roller coaster again. It's why I haven't called to tell her the news myself. Her caustic words about an heir linger. But she's making the effort. Stony Heart rubs my back. Do you still have the same doubts? No. I'm doing the things I set out to do. The sentiment in the territory already feels better than just a few days ago. The voting is in about a week, and I'm hopeful it will work out no matter who tries to interfere. It's your choice, Stony Heart says. But I don't want you to feel lacking for anything, including your mother. Even if she doesn't like me. I bite my lip, deciding. It would be good to touch base with her. I'll send Fiona to tell you. Silas, who is on the other side of the dining table working on his phone, stiffens. 3 bodyguards are a bit much, I say. I'll already have Andrew and Connors. Fiona has let me rest up since getting pregnant but threatens that it's only a matter of time before we're back to training in the mornings. I'm positive she's a sadist. Stony Heart makes a non-committal noise, and I roll my eyes. I'm sure there's a better job she could be doing. Perhaps, but it's been too quiet. He shrugs. That's not a reason to be paranoid, I say. We can't just keep expecting the worst of everyone here. Ip my wedding ring the whole way to the coffee shop Mom and I selected to meet at. The metals hum at me in comfort and loyalty. Stony Heart did select the perfect gift to me. Even the ring he placed on my thumb to protect against long-range attacks hums sweetly in time. That one still gives me hints of obsession and want. I have to keep from messing with that one too much unless I want to get horny. We haven't had sex since Ben left. I'd be worried, but with how awful I feel all the time, it's hardly a sign of a broken relationship. We'll find our way back to each other eventually. I'm planning my own courtship gift. I've slowly been working on a project after finishing with charms each day. I just Geo7 the energy expenditure because it's really not that much to craft a charm in the beginning stages. I'll wait until after the voting to really layer on some of the intentions I'm wanting. I feel guilty about breaking apart the Labradorit. The least I can do is use one of the pieces to give Stony Heart a replacement for the ring he gave me with some more protections interwoven in. I pass the time thinking about metal mixtures and what would look best with his other rings to distract myself from nerves. The car stops, I'm out in a blur and ducking into the building. The cafe is cozy with plush armchairs and little nooks for privacy. I see her near the window, and my steps quicken without me meaning to. She stands and hugs me tightly. The doubts and ugly feelings from before wash away under her embrace. "I'm so sorry," she says into my hair. I let my anger and fear run the show. My throat swells as I breathe in her green scent. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you. You already apologized." She continues, "I didn't mean to imply you were a bad leader. You can always do anything you put your mind to." I pull back, hesitant to let go. "Do you mean it?" The question slips out of me no matter that I just assured Stony Heart this morning that I'd quieted those doubts. Her smile is all wry pride. "You don't need me to answer that. Your choices aren't what I would have chosen, but that's what makes you unstoppable. You've already been quite busy from what I hear." I blush. "Here, sit. I got you a chai. The ginger will help your stomach." I sit awkwardly, but the spices wafting from the hot cup in front of me are welcome. "It's not like you didn't predict that an heir would be an issue." "Hush. It was wrong of me to assume so many things about your situation. I understand why you did." She swallows and puts a hand to her chest. "Thank you. It did hit a little close to home for me, but I want us to be past that. I don't want that history to haunt this new future." A tightness in my chest releases. "I want that too. A lot. So." She starts. "I've heard the news." "What have you heard?" I ask, more to establish what the gossip is saying rather than to hide the truth from her. Mom laughs. "Well, there are a few rumors going around, but the loudest is that you're pregnant by someone in your clan and that Stony Heart claims the child as his heir." I nod. Ben's scent is mostly unknown since he'd been wearing the charm nearly the whole time he was here. It would make sense that they don't quite know who fathered the baby. It's not quite so clean-cut. I trail off. "Do you want to talk about it?" My lower lip trembles for a moment, and I shake my head. "I don't want to talk about Ben. Maybe someday it'll be easier to talk about, and I'll go over the whole story, but he's out of the picture now, and every day he stays gone emphasizes that." "Were you scared of becoming a mom?" I ask. "Oh, honey." Her face softens. "Of course I was, but then you were here, and you were everything. Just like this baby is going to be everything." "Yeah. Yes. You're in the process of wrangling a whole territory. You can do this part. You have help." She squeezes my hand in comfort. "Sometimes I feel like if I didn't have Stony Heart supporting me that I'd spiral out of control, I confess, but feel better. This was the side of my mom I've missed the most." Mom's lips curve. "He's an interesting fellow. A little cold, but it was reassuring when he visited me." I frown. "He visited you? When?" "A few days ago. It gave me quite a fright in my garden at first." Her mouth thins. "Carl must have been nearby because he made a show like he was going to protect me from his boss." She shakes her head. But Stony Heart apologized for not meeting me before the nuptials and made promises that you would have everything you ever needed. Her mouth quirks, and I hang on every word. He implored me to forgive that you hid so much from me, said that it all came about so quickly. It was a short visit. I blink. I didn't IMO. A few days ago, we weren't speaking. While I'd closed myself off in my workshop, he'd reached out to her. We'd just lost Ben, and he'd thought to make sure I had all the other support I needed. I'm touched. Mom nods. I already knew I needed to apologize, but meeting him, knowing that history wasn't here repeating itself, made it all easier. Now if only he'd do something about his watchdog. There's a twist to her mouth that isn't for Stony Heart. You know I start. Carl went against Stony Heart's orders when he didn't tell him you were coming home early. He's obviously very into you. She rolls her eyes. He followed me here. I raise my brows and look around, finding him in the back of the cafe, reading a paper. I feel better that someone is watching out for her, but if she's uncomfortable around him... Do you want Stony Heart to recall him? She blows out a breath in frustration, conflict marring her features before they smooth. No, one like him around. I tilt my head. I've always liked him. I'm sorry he lied and is Stony Heart's man. She shrugs. Stony Heart says he's my man now. I was a little afraid to ask him what he means. Probably that his loyalty is to you before Stony Heart. Which makes sense with how he moved to protect her from Stony Heart. She changes the subject to ask about where I'm living now, and I talk about the penthouse and all Stony Heart's people who are now mine that I live with. Eventually our cups are empty, and we hug each other goodbye. I have to get back to delivering charms, and she has her emotions about a certain wolf shifter to figure out. I feel lighter when I climb into the car. The disturbance in my middle hums against my magic, and I move to soothe it without thinking. Grandma loves you, I say and inhale, letting the worst of my expectations disintegrate. For all that I lectured Stony Heart about expecting the worst from people, I'm not much better. And one of your dads is ready to go to war to protect you. We aren't alone. I can do this. I look out on the streets as they pass. The paranormal beings who notice the car tilt their heads in acknowledgement. Everything is going to be okay, I say more to myself than the barely there baby. I frown. It takes a full minute to clock what feels off. The car is going the wrong way. I press the intercom button. Hey, Andrew, the charm delivery is nearer to the Firefly, not farther away. Connors isn't in the passenger seat. How did I miss that? The hair on the back of my neck raises. Just sit back and enjoy the ride, Andrew says. It sounds like him, but the tone of his voice sounds wrong. There's a cruel mockery to it when he's usually painfully respectful. I keep my breathing even and check my phone. No service. There's probably something blocking the signal. No calling for help. Now that I'm not distracted, the protective magic that usually intertwines around the car is off. The charms, instead of just keeping people out, are now tightened to keep me in. I've stepped into a trap. Roomy in my seat as Silas leads the mare from my library. The meeting went well, but I'm distracted. If Stella wasn't out delivering charms, I'd head to her workshop and just be with her. But Stella isn't the only one I'm courting. I have time before my next meeting, and I'm going to make it count. I hit call button on my phone. Unsurprisingly, he hasn't responded to any texts. It's been a week. He should be great if I gave him that long. He doesn't answer the first call. I'm willing to make this official and go through Kalos to talk to him, but that would be messy, and the dragon is hardly going to welcome me right now. I dial again. What do you want? Ben answers the phone. Is that how you answer the phone for everyone, or am I just special? Is this business related? Do you want it to be? Rumi Ben hisses in annoyance. My eyes close at the sound of him saying my name. I miss him. We both do, even if she doesn't bring it up. Stella thinks you're not coming back. I'm not. That's impossible, I say. Because it is. One way or another, I'll get him back. Stella thinks she's made peace with his absence, but I see the flashes of pain when her thoughts wander. I experience my own loss, but it's buffered by my confidence. I know he wants to come back, so it's just a matter of strategy. He sighs. Just because you decree something doesn't make it so. Would it make you feel better if I detailed all the possibilities of how I was going to entrap you? I lean back, wishing he was here so I could entrance him with more than my words. Why would that make me feel better? He asks, caught off guard. I wonder if you're so upset because you didn't see the strategy coming. I want you to know how far I was willing to go. Still willing to go. You're deranged, he says. That isn't a no. The simplest would be to chain you to our bed. It would have caused problems with Kalos and threatened a war, but I find that's not so terrible of an idea now. I trail off, smiling when he clears his throat. Stella saved you from the easiest one. The pressure of everyone knowing who you're fucking by sent alone. I planned to slather you in it. The rumors would have started small until they reached a fever pitch, and I'd convince you to allow me to claim you. Stony heart, he says, trying to sound stem, but he still doesn't get it. I considered making political moves that would have put you in a bad position with Kalos and have him question your loyalty. He'd have no choice but to release you from your position. That was a spotty plan because it's hard to make that dragon do anything he doesn't want to do. Ben makes a frustrated noise. You would have threatened your alliance. I'd threaten everything but the people I love and the baby who is on the way, if it meant having you back, I confess. Such is the deviance of love. I recognize that I'm not my father. I wouldn't choose a permanent sleep, but I'd bum down plenty to have my family healthy and whole. I think I've stunned him. I'm upset, he starts. Because I bonded with the two of you by accident. I blink, but the surprise only lasts a moment. Of course he's bonded to me as well as to her. That's logical. You haven't broken the bonds. I guess. I'm rather an insensitive creature when it comes to magic. Silence. Victory. He doubts enough that I'm going to sneak into his heart whether he means me to or not. Do you think we'd reject these bonds if given the choice? Because if you asked, I'd tell you what I want, I say. Neither of you need me. He sounds plaintive now. I don't promise that we need him because he's told himself this lie for so long that he won't believe it just because I reject it. My next words are harsh, they are meant to be. Whatever drivel stalks your mind, your time is running out. Come back to us. I can't. Do not make me hunt you down, I warn, and his breath stutters on the other side of the line. You'll only make it worse for yourself when I catch up to you. I let my words hang in the air before adding, if not for my sake, for Stella's. I end the call on his pained indrawn breath. The board is set. So filking stubborn, not that I'd want him to be any less. It makes sense why we are so compatible. Silas gives an aggravated sigh, having caught the tail end of the conversation. If you want to dirty talk your lovers, can you please give me enough warning to leave? Sorry. My smile is WTY. I thought I could keep it professional. Silas rolls his eyes. Yes, detailing all the ways you'd wage war for him. Thank you for that. Thank the gods Stella would talk you down. I shrug. Perhaps. Andrew enters the library. I have the report on the north side you sent for. I frown. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be guarding Stella with Connors. I saw him leave with them. Andrew looks confused. No, you messaged me this morning that you wanted this report. Said you were sending someone else. I didn't message you, I say at the same time. Silas says. I did those reports yesterday. The confusion falls from Andrew's face, and he pales as the reality of the situation becomes known. Panic is a foreign thing to me, but that doesn't stop it from flooding my veins. Who is with my wife? Stella. It doesn't take long to figure out where Andrew is heading. Apparently, the Leonid compound is not so abandoned anymore. Fuck, I whisper. We should have leveled the whole thing, or at least dismantled the stupid spell that only admits blood relatives and those invited. I tighten my grip around my phone, willing it to work. To create a lifeline that will get me and my little disturbance out of here. Fear and frustration mix. Just when I felt like I was getting a handle of the situation, this shit happens. Maybe Stony Heart sent Fiona after I argued against it. But wouldn't she have swooped in already? Bargaining it is. I don't know what is making Andrew do this. Maybe he's been a spy from the beginning, but surely he can be reasoned with. You don't have to do this, I say into the intercom. He laughs, again sounding so different from the young man I know. Of course I don't. I want to. Stony Heart, I start. We'll get exactly what's coming for him. And you're going to help. That's not ominous at all. Think, Stella, think. But nothing comes to me. The building rises past the trees, and I swallow on the impending doom. I have nothing against modern architecture. I love the Firefly. But the Leonid compound more closely resembles a prison in shape, and the dark color doesn't do it any favors. It's brutal. There may be no barbed wire fence, but the defensive magic is heavy in the very bricks of it. The trees of the forest give the space its own birth. The feeling of the place had been oppressive enough the one time I snuck in there to take back what they stole from Kalos. If they get me inside there. The car slows as we pull up to the entrance. There's a group of men there. Two of them are familiar, but it takes a moment to recognize them. I've only met them once and they are looking a little haggard even if they still wear suits, trying to project an air of authority. Being in hiding hasn't been kind to them. My uncle Frank looks to be in his 50s, and my half-brother Leo should look my age, but has new lines on his face. There are a few mercenary-looking guys in tactical gear behind them. Frank opens the car door and leers in at me. If it isn't my long-lost niece. Get out of the car. The only thing I can do right now is stall. I grip the seat, determined to stay exactly where I am. Someone will come for me, and I'm going to wait for my opening until then. Good work, Frank says as Andrew saunters into view. They didn't suspect a thing. Poor Andrew is probably still on a wild goose chase. His expression shifts, showing some guilt, but it's gone again before the other men in the group can catch it. I blink in confusion. His brother. Andrew has a brother. He didn't say he was a Fivan, but I guess that's not the sort of thing that comes up in conversation. You'd make this easier on yourself if you cooperate, my uncle says. I have no reason to believe you, I say. Frank's smile is cloyingly fake. No, but you'll have fewer bruises in the end. We wouldn't want you to lose any precious cargo. My throat tightens with fear, and I suppress the urge to cover my stomach with a protective hand. Fuck these guys. I'd think it would be better for you to kill me, I say, but my voice is high no matter how casual I bite to sound. Don't mistake my intentions. I would. His eyes are cruel. But the council needs its scapegoat. With Stony Heart out of the way, they'll be able to go through with their plan for Kalos. The council, at least the faction McConnell is a part of, is working with these guys. Fan-fucking-tastic. I don't know how they mean to get Stony Heart out of the way, but before I can reason about it, Frank sighs and lifts his chin at Not Andrew. Not Andrew isn't much larger than I am, but he is a lion shifter and stronger. He reaches into the car and grips my arm, pulling. His fingers dig in, bruising me. I attempt to make his job harder by using my legs against the doorway to stay put, but when he pulls back like he's going to hit my stomach, I flinch away, and he drags me out. I'm shaking and squint in the sunlight. That wasn't so hard, was it? Frank asks, rolling his eyes. We only need you as the bait. It doesn't have to be a fight. My heart falls. That's how they are getting at Stony Heart. I wouldn't mind her roughed up. She's the reason we've had to hide in the first place. Leo speaks for the first time, and his voice has an obnoxious whine. Frank just shrugs. You go against a dragon with a shit plan, and shit happens. Lorenzo should have listened to me. Let's get inside. No. I yell, and my fear shakes loose enough for me to struggle against Not Andrew's hold. I can't be taken in there. The men laugh at my struggles, but they cut off when thud sounds near my ear. Not Andrew's grip loosens, and I pull away. He has an eye knife sticking out of his chest. His shock is gruesome and matches mine and everyone else's. Run! Fiona shouts from the camouflage of the surrounding trees, and her voice spurs me forward as chaos breaks out behind me. A flare of fire magic from the mercenaries gets thrown. Another man cries out as if he's hit by something. I nearly trip over the rocks surrounding the paved road but make a mad dash away from the building. Everything happens so fast. It feels like I've run a mile, but the building is still in sight when something catches hold and yanks me backward. Got you. Leo's breath is rank, and I cry out when he twists my arm behind me. Looks like I can get my pound of flesh after all. He twists the arm cruelly, and I sob. A roar breaks through the pain, and a shadow blocks out the sun. The sound is primal and makes me want to drop to the ground to cower even as the relief is quick. I can imagine what it sparks in the heart of the enemy. Stony Heart is here. Finally. Leo says, keeping a firm hold on me while he retrieves something from his breast pocket. This had better work. It was made special for him after all. My reaction is instant. I can't let myself be used to lure him in. I stomp on his foot as hard as I can, and the rest of the training Fiona has tried to drill into me surfaces enough for me to break his hold. I stumble away, but it's too late. A large grey body swoops past, tackling Leo to the ground. Powder fills the air around them, and laughs before gurgling when Stony Heart crushes his throat. The crack of my half-brother's spine results in silence. No, 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 I chant in my head. Stony Heart stands, all lethal power. The powder clings to him and looks ridiculously like glittery soot, but the magic hanging in the air feels dark. Stony Heart, he doesn't give me a chance to argue, just gathers me in his arms. With a beat of his powerful wings and the lurch of my stomach, we're airborne. Gods, I hate flying. The sounds from the fighting shrink as we gain altitude. I catch the glint of glass windows as we enter the city line. I thought I lost you, he says. If Fiona hadn't been tailing you, he breaks off with a huff, and my arms tighten around his neck when the glide of his wings falter. Dread diminishes my fear of heights enough for me to take in his face. His icy gaze is disoriented. The hope that we'd left whatever spell Leo targeted him with behind dies in my chest. Rumi I know, he interrupts. I feel it. I don't have much time. I have to get you to safety, he's been cursed. The firefly comes into view, and we soar up the side of the building. His wings shake, and Stony Heart snarls. Almost there. We land on top of the building without any of his usual grace. His wings stay extended because they've turned to stone. No, 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 I say, trying to wipe the soot from his chest as more patches of grey harden. I need metals, crystals, something. Tears blur my vision. I'm helpless as the curse spreads over his skin. Listen to me, Firefly Stonyheart says, and I can barely see his expression, but what I do see is full of acceptance. His hand cups my cheek. I'll love you longer than the mountains stand. Stop. I'm nonsensical at his calm. If anything, it makes me angrier. How can he be so calm when my world is ending? He nozzles the top of me head. They couldn't ask for a better leader. The flesh of his palm against my cheek stiffens and cools, turning to stone. I fall backward, but no one is there to catch me. Only a statue and the icy cold off gravel under me. All that's left of my husband is lifeless rock. Stellar-wide grief is a stalled tang. Momentum keeps me moving past every sharp wave of yearning that makes it hard to breathe when I notice his absence. Everything reminds me of him and what's happened. I want to wail and trap myself away, but I refuse to disappoint Stonyheart's last wish. Instead, we move forward. There's no reason to believe he won't eventually wake up. Gargoyles do turn to stone to heal, Silas tries to reason. We all sit around the library table. No one dares to sit in Stonyheart's place, and the presence of the empty seat is a shadow on the proceedings. Silas, Francesca, and Fiona wait to present the state of the territory. They'd given me as much time as they could to clean up and calm myself. The sky outside is black, and the city lights glitter despite the yawning ache in my chest. One of the paid muscle captured said that the spell they had on hand for the gargoyle is a fake concoction, Fiona says. She has a black eye, and a burn covered with a bandage on her arm. Her voice lacks any of her usual playfulness. He's not meant to wake up. Silas looks like he wants to send her away to rest, but she's not going to be kept out of territory business. Not when we're short-handed. Connors is expected to live, but Caleb, Andrew's twin brother, got him good with a poison dagger. Andrew has been detained until he can be cleared of wrongdoing. Then we summon that scholar to look at it. There will be someone who can break the spell, Silas says. Francesca nods. I'll manage the other territory in the meantime. NV% at do we tell everyone? They look to me. I expected Rumi to continue on if I fell. I never asked whether I could do the same, but I can't stop. If not for the baby, for the people relying on we tell them he's healing, I say. It's not a lie. Silas nods in agreement. We've retrieved Frank's body. By the looks of it, and mind you, no one is saying they saw a thing, he was dragged from the compound after Fiona took out the mercenaries and killed by a group of people. He blows out a breath. That group of people then ripped apart the Leonid compound brick by brick. The people of the territory have spoken. The remaining Leonids had to be involved to get to him if he'd been hiding out in the compound. Nothing feels right at the moment, but Frank's end feels like justice. That's one less thing to worry about. My voice sounds even, but that regards me with caution. I'll contact Rowan to look at the curse inflicting Stonyheart. He'll be more receptive to my request. Rowan says, his hands hovering over Stonyheart. The is bright tonight and leaves a stronger cast shadow than the illumination of the pool some distance away. The rest of the roof is a whirled rock and patio stones, the minimal plants up here having gone dormant for the season. I shiver in my sweater but lift my chin to the Fae when he turns. Silas stands by my side, taking notes. Rowan sighs. I have some ideas, but the ingredients for a curse like this run toward the unsavory side. I mouth the word while he's lost in thought. Unsavory. He hesitates. The counterspell may need to make use of the same ingredients. His gaze beseeches mine, and it takes a moment to understand. It's nothing I've ever worked with before and we can't use them, I interject. Rowan's shoulders drop in relief as the hope that his presence provided flickers. My throat hurts. We won't use black market body parts. Silas also looks sickened, and for the life of me, I don't know if it's the fact that the magic makes use of such thing or if he's disappointed at the line I've drawn. I trust it's the first, but my guilt threatens to choke me. Shouldn't I be willing to do and pay anything to have Stonyheart back? But it can't cost this. He wouldn't want that, I say, and it's the truth even though it's poor comfort. It would ruin our credibility. We are here to protect people, and that is what we'll do. Silas nods in support. I hope I'm always strong enough to stick to this conviction, but in this moment, I'm going to do what I know Rumi would want. We'll find another way, I decree. Juan asks kindly. I nod, trying not to choke on my hope that this will work. I warm the small blade against my palm, the sharp edge keeping me from getting lost in my wishes. It's been a week since I've heard Stonyheart's voice or felt his arms. The voting of the territory happens tomorrow, and I need him with me. I'm not worried about the results. In a twist of ingenuity, Fiona was able to bring enough evidence of meddling to the other territory leaders, and with the help of Lobo himself, McConnell has lost his seat on the council. The unnamed others in his faction have all pulled back for fear of their own positions being put at risk. Lobo has proven an unlikely, but valuable ally. We don't talk much, but the empathy he shows me when we do makes conversing both harder and easier. He knows what it's like to lose someone. Missing Stonyheart and Ben has left me a husk of myself, but a productive husk. As ready as I'll ever be, I say to no one in particular. It's weird to have so many people up here with me. I visit Stonyheart every night. It's usually a lonely vigil, where I talk to him and pretend he can hear my updates about what I'm doing with our territory. Part of me longs to reach out to Ben, but every day he stays away without Stonyheart's confidence to buoy me, a piece of my heart chips away. I don't think I'm strong enough for him to reject me again. I focus on the here and now to keep from dwelling on thoughts of him and how he should be here. The moon is darker tonight, and the air this high up is frigid, though the breeze is blessedly gentle. We need more candles, Xena says, and Rowan makes a sound in agreement. I don't know how I feel about the potion master. She's quirky, but her work is making this attempt to break the curse possible. It's lucky for us that Rowan heard rumors about a potion master researching unusual ingredient substitutions. The extra candles Rowan adds flicker and cast shadows on the statue of Stonyheart in a way that makes it almost look like he's moving. Like this could really work. I inhale. You know your part? Rowan asks, and I nod. I have a simple task. I run my thumb over the blade, a meditation and prayer to any that will listen. Xena finishes adding something dark and mushy to the wide golden bowl resting on the ground. The contents smell sharp with an underlying layer of butchered animal. I breathe through my mouth and try to keep my stomach from tumming more than it usually does. The territory has kept me busy enough not to dwell on how I still feel every day. Whoever said that pregnancy is full of joy can walk off a cliff. Rowan starts an incantation in a lilting language that must be Fey. The feel of the air shifts, and Xena lights the contents of the bowl. There must something in there to help it burn because the flame is sudden and powerful. Rowan's chanting gets louder and louder until he looks over at me. That's my cue. I don't let myself hesitate. I draw the knife against my palm and step forward. The heat of the fire curls around my legs, but I keep my gaze forward. The familiar lines of Stonyheart's face are home in the dark night. I press my blooded palm against his chest and a crack of energy vibrates through the air. There's a collective gasp, and I look up. The surge of magic filling me with hope. It takes until the bowl of fire to die out for the truth to be apparent. It didn't work. I pull my hand away from the stone. My blood leaves a nearly dried print. The stinging of my palm barely registers past the shattered feeling behind my sternum. Someone clears their throat and suddenly Rowan is standing beside me. Don't lose heart, lady. Fey magic is wily. We will find a way. This is merely our first attempt. My chin dips in acknowledgement, and I take the wipe he hands me, pressing the antiseptic against the cut there. I don't have any pretty words of encouragement, but luckily no one seems to require them. Stonyheart remains in a permanent sleep. The candles get blown out, and people move to clean up the failed spell. There's a soft touch to my elbow, and I look up at Xena. I'm glad the other potion worked, she says. We'll try to break the curse again. Don't give up hope. I've never had so many people volunteer to give me hair and blood to make substitutions. That is an uplifting distraction. The truth of Stonyheart's affliction isn't out yet, but the people know something is wrong, and have come forward wanting to help. This territory is a very different place than just last month. But the other thing she said makes me frown. The potion. She looks at my stomach, and her face softens. The one Ben picked up. I was surprised he couldn't make it tonight. Of course, this is the potion master who made the fertility aid. The world is such a small place, and that reminder makes the absence of Ben even sharper. Oh, yes, that. I blush and fry to disentangle myself from the conversation. Let's hope the next attempt to break the curse works as well. There's magic to hoping, she says, and I nod politely. I just wish hoping didn't hurt so much. Ben on the piano keys, and I'm startled to realize I'm no longer alone in the room. This part of the house is out of the way enough that I'd chosen this piano as my favorite to let the chaos of my heart free since I'd begun living with Kalos. No one disturbs me here, and though it's a shared space, I thought of it as mine. But it's really another place that doesn't truly belong to me. Stonyheart offered you a piano. The thought is a whisper and is easily waved away. It's no loss to be interrupted now. I haven't been able to touch the keys since leaving my heart in another territory. Do you need something? I ask my boss. Kalos brows a toe in frustration. No, but you do, and you're not going to FMD it while staring at a piano. I don't know what you're talking about. He tilts his head. I've always loved your tenacity, but this is ridiculous. His voice is gentle and that takes out the sting from his words. You don't eat. You don't sleep. You're miserable, Ben. You've made the wrong choice. I thought for a moment Stonyheart wasn't going to give me a choice, but it's been a week since the call where he threatened to hunt me down. If he really needed me, I wouldn't be here anymore. They've done fine without me. Aren't you curious about the results of the voting? Kalos asks. I refuse to be tempted into asking. They have it handled. You don't want to know if that councillor was successful in removing them from power? I hear he wanted to put Stella on trial. The outrage rises so quickly, it makes me nauseous. Which isn't unusual of late. Kalos is right that I haven't been feeling my best. They would. Violence lashes my insides at the idea that anyone would dare target my what? Stella and Stonyheart don't belong to me. All that's left between us is a bond I can't bring myself to let go of. The vote was in their favor, Kalos says, interrupting my emotional upheaval. I blink in confusion. But why? Because apparently the only one who is going to give you a wake-up call about ignoring your feelings is me. Maggie wants to give you space to heal, and Katerina thinks you should suffer for abandoning her friend. I flinch and focus on the glossy piano in front of me instead of the sear of pain I feel when Stella enters my thoughts. I hurt her, but she's better off without me. I care deeply for you, Ben. Enough to let you go, but you have to act before it's too late. They don't need me. Do you think I need Katerina? Kalos asks. Yes. Kalos would burn down the whole world if anything happened to her. His lips twitch at my quick response. That's fair. Do you think that she needs me? I pause, because I wouldn't say that. Katerina could survive just fine without Kalos. She wouldn't want to be without him, though. Kalos sighs as if sensing he's making headway. Loving someone isn't about what you do for them. His scale-covered hand grips my shoulder with meaning. I know what it is to lose a mate and child, but yours are still here. The understanding in his golden gaze makes it hard to speak. He continues, don't make me fire you to get your priorities in order. After a moment I clear the ache from my throat. That sounds rather high-handed. I don't have a place with them, I say, and the excuse sounds terrible to my own ears. Kalos snorts. Did you ask? My phone buzzes, and I check it, frowning as I read the message. What is it? Kalos asks. Xena. She's calling in a favor. Kalos rolls his eyes, but with how valuable of a resource Xena is, neither of us would dare ignore her. Weren't done talking about this? Repeating yourself doesn't change anything I say, even though something has shifted the doubt lodged in my chest. If there's a chance to make you happy, I'll repeat myself until I lose my voice. I blink, losing my ready reply in the face of his honesty, but Kalos only nods with satisfaction. I teleport to my favorite potion master's shop to escape the screaming demand in my soul that he's right. I made the Vmong choice, and every action since then compounds that. I'm here, I call out, needing a distraction. The eclectic mix-off shop isn't enough to pull my thoughts away from the people I should be talking to. Something falls in the back, and Xena bustles out. Her hair frizzy with energy and her eyes bright with obsession. I've never seen her so in the zone. Oh good, she says. I've been reading about this mushroom that needs to be harvested from a Nordic forest. You want to go mushroom hunting together? I ask, trying to temper her excitement. I don't want this to be multiple days of trekking through the woods because she's on the hunt for something she can't live without. I owe her a favor, but I do have my limits. Yes, she exclaims, showing me an illustration of what looks to me to be an average-looking mushroom. I'm pretty sure that this one will help in the next attempt. What next attempt? I ask, but I should know better. If she's on the tear for a specific thing, she'll talk my ear off about it before we go, and I have places to be. Apologies to make. The attempt to break the curse on your gargoyle, of course. The bottom falls out of my stomach at the mention of Stony Heart. Dread and alarm buzzes in my ears. What curse? I ask carefully. Her shoulders drop, and her look of shock only adds to my foreboding. You don't know. Still, my voice wavers, and I pull the blanket tighter around my shoulders. The night went later than I expected, and I assumed I'd be able to sleep without seeing my husband. But I was wrong. I'm drawn here like standing too close to a stinging bonfire. It hurts, but the bum is better than the cold alternative. You wouldn't be surprised at all, I continue with a shrug. I'm not all that surprised either. I feel the difference in the territory since my attempted abduction and the downfall of our enemies. The Fey Lord who backed Frank and Leo still needs to be dealt with, but that's a distant problem in a whole other realm, and the Harpies' ally might already have it in hand. I don't think they even needed an air I muse, but smile when my disturbance gives a pulse to remind me that it's still here. Still ready to take on the world when the time comes. I think they just needed to face their demons rather than live in fear. They had to feel a part of something. The charms probably helped. Dot and me. They see me as a leader. There may be the passing poetic whisper about me tumbling into some mauming ghost over my healing husband, but when it came down to it, they want to be led by me. Every meeting with a business owner or concerned citizen over the past week, every moment of care I gave to them, paid off. It's everything we wanted, and it feels hollow. I just wish you were here to see it. I clear my throat and shiver. The blanket isn't that thick, and I'm only in a sleeping slip under it. My bare feet have long since become numb. I should go in soon, but the same drive to see him stops me from leaving. I take in the changes made around us. Mom dropped by and prettied up the space. A couple of winter flower pots and the string of fairy lights add a cozy element that nearly touches the shadow in my heart. There's even a space heater that I was too stubborn to turn on, but now I sigh in defeat and click the button. The makeover is a silent acknowledgement of what everyone knows. I'll be visiting this statue for the foreseeable future. We may not be giving up, but I'm realistic enough to know that this may take longer than anyone wants to admit. Perhaps I will become a ghostly visage up here alone. Stella. I suck in a breath and spin at the sound of his voice, so familiar even though I haven't heard it in weeks. The tears welling in my eyes fall without pencilin. Ben? You should have called me. The stricken expression on his face stabs at my own wounded heart. The flash of anger is instant, and I wipe the tears away. Why would I do that? You left. He steps closer, and I take a step back. He looks not as put together as his existed in my memory. His hair is sticking up in places, and there's a smudge of dirt on his cheek. He wears a t-shirt and sweats in the place of his usual suit. You should have still told me, he says, and the vehemence of it surprises me. I could have been here. Why? I ask like I didn't ache for that every night. Because I love you. You have a shitty way of showing it, I snap. He winces but steps closer again, and when I retreat more, I bump into the immovable object that is Stony Heart. He's been like this for a week, and I had no idea. Ben's voice breaks, and pain spills over his features. It's clear in this moment that I'm not the only one he loves. I stole his opportunity to react to the state of the gargoyle we both care for. My shoulders drop in momentary defeat. I lose the grip I have of the blanket, and it falls, pooling around my feet, but Ben reacts before my first shiver. He hisses in dismay and grabs me around the waist, pulling me in. I make a sound at the warmth of him, my fingers digging into his fabric-covered shoulders. Gods, Stella. Are you wearing? It's freezing up here. Fuck you, I snarl, not ready to abandon my righteous anger for the sucking sensation of guilt. Ben's eyes darken. Let me take care of you. No, I say, but I don't push him away. The contact of our bodies is already sparking a heat low in my belly. I don't need you to take care of. I know, but I need you, he whispers. Those words. They don't make up for the moments of loneliness and doubt, but they heal something. My nipples press against his chest, hard and sensitive. There is no cold or stars above us. Only our mate at my back and a helpless anger in my chest even as my body comes to life under his touch. You abandoned us. The tears I wiped away return with a vengeance. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he breathes against my lips. I rear back, but the solid form of Stony Heart leaves no room for me to escape what my heart is clamoring for. Almost as if he's really here with us, guiding back together again. Our bodies and souls are like magnets. The impending crash of slow heavenly bodies. I'm caught in his soulful gaze. Ben's grip on my waist tightens, and mutual momentum draws us in. This time when his face presses near mine, I tremble, panting against his mouth, needy for this connection even as I still suffer from the wound he dealt. I was wrong. Let me make things right, he says, as enraptured with me as I am with him. His kiss is warm against my cold lips. All at once, the frustration rises and breaks. He abandoned me, but I forgave Stony Heart of the same crime. I refuse to hold my hurts close to my chest until they poison everything. I reacted all my life to being cast aside upon birth. I won't let the fear of rejection steal this demon from me. I won't be left alone with my memories and forget-me-nots again. I wrap my legs around him, and he grinds his arousal into the cradle of my thighs. I make a helpless sound. The fabric of his sweat's pressing against where I'm bare. I'm not wearing anything under the sleeping dress. Ben, I beg. Let me warm you up, he growls. I make an impatient sound. I need him as reckless for this as I am. I claw my fingers into his hair, kissing him like I can keep him from disappearing on me again just by force. I almost sob at the acute need. My hunger is so sharp I taste blood and gasp. He pulls back. A smear of red mars his lip, and shock reverberates through me. I bit him. I marked him for all to see. I open my mouth to apologize, but his gaze stops me. It's fire, and when he kisses me next, there's nothing contained about it. He devours me, groaning. His erection pulses against me, and I make an impatient sound, pushing down his pants as he pushes up my dress. I'm almost surprised that I'm wet with how tumultuous this moment is, but his cock presses against my folds, smearing my arousal against my thighs before lining himself up. He doesn't wait for an invitation before thrusting inside. The stretch makes me moan, and Ben's kiss steals the sound. It's been an age, and I've been so empty. The sudden fullness eases something unwieldy in my heart. I'm staying, he growls against my mouth. Apparently wanting to have a conversation as he moves inside me. I scowl, but it's impossible to hold on to anything other than the heat between us. For how long? Forever. His next thrust is hard and grinds my back mercilessly against Stony Heart's icy cold chest. The tears stream down my cheeks unchecked. Do you promise? Our eyes lock, and he slows his thrusts until the slow drag threatens to have me clawing him to go with the bite, but the look on his face hypnotizes me, absolute certainty. He brings his hand up and wipes the blood from where it sluggishly wells on his lower lip, before placing it past me and against the statue. A fresh red mark to layer on the one I left with my blood during the ceremony. Cross my heart and hope to die, he vows. The oath buzzes with significance. I buck my hips against him, urging him deeper, to take more. Pleasure and something darker making me want to claim this demon's soul as surely as he has ours. The stone heats and softens against my back, and suddenly we are wrapped in wings, cutting out the cold. The rhythm of our thrusts stutter as a large hand holds my ass up, giving me leverage even as a tail snakes around and pulls Ben deeper inside. Another hand grips the back of Ben's neck. I told you you'd only make it worse for yourself, Stony Heart purrs, hearing him, being surrounded by his scent, the strength of his body around mine after days of heavy fear that I'd never see him again are too much to process. I come with a cry, my head thrown back against my husband's shoulder. That's it, Firefly. Take our demon. Stony Heart's voice is low, and he pulls Ben harder against us, surging the demon deeper into me. My body clutches hard around Ben's as my hips move, wanting to be filled with him, wanting to consummate his promise. Wanting to claim him for the two of us. I pull down Ben's shirt, ripping the collar until the bare skin of the crook of his neck is exposed. Stony Heart doesn't ask any questions before he strikes, sinking his teeth in to leave a claiming mark. Ben is ours. Forever. Ben cries out, ragged and complete as his seed pulses hotly inside me. The stars burn above us, and there's nowhere I'd rather be than between these two. Remy, the world is cold, silent, and the next it's full of warmth and possession. I wake as if in a dream with my wife's back pressing against my chest, and the demon we both love surging inside her like he'll never have another chance. They both come too soon, but I'm riding too high on victory to care. The witch and the demon are mine and have the marks to prove it. The high feeling doesn't last because once Stella catches her breath, she starts crying. These aren't silent tears or small hiccups. This is a torrential downpour. What did you do? I hiss at Ben as he pulls out of her and slips himself back into his pants. He shakes away his shock over just being bitten enough to answer. She's crying about you. You kind of died. What? I ask, but Stella turns in my arms and wraps her arms around my neck, pressing her face against my throat. Her sobbing lowers in volume, but her shoulders still shake, and tears wet my skin. Ben bends down and picks up a blanket that must have fallen to the ground, wrapping it around our witch who must be freezing. Why are we outside? A curse tummed you to stone, Ben says. You've been trapped that way for a week. My brows raise, and I take in the roof of the Firefly. Memories drift back in. I remember the fear of Stella being taken. I tighten my arms around her, part to reassure her and part to comfort myself. A whole week has passed since that moment. Time that I've missed, but the world has not. It's disorienting but not as important as the woman in my Stella, I croon. Please don't be upset. I'm so happy, she gasps out. My lips twitch in humor, but I don't let that spill out. Ben's eyes are glassy. It would seem my demon was affected by my predicament as well. So you resumed? I ask. His jaw tightens before he answers. I would have. I didn't know what happened until today. I came as soon as I finished foraging for a mushroom to cure you. If my brows could raise more, they would. A mushroom? It was unpleasant, he says lightly. I'll have to ask more about that later. I feel as if I'm floating. Not quite in the real world because I have no idea what's occurred. Only that I woke up during the best part of it. Stella sniffs. You were with the potion master. Ben nods. She thought I knew what happened. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, she says against my skin, shame heavy in her words. My painfully independent wife has been suffering. I understand. He runs a hand over her hair. The demon has returned, and I won't let him get away again, but now is not the time for tackling either of my mates. I may be invigorated, but the exhaustion is clear on both of them. Now is the time to take care of them. I pull him into a group hug. It's time to get off this blasted roof. It's freezing. I tighten my hold on both of them and step off the roof. Stella makes a rude sound, and Ben stiffens, but the glide to our bedroom balcony is a quick one. A little warning next time. Stella growls, but it's a weak complaint. I swallow once we're inside. It's one thing to hear about Stella being alone. It's another to experience it. The scent of her sadness is so prevalent here that I leave the doors open to air it out. Stella keeps her head resting against my chest. Her breaths start getting heavier. She's obviously crashing after the rush of passion and emotion on the roof. I place her under the blankets of the bed even when she shakes her head. Sleep, Firefly. You need it, I say, and kiss her soft lips, my heart in my throat. She's here, and she's safe. I don't want to wake up to find that this is all a dream. Don't mistake yourself for anything other than fearless, I say with soft pride. The proof of her grief is all around us, but she did not fall to it. I will be here. She sighs and within a moment is asleep. Ben leans heavily against the bed frame to disguise his own weariness. Did neither of them sleep this week? I stand and gesture him to follow me to the bathroom. He's frowning when he walks in and closes the door behind him, and his flinch of alarm when I pull off his shirt is delayed. What? He asks in confusion. You smell like a bog, I say, not minding the smell, but there's a tightness to the demon that needs to be addressed since Ben isn't as dead on his feet as Stella. And I want to see all of him. Touch him. Care for him? I'll do the same with Stella once she gets some sleep. It's a pleasure as much as it is an honor to care for these two. They both need it. Stella reeks of heartbreak, and Ben doesn't look like he's been much better. He's lost weight since we were last together, and his movements lack his usual shorty. I turn the shower on hot, giving him a moment. Ben swallows and pushes down the sweats. For all his weariness and tension, he's still beautiful. I'm half expecting you to punish me for leaving her alone for so long, he whispers, stepping forward as if inviting me to do such a thing. I sigh as I remove my kilt. I'm displeased she took on such a heavy burden with only my people to help her, but we both know Stella. She wouldn't want to invite you to share her pain if she thought you wouldn't stay. I hold out my hand in invitation. I don't have much information on what's happened the past week. I've been avoiding news about the territory. He looks uncomfortable. My lips curve. I have Stella and Silas for that. All I want to do right now is hold you, and once the stink is gone, put you to bed with us where you belong. Something loosens in him, and Ben takes my hand, allowing me to pull him under the hot spray. I'm transfixed by the sight of water running down the muscles of his back and over the swell of his ass. I take a measured breath. Sex can wait. I have the rest of our lives for the two of them. He knows it or not. Once he wets his hair, I start washing it, enjoying the muscles in his shoulders and back relaxing for me. I'm still wearing the charm. I don't know how you can even smell that wretched place still, Ben mumbles as I rinse the shampoo from his hair. I arch a brow. It's not like I missed that he still wore the bracelet Stella gave him. It covers your scent and keeps others' inherent scents off you. It does not perform miracles. I'm touched that you went somewhere so foul to find a cure for me, I say. Ben tums, his dark eyes full of promise. It's the least I'd do for you. His throat bobs. When I heard you were cursed, I couldn't stop thinking about how I never told you. He swallows again. How I felt about you. I'm sure my grin is wicked with how he shivers. And how do you feel about me? If I were kinder, I wouldn't make him confess anything. But I'm not kind. I'm greedy. I think you know, he says with the jut of his chin. Of course I know, but I want to hear it. Just like you want to hear that I love you. He blinks in surprise. You do. I do, I confirm, becoming serious, my thumb stroking the broken skin of my bite mark on his neck. I wouldn't have claimed you if I didn't. I love you too. He breaks off when I kiss him. He groans in relief, and I may not be able to sense his emotions, but I can feel some fuzzy sensation in my chest that is him. The way it eases as his worries melt under my touch. I keep the kiss simple and rest my forehead against his afterward. His body is a temptation that I will not give into tonight. I'm sorry I left, he says. I shrug. You were overwhelmed and upset with me. It's understandable. You're not leaving again? I don't know where I fit here. The confession is raw. With us, I say. The answer is too simple for this detail-oriented demon, so I elaborate. We will carve you the place you wish to have. Ben pulls away and a pained expression passes over his face. I hear you claimed the child as your heir. My lips twitch. So much for avoiding news about us. You're still also the father. Now that you're a part of our clan, we are legally both the father. That's how it works for gargoyles. I'm a part of your clan. As of sometime this week. Silas should have filed the paperwork while I was sleeping. Sleeping sounds like too benign a term, but it's one that doesn't leave his eyes looking haunted. Ben frowns. How is that possible without me signing anything? Illegally, of course. I shrug. Are you complaining? My eyes threaten to narrow when he doesn't answer immediately, and my hand draws down his arm, talon playing with the clasp of the scent-blocking charm. I do not want him to fight this, but maybe that's what he needs. No, Ben finally answers. I want a place in your clan. I sigh in relief and toy with the clasp more. No more hiding. He swallows. No more hiding. Satisfaction blooms in my chest and I flick the clasp open. The bracelet drops to the shower floor, and Ben's expression is mournful for a moment before I pick it up and place it on the vanity. We'll see if Stella can remove the magic from it, I say. I wouldn't want to forfeit a gift from our firefly either. I'd like that, he says. I turn off the water and can hold back the kiss I give him before leading him out. Come to bed, songbird. You roost with us now. Stella by a gargoyle and nearly start crying in relief. My sniffle is cut off by his gravelly voice. None of that. I inhale. I can't help it. His hand squeezes me to his chest tighter, and I shudder in relief. How's the baby? He asks, probably trying to distract me from the emotional roller coaster. As disagreeable as ever, I say automatically, but hesitate. This is the first morning I've woken up without the need to vomit. Actually, I feel pretty okay right now. He hums in thought. What? One asks. Just a suspicion. Nothing else. Stony heart. It will hardly make you feel kinder toward him if I'm right. Him? I swallow. I sensed his absence on waking up, but I tried to distract myself with appreciating that I have Stony heart back. Ben is gone. Even if I have a memory of sleeping between the two of them, the sheets in front of me are cold. You think that not being in contact with Ben contributed to the sickness? I ask. Magical pregnancies have weird symptoms, so it's not like this is unheard of. I think the distance made you both sick, Stony heart says. That makes me feel a little better, except for the fact that he's gone now. Stony heart kisses my throat. He's coming back. Stop reading my mind. He smiles against my skin. I don't need to. Did he say he's coming back when he left this morning? He's promised me he was staying, and now he's gone. It's taking Stony heart's hand moving down my body and groping my breast to keep me from lingering on the gaping chasm of disappointment in my chest. I don't want Ben to break that promise to me. He didn't need to, Stony heart says. Your confidence is astounding. His chuckle is dark. You enjoy my confidence. I do, but I'm not going to admit that to him. His confidence in me is what made the past week without him possible. I missed you, I say, and it comes out with all the yearning and doubts that have tried to claw me down the past week. Stony heart rolls me under him, and his pale gaze captures my attention, scanning my face. I know. I'm sorry you had to handle that. He settles between my thighs, and I gasp at the contact of his skin there. He's naked, and I'm near to that. I weave my fingers through his hair, stroking one of his horns and appreciating how his lids drop in pleasure. I frown as I take him in. Where are you? I ask. I didn't notice last night, what with my heart breaking and being put back together again, but his grey skin lacks the ink I enjoyed tracing so much. They must have been healed by the stone sleep. There's a reason why gargoyles don't usually have tattoos. Stony heart dips his face to nuzzle the skin between my breasts, left exposed by the way my sleeping dress gapes. You can design the next tattoo I get. I want your mark on me. Delight curls my lips. I'd like to give him some mark of mine to go with the bite mark he left on me and on Ben. You're distracting me, I say. Because as the minutes go by without sight of Ben, anxiety starts whispering doubts in my ear. Don't you want to be distracted? Stony heart hooks a talon in my dress and shears the fabric in half. You're going to have to trust that he means to stay. You can't let your fear, I know, but knowing something doesn't mean it's easier to do, I say, breathless. Though when it comes to being with either of these men, it's easier to get over the fear when they are touching me. Stony Heart's long tongue traces the curve of my breast before circling my nipple. I hiss, my toes curling at the instant hot but stinging draw when he sucks. His mouth eases, he frowns. Too much. They are a little sensitive. He rumbles. Apologies, Firefly. He returns to the task, his mouth and tongue are gentle and make it hard to catch my breath. I make a sound when I can hardly stand it anymore, and he releases me with a satisfied smile, licking over to the other one. He came running as soon as he found out you needed him, he says, even as I grind my need-softened pussy against his bare chest. I scoff. We needed him the whole time. I may have denied that last night, but that was out of spite. I want him with us always. Not to mention that he's the reason the spell broke. It seems we needed the blood off both your mates to break it, I say, having woken up enough to process what happened last night as Ben said his blood vow. Does that mean you'll welcome him into our clan? He asks. A clan? Is that what we are? He pinches my ass, and I gasp at the rush of heat that accompanies the tease. Yes, my highly capable wife. We are a clan, he says, half exasperated. I nod, done with my teasing. I want that official title. That's if he comes back though, I say. Stony Heart flips me over, and I let out a yelp in surprise. Apparently I'm not doing a good enough job of distracting you, he says. Those doubts have no place here. I move to rise, chastened, but Stony Heart presses the space between my shoulders down until my chest and stomach rub against the bedding. The dress is nothing but rags that he casts away before laying his body against mine. I make a satisfied sound. Being engulfed like this settles me. His cock grinds against my ass, and my legs widen without need for instruction. I love having you like this, he murmurs, and I bite my lip to keep from moaning as, with an adjustment of the angle of his hips, his heated length slides against my wet pussy. Watching my knot disappear inside your wet and ready cunt is transcendent, but there's something about having you under me like this that feeds my darker tendencies. He lifts my hips higher and grinds the side of his knot against my opening, and I moan into the sheets. Take me, Rumi. I'm yours. Of course you are, he says as the head of his cock stops slipping teasingly through my folds and enters me. We both moan as he sinks inside me. He doesn't rush through the stretch. As soon as my pussy struggles against his girth, he merely rocks in and out to coax me to open more, give him more. With my chest on the bed like this, all my senses are full of him and the soft pace he's setting. The heat of his skin against my back. The puffs of his breath on my scalp. The heavy weight of him inside me, moving in a way that makes my insides shiver and a tight sensation in my lower belly build. I don't try to rush him. I want every reassuring touch. The pleasure he's building tingles whamings in my limbs but doesn't break free yet. I lose myself to the soft movements and groan praise. His knot brushes against my opening before he grinds it in deeper on the next rock. That's it. Such a soft and beautiful mate begging to take me. I moan when I realize his intention. He won't withhold any part of himself from me anymore. I arch my back and try to soften around him even more. The rumble of Stony Heart's growl against my back has me shivering as with the next thrust, his knot presses against me hard and insistent. The tight muscles of my body ease around the bulbous flesh, letting it slip inside me. Tears fill my eyes as my soul, still so reticent to believe that this is all real, that I'm not alone anymore, finally gives. The pressure is enough to release my own climax, and I cry out as Stony Heart holds me still, groaning so loudly that if there wasn't sound suppression magic involved, he'd wake the whole penthouse. His cock pulses inside me as his cum fills me. The pressure sets off another surge of pleasure. I think I must lose time because the next thing I know, Stony Heart is laying on his side, spooning me with our bodies still connected and sweaty. A clearing throat has my eyes snapping open. Am I interrupting? Ben asks, his cheeks flushed, and his expression part amused and part uneasy. About time you came back, Stonyheart says, making no move to remove his still very hard knot from me. She's been desperate to see you. My cheeks bum, but I can't deny it's the truth. Stonyheart flings the sheet back in invitation. Something dark flashes in Ben's eyes as he takes in my trapped and stretched body and tosses his bag down, quickly undressing. He left to pack a bag. He didn't abandon us. I squirm at my vulnerable position, but that only pulls against the knot trapped inside me and causes the gargoyle behind me to tut. Don't hide from him now. You've been wanting his presence all morning long, haven't you? Yes, I say. Ben doesn't leave me waiting, sliding into the bed as soon as he's bare. The kiss he gives me is rougher than I'm used to with him, but I need it. I need to taste his need. Stonyheart makes a rough sound. Fuck, my knot will never go down if you keep making her tighten like that. Ben's smile when he breaks the kiss is part dazed and part mischief. Something I'm sure you'd hate to experience. Stonyheart huffs, but it sounds satisfied. His large hand comes to cradle my breast, massaging it softly before offering it to the demon. Careful. Your baby has made them sensitive, he whams. Ben's nostrils flare, and there's something soothing about the possessive satisfaction on his face at the mention of child we made. I will be, Ben says reverently before his head drops to worship my breasts with his mouth. The soft drawing sucks of his mouth has me losing my mind. I moan and move as much as I'm able to while Stonyheart's knot swells even more inside me. Someone is rubbing my clit, but I can't quite track who. My hands explore Ben. I didn't get much of a chance last night. The sensation of his smooth skin and heated shadows caresses my senses. I get to his hardness against my thigh, I can't help but to stroke him. He licks my nipple hard, and I shiver as he goes back to teasing them, switching to the next breast. I inhale and nearly freeze at the scent of him. The dark sweetness. He's not wearing the charm. He really means to stay with us and officially be a part of our clan. We're really going to be a family. That beautiful revelation is interrupted by Stonyheart circling a knuckle against the delicate skin of my asshole. And one day, you'll aim to take both of us. I'm shaking my head before I even realize. I saw how rough you were with Ben. Ben gasps as I tighten my hold around him without meaning to. His cheeks are pink with a blush. Stonyheart chuckles. We'd prepare you much better. There's no need for the type of pain he likes. The knuckle disappears only to press against where I'm stretched around his knot before returning to tease me, wet with our mixed releases. And perhaps he'll be the one to take you here first. I'm sure he'd love to claim this part of you while we take you together. Ben groans, his cock hardens in my grip at the picture Stonyheart is painting, and I can't help but want that too. Through some magic, Stonyheart slips the swell of knot from me with a grunt. I lose my grip around Ben, and suddenly he's filling me. It's a mess, but that doesn't stop Ben from making a deep pleased sound at fucking me while Stonyheart's cum oozes between us. It's so slick, and I lose myself for a moment in thoughts of being marked by both of them like this, one after the other. It makes it easier to accept the teasing stimulation of Stonyheart knuckle against my asshole. He must sense our demon beginning to break because he abandons taunting me and grabs Ben's hips, pressing his body hard against mine, sinking his nails into the skin. The pain is always what Ben needs because he cries out, pulsing his seed inside me. Marking me with his scent as much as his cum. The act causes me to shake and shiver along with him, as much in the throes of passion as he is. Stonyheart sighs with contentment. The bright warmth in my chest hums along with my own magic as the truth of our connection becomes vibrant in its glory. This demon has bonded the three of us together, and I want it to never stay with us. I barely breathe the question. Ben kisses me. You couldn't get me to leave even if I tried. Epilogue. It was different seeing Stella in her wedding dress now than the day when we were married. The light of the bedroom makes her hair glow and dances over the lace and beading of the dress in the same way, but the impact to my chest is greater. I was utterly obsessed with her then, struggling with the jealousy that she'd given herself to someone else. Now, I'm utterly in love with her. I own her heart, soul, and the demon she brought along with her. When I admire her tenacity, it's because it's doing the best for the territory we run together. Her beauty still stuns me, but now her smiles impart secrets that I can read. She was right. Love is an expansive thing, and every day with her and Ben, our lives grow. And she's frowning at the new plant in the corner off bedroom. I clear my throat. You got a plant? She asks. I'm surprised you could repair that dress, I say instead of answering her. I walk up and nuzzle my mating mark on the crook of her neck. You look like a dream. Magic, she says and wiggles her fingers at me even as her cheeks pinken from the compliment. Seriously though. You did some major damage to it the last time. It's a testament to how far we've come that the memory doesn't darken her features. I was terrible to her that night, cold and menacing, stuck in a fight with myself that nearly tore us apart. Yet she was strong enough to not only forgive me, but to tease me about it now. Stella shrugs. I thought it was fitting since Ben chose it. It does highlight his work well, I tease. My hand brushes over the barely there swell off her belly, and I take a moment to admire the sight of the Labradorite protection ring Stella crafted for me against the curve of her. I'm as viciously satisfied to wear a piece of her as I am that she carries a new future for us. It's early yet, but Ben and I can't get enough of marveling over every change in Stella's body as she grows our child. I'd never given much thought to being a father and can only take comfort that it's a role I'm sharing with Ben. It's why I'm so adamant that we have this ceremony. The exchanging of vows at sunset is the traditional way gargoyle clans make their matings official. It's odd to use the heritage that I've cast aside, but I want something that marks Ben as a part of us for all to see. Our guests have already started congregating on the roof, and I know there are separate parties occurring in our honor around the territory. This area has calmed a great deal over the last month after the vote. It helped that the Alley of the Harpies was able to bring down the Fey Lord financing the disappearances. How Harpies have a Fey prince for an alley is a mystery, but I'm betting there's a story there. We've even been able to recover some people. Unfortunately, others may never be found, but we'll keep looking. You didn't explain about the plant. I don't have a green thumb, right? Stella asks. Your mother warned me. I promise that the plant is mine. I own it. My lips curve when she still doesn't understand the meaning. Once upon a time, you told me if I wanted to own something, to get a plant. Stella's confusion clears, and I think back to that very memorable car ride when she rejected being owned by me and told me that if I wanted to own something, to adopt a plant. Her laugh is loud. And so you got a plant. You own a great many things now. I nod, my smile knowing. I still want to own everything, but having such riches tempers the craven need. Now I have you, Ben, a babe on the way, and a plant. I swallow. And so much more. She leans against me, and I wrap my arms around her. The light of humor in her eyes softens with my meaning. And we own you just as much, she says. Maybe not the plant though. I snort, and we rock back and forth, looking at the monster that Stella's mother assured me is impossible to kill. Eventually I check the time, arching my brow. Maybe I don't quite own a certain demon yet. Do you think he's going to be late to his own ceremony? I ask. Stella bites her lip and lifts a shoulder. He likes his job, but he'll be here. Ben in late to my own wedding? It's not a wedding exactly, but the end result is the same. It's a union of me to the couple I love, and I'm late. But Timmy was missing his dad and wanted to play an extra game of checkers and knows I'm a sucker for that if he's done with his homework. His mother had to pull him away with a good-natured apology. The emotional scars of the family are healing well after their ordeal. I'd taken a seat on the board that runs many of the programs in the territory, with my focus being on the ones aimed protecting the children here. This after-school program is my brainchild. It allows all children to receive mentoring by others in the community, and we're able to have a high enough security that even the rarer types of paranormals are comfortable with it. It's an initiative to spark more unity in the territory. Our people should feel protective of the younger generation, especially rarer types that lack the built-in community of covens and packs. And it's working. But I have a tendency to stay too long, and sunset is approaching quickly. I teleport to our bedroom to get changed. It's empty. They didn't change their minds, did they? I snort at my own foolishness. We didn't go through what we've gone through for them to get cold feet. I teleport up to the roof, still buttoning my cufflinks even as the in-between shadows clear to display the crowd of people that go silent at my appearance. Stella is before me before the embarrassment catches my breath. The sight of her dress freezes me. It's the same dress that nearly brought me to my knees when she walked down the aisle to the devil. A confection of lace that clings to every curve of her body. She smiles and finishes buttoning a cufflink before fixing my hair. Right on time, she breathes. Glad you could make it, Mr. Bams. I shake myself from my stupor. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Sorry I'm late. Her eyes sparkle, understanding what it is to get lost in one's work. The sun still hasn't set. Shall we make this official? At my nod, the guests divide, and I swallow. Stony Heart is under an erected arch in the green space that Elena fixed up for us. She's in the crowd wiping away happy tears already since she missed this the first time around. The scene is magical in more ways than one. There's a heating spell to keep the roof comfortable, but it's winter now and delicate snowflakes fall from a sky painted pink and orange by the low sun. I hold out my elbow and when Stella takes it, I recognize the blue flowers in her bouquet and decorating the roof. You chose forget-me-nots. I whisper as the music starts. They are out of season, so they must be the result of some spell. Of course I did. They are the first gift you ever gave me, and they are carved into our bed, Stella says. That makes me pause. I've never noticed that. Crafty gargoyle. The distraction is almost enough to keep my nerves from overtaking me as we make it to Stony Heart. His pale gaze is warm at the sight of us. He takes Stella's hands first, to recite their vows as they didn't do it the traditional way for gargoyles last time. He gets to me, the grip on my hands grounds me in the moment. I'm home. As your clan leader, Stony Heart starts. I pledge to you loyalty and trust. I promise safety and family. My throat swells. Family. He continues, as your mate, I vow my life and love to you, through the brightest day and the darkest night. It takes me a moment to respond. The words may be based on tradition, but they strike at my very core. I accept your vow, I say, and when Stony Heart kisses me, the crowd around us cheers. It's a world of difference from when we were hiding our relationship, but the satisfaction rolling off Stony Heart indicates that he doesn't mind. And I'm officially theirs. I can barely breathe, a laugh at the overwhelming amazement making my chest tight. People gather round, and it's almost a blur with how fast my heart is beating. Kalos congratulates us. Maggie is crying and hugs Stony Heart tighter that the gargoyle blushes. It makes it even better that don't have to lose my family to add to it. Stony Heart grudgingly accepts Lobo's well wishes. Their personalities clash, and he still isn't thrilled how close of an ally the wolf shifter is to Stella, but he'll never undermine her work by complaining about it. And then the dancing starts. Since it's my only ceremony, Stella demanded that Stonyheart and I have the first dance. We'd done a few lessons in preparation, so I finally feel like I can take a full breath even though it feels like everyone's eyes are on me. How does it feel to be mine? Stonyheart asks, close enough to my ear that I shiver. And Stella's I interject without sharpness. He likes to be possessive. It shouldn't feel any different than this, momming, but... Stonyheart merely nods. It does feel different. To proclaim our relationship publicly after beginning in shadows makes this feel more permanent. I see why he was so insistent that we do the ceremony. And I didn't even have to fight a dragon for you, Stonyheart says. I huff a laugh. Kalos once teased that he'd charge a bride price for you to have me. He says in understanding. Fortunately for me, Kalos knows demanding one now would be unsportsmanlike. I frown in confusion. Stonyheart smiles. Because I'd pay any price to have you. I blink in amazement as he continues, and that's no fun for an old lizard like Kalos. The song ends while I'm still trying to form words. Stonyheart kisses me, and Stella cuts in like we'd planned. Did he scramble your brain? She asks. Her much smaller hand in mine helps bring me back from gargoyle husbands and sweeping declarations. I forget how much he devastates me with the simplest words. I clear my throat. And you too, but you're much more efficient at making me want to fall to my knees with a single glance. My eyes drag down the dress. It looks exactly the same despite the damage Stonyheart did to it, and that makes me want to be the one to rip it off her this time. You're too beautiful for words, mate, I say, testing the term out with her. I like it. Her blush has my breath catching. When can we start the wedding night? Stonyheart crowds in, his wings wrapping around the two of us as his lips run over her shoulder. You can't have too much fun yet. We have the rest of the night before I can get the two of you into bed. If our scent gets much more delectable, I don't know if I'll be nearly as patient, he says to Stella. Her smile is sly. Sorry. I've been wearing something special to prepare for Ben's courting gift, she says with a wink that I feel in my gut. It's very distracting. Both Stonyheart's and my body tightens when her meaning becomes known. She's wearing a plug in her ass. I curse as my cheeks become hot, and Stonyheart's eyes glitter evilly. His voice is all gravel. I'll make you pay for that, Firefly. We have at least an hour yet. She shrugs. Not bothered that I might have to hide behind the refreshments to wait for my erection to subside. If it does, now that I know she's planning on letting me claim her ass tonight. I didn't want to take any chances of your tender care later, she teases. You're both much too rough with each other for my liking. I inhale at the memory of how Stonyheart feels inside me. He'd done that just last night, as hard as I needed it to dissipate my nerves about today. Fuck. It's going to be torture if we can't get away soon. Stella that it's Ben who breaks first. 1 minute I'm speaking to Ariel and wishing her well before she departs, and the next, arms V-map around me and the world lurches through shadows. I squeak. We discovered that I can see the in-between that Ben can travel through when he teleports now that we're bonded, but I still prefer to close my eyes. I only have time to see the familiar shapes of our bedroom before he turns me around and silences my laugh with a kiss. It breaks. His forehead presses against mine. I couldn't wait another minute to do this, he says, and his hands grip on either side of the line off buttons down my back and rips my dress apart. The buttons snap and fly off with my gasp. I'm left in my bridal lingerie which his dark eyes feast on while he's discarding his own clothing as quickly as he can. The balcony doors open and our devil saunters in. Naughty mate's getting started without me. She's too much of a temptation, Ben says. Stonyheart hums in agreement, taking in the bridal lingerie. He sheared through the last set too quickly to be able to admire it. This bridal set has less structure than the last, barely being scraps of lace to make room for the fact my stomach and boobs are larger. A fact that both my mates enjoy. That she is, Stony Heart says. Check to see how the plug is opening her ass. I find I'm too much in a hurry tonight to draw this out. The kilt the gargoyle wears falls to the floor at the same time as Ben spins me toward the bed and bends me over. My hands catch the edge and help me balance as I moan and present where a plug is nestled between my ass cheeks. Ben pulls the strap of my lacy thong back and forth against the metal, and the rasp of it has my toes curling. He must be impatient as well because he changes the tension and allows the sodden garment to move past my hips and fall to the floor. Her pussy is pretty swollen, Ben observes. I think she's been suffering as much as we have tonight. It's been a little torturous, I say, still in good humor. Every move reminded me of what I'd be experiencing tonight. It's a wonder I didn't taunt either of them into breaking before now. Ben drags his fingers up the back of my thigh, and when he skips touching my pussy at all I want to sob. He's picked up some tricks from the devil when it comes to torturing instead. Ben tugs on the plug, and my pussy floods at the heavy tightness of it. Oh! I exclaim. I didn't think I'd be so sensitive after wearing it all night long. He presses it in again, and I clench on it with a gasp. It seems to have done a lot of work of opening her up, Ben says. Good. Take it out. Stony Heart's voice has a hard edge that makes me want to give in to all his demands. I make a needy sound as Ben slowly pulls the toy from me. My asshole pulls against the metal. I hiss a breath when the widest part is about to leave me and whimper when Ben pushes it back in before tugging it again. Stony Heart's large hand runs down my back, his breath skating over my upturned ass. Oh, Firefly, you're so sensitive here. The plug slips the rest of the way out, and an undignified high sound leaves me. Now, I feel doubly empty and wet. Stony Heart sits beside me on the bed and plucks me up, positioning me to straddle him before laying back. You sound like you need something before our demon claims your ass, he says as his hard cock smears through where my arousal is gathered on my thighs and against my need-swollen pussy. Yes, I say, nodding. I'm so primed that the head of his cock slides into my pussy on an easy glide. We both sigh at the stretch. It only takes a couple thrusts for the flare of his knot to press against my opening, and I grind down. My lashes fluttering as I finally feel full for the first time tonight. Hungry, Firefly. Stony Heart chuckles. If I knot you, there will be nowhere for our demon to fit. I don't have the same instinctual compunction to take his knot as much as before. Probably because he gives it to me so freely now, or perhaps because I'm pregnant, but that doesn't mean I don't still want the ache of his stretching me. But this time I'm going to be stretched differently. I roll my hips, enjoying the feel of Stony Heart inside of me as Ben rounds the bed to the nightstand. He removes the bottle of lube we keep there. It gets plenty of use between Stony Heart and him, but the gargoyle has been teasing Ben and me with this moment where Ben gets to lay first claim to my ass for weeks. Instructing Ben to slowly stretch me with his fingers before we all lose patience and dissolve into our usual intimacies. Now I watch my demon mate stroke his lubed cock as he approaches and squeeze around the gargoyle inside me. Stony Heart moans before sighing and lifting me high enough for him to fall free. I make a sound of disagreement, wanting to be filled again. Slow, Firefly, let him forge his way inside you before you add more to it. We don't want to break you, Stony Heart says, playing softly with my overly sensitive nipples. Okay, I pant. But please hurry. Ben shakes his head, his face soft. Relax, love. We can be patient. I want to squirm when he comes up behind me and kisses my neck. There's something wild in me that doesn't want to take it slow, but when my lovers make demands, there's a joy in following them. The slick head of Ben's cock slides against my asshole, and I focus on the sensation, on relaxing to let him in. With a breath and a slight burn, the tip of his cock penetrates me. Ben groans. That's it. Fuck, you feel so hot here. My skin flashes icy and hot, but I keep breathing. He doesn't push forward yet, letting me adjust to him there. It doesn't take long until other sensations return to the forefront. Ben's panting breath against my neck, the pulse of Stony Heart's length against my messy pussy. The way they both lightly touch my skin, letting the harsher sensations in my body settle. Stony Heart starts circling his thumb around my clit. I moan and press back onto Ben, needing more. We both moan as I take more of him inside me. The bum fades, and all that's left is the stretch and need kindling in my belly. You're taking him so well, Stony Heart purrs. Gods, Stella, I could die like this, Ben says as he moves in and out with soft thrusts. No dying yet. Our firefly wants more still. We lock gazes as Stony Heart taunts me, the tip of his cock pressing against the opening of my pussy. Everything takes on a needy haze, and I nod. The idea of both of them inside me already starting a wildfire that I can put out. Ben adjusts behind me and suddenly Stony Heart is inside me with an aching slide. I choke. Holy fuck. My two men curse. So tight, Ben groans, his voice full of marvel. I can feel you through her. Stella. Stony Heart checks in. Breathe for me. I inhale raggedly, not realizing I'd stopped taking in oxygen. Feels good, gods, yes, I ramble. I can't possibly be responsible for something like sounding coherent while being split open. Everything feels so loud. The bond that vibrates between us brightens as our bodies pulse in time. It's too much, but not enough. Please, more, I beg. Stony Heart growls as his cock tunnels deeper. Ben holds still until the gargoyle is as deep as he can get without sinking his IMO inside me. He was right. There would have been no room for Ben with the knot. Ben makes a deep sound and begins to move as if he can't help the soft rock of his hips. Yes, I breathe as waves of sensation flow through me. Stony Heart's hips move counter to Ben's, and I lose track of what I say or the sounds from the back of my throat as they remake me together. I'm nothing but sensations and emotions. Bright light mixes with dark impulses. Jealousy, frustration, and coldness have been conquered. Every path we tread to get here is worth it. To be one. The world explodes, it does so in a shower of sparks and a crashing wave of pleasure. Ever-expanding love and magic define us. Completes us. Weaponry for a gargoyle. Next time I hum as Stony Heart palms my stomach after cleaning me up. We're going to need to switch out the shower with a bath if they are going to want to stretch me into oblivion on the regular. Ben's sigh is satisfied as he kisses my shoulder. He seems halfway to falling asleep. Next time. Stony Heart teases. I didn't know you were enjoying pregnancy that much. I scrunch my nose. The queasiness isn't so bad now that Ben's around. Sometimes I even catch sight of the magic of pregnancy that everyone raves about. His chest rumbles in a purr. I'll gladly accept as many children as you want to have. I bite my lip, treading carefully. Do you think it's possible for you to father them? It's been a mystery to me how Ben was the one to father our child with how careful we were. Stony Heart wasn't he shy about filling me to the brim? Now Stony Heart's face flushes. Ah, yes. Well, he breaks off. About that. I watch him, curious what has him so uncharacteristically embarrassed. Even Ben opens an eye, sensing the change. Stony Heart scratches behind whom, awkward and unsure. I may have forgotten that some years ago I purchased a ring after drinking too much, he says with a wince before sliding a thin one of his rings off and handing it to me. My eyes widen when I get a feel of subtle magic without the glaring influence of his other charmed rings. He continues, "It was the anniversary of my parents' passing. And I guess I picked up this piece to avoid committing his same crime. In my drunken state, that meant vowing never to father a child." The room descends into silence for the span of 5 heartbeats. My lips twitch in mirth. "You've been on birth control the whole time?" "I have a lot of jewelry." "I hadn't taken inventory in years," he says, even as the grey skin on his cheeks darkens. Now I'm laughing. He scowls at me. "I'm sorry, it's just funny," I say. "I didn't do it on purpose," Stonyheart says to a stunned Ben. Ben snorts before dissolving into a sleepy laugh. "Glad you're not accusing me of trapping you," Stonyheart says sourly, but his lips are twitching. Ben wipes his eyes. "It did work out quite nicely in the end." "It would have always worked out," I say, and Stonyheart frowns at me. It's quite a change of tune from my doubts when Ben left us, but I believe it now. I just needed time for the beliefs to cement. If only because you'd never let it not. I, for one, am relieved that you have some flaws," Ben says as I hand Stonyheart back his ring, relieved to have that mystery solved. "Other than being a controlling ass?" Stonyheart asks. I hum in agreement. I enjoy that flaw of his. "What's life without a few flaws?" I ask. "Boring." Stonyheart's eyes glint. "Which it will never be with the two of you." I like the sound of that. The end.